Hey guys, this is Star. What if? How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we're gonna see fourth part. What if Harry Potter closed Voldemort's 50-year advantage? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. When Hermione and Harry realize Voldemort's greatest weapon is time, they create a way to take it back. By quietly rewriting the timeline instead of overpowering it, Harry enters the war prepared, patient, and finally on equal footing with a Dark Lord who no longer holds the advantage. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Sirius burst through the doors of the infirmary, frantically looking for Harry's bed. "I came as soon as I heard," he yelled as he rushed to the bedside. "How's Harry doing?" "Stabilized, but not recovered," Madame Pomfrey answered. "Now, if you'll get out of the way, I have another blood replenishing potion to administer." "What do you mean, another? Aren't those supposed to last hours?" "Yes, but this case is a little complicated. Enervate." Madame Pomfrey's spell energized the barely conscious Harry just enough for him to down the potion safely. Hermione helped ease his head back onto the pillow. "Mind telling me why there's still a knife in his chest?" Sirius pointed to the ruby-red knife still embedded in Harry's chest. "The barbs, they've latched onto his veins somehow. It's draining his blood," Hermione answered for the school nurse. "Dumbledore managed to stop it from invading his body further, but he said he couldn't do more without more research." "And no, we can't just smash it," she said, seeing the look on Sirius's eyes. "It looks like he'll bleed even more quickly if this thing is damaged in any way." She then applied a cooling charm to the area around the stab wound. Harry shivered slightly. "Well, where's Dumbledore now?" Sirius shouted angrily. He started pacing back and forth, distraught at his own uselessness. "Holding off the minister and the press. Now if you don't calm down, Mr. Black, I'm going to have to ask you to leave. You're disturbing my other patients," Pomfrey huffed. "Fine, I'm going to get me some answers. Hold on tight, kiddo." Sirius stormed out of the infirmary in search of the headmaster. His respect for the headmaster had been eroding away ever since he gained his freedom. As much as he hated Malfoy, the man raised some good points about the lack of justice that went on at the end of the war against Voldemort. And spending just a winter break with Harry taught him how much his godson had been missing in his early life. Still, he wondered if he had the courage to confront the Dumbledore, at Hogwarts, no less. He was stonewalled by the guardian gargoyle at the headmaster's office. It wasn't an issue he had prepared to get a little messy on this visit. He and James had never given up on trying to prank their headmaster throughout their years at Hogwarts. Getting their explosive pranks into his office without permission was one of the problems they'd nearly managed to solve. He pulled out one of Remus's recent inventions that he had intended for Harry Respell ink. He poured out the entire ink bottle onto a piece of parchment, spelling out, "Open up." S. Black, in large, sloppy letters. One setting spell later, he poured the ink back into the bottle and transfigured the whole thing into a gecko. The tiny tropical animal wasn't made for the Scottish winter, but it managed to reach Dumbledore's window as planned, and exploded as the transfiguration wore off. The ink coated the window in messy splotches. It then quickly coalesced into the same message that Sirius wrote before. A few minutes later, the gargoyle shuffled aside. Sirius was about to take a step inside when he was nearly bowled over by Moody, Dumbledore, Fudge, Percy Weasley, Maxime, Karkaroff, and Bagman all at once. Everyone was arguing so loudly that Sirius couldn't get a word in edgewise. "You dare blame us? The attack was clearly perpetrated by one of your own, Minister. Malfoy is a good friend of the Minister, he vouches for the family personally. Clearly, the boy was coerced, nay, he must have been confounded, or under a disguise." Moody snorted in disgust at Percy's blind allegiance. "Why is everyone so worked up? The boy survived, and the tournament will go on. This matter does not affect Durmstrang in the slightest. This meeting was a waste of time." Bagman tried to stop Karkaroff from leaving by quoting a bunch of rules from the tournament tome. "Nobody's blaming anyone. In fact, let's not speak a word of this to the press until the mystery's been solved. That would be best for everyone, yes. Just pretend this didn't happen." After all, anyone who would be insane enough to attack the champion and the child hero of Britain is clearly acting on their own. Fudge, as usual, was in his saving face by pleading mode. Hey, Sirius shouted angrily. Aren't we forgetting someone? You want to talk about Potter? Come with me. Moody rapped Sirius on the shin with his staff. Looking back at Dumbledore, Sirius only received a wink as the headmaster resumed his arbitration of the argument-shouting contest. So, you've got a plan to help Harry. Nobody knows how to, Sirius asked once they were alone. Help. I've seen those knives before, this one's just a variation on an idea. But before I extract it, I need something from you. From me. You're making demands, Sirius asked. Not a demand, just a request. Think about it this way: what if he's an imposter, and the real Harry's stuffed into a closet somewhere? I'm just asking for a few memories, Black. Some from last June, and a few from December for comparison. Just get him better. Then we'll talk, Sirius said. This time, when they got to the infirmary, they had to wade through a crowd of students to get inside. Apparently, news of Harry's critical condition had spread, attracting throngs of friends and enemies alike. And that's why you should never let your pet vampire grow too big, Luna was saying. Somehow, she had managed to sneak past Madame Pomfrey and was now having a one-sided conversation with Harry. Hermione didn't mind the off-kilter distraction the young bee was providing, concentrating on Harry instead. Hi Allie. Luna waved. Is that Stubby Boardman? Hello, Miss Lovegood. Have you made any interesting observations? Any ideas on how to help your friend here? Moody's false eye swiveled back, looking through his skull towards the infirmary entrance. Nobody else was coming in. Clearly, Harry's been involved in a part of the Rotfang conspiracy. This must be the first of the prosthetic teeth, she said, pointing to the knife, although they'd have to find a way to make it much smaller, because something like that would be unwieldy to have inside your mouth all day. Sirius stared incredulously at the girl. He knew the Lovegood name from Zeno Lovegood, and the infamous Quibbler as well. Apparently the quirkiness of the magazine was more of a family trait than a business practice. As for the Stubby Boardman comment, well, he wouldn't deny his own dashing good looks, but that man died when he was still in Hogwarts. It had been all over the news. And what was this conspiracy she was talking about? She seems to be rather friendly with you, Moody. I've discovered that she's got a knack for noticing things after I've already seen them. You just need to interpret her correctly. The last two people she accused of being part of that Rotfang conspiracy happened to have performed illegal blood magic. They both also suffered from halitosis, so I'm not sure if it's just coincidence, but just wait and listen. Luna continued to babble, ignoring the adults. It's almost like a snowflake, she said, commenting on the mixture of crystal and veins, just barely visible underneath the skin. It's a shame you can't melt it. Muggles say vampires melt in the sunlight, but I think this would look very pretty and glittery in the sun. Garlic wouldn't help Harry either. Maybe some sandworm saliva would dissolve the knife, but we don't have any of that around, do we? I guess we could also dissolve Harry's body. Could I keep the knife? Moody laughed. I'm sorry, Miss Lovegood, but it is a dark artifact. I'll have to turn it into the ministry. Oh pooey. It's so pretty, Luna sighed. Wait, you aren't taking her seriously, are you? Sirius's eyes widened. Hermione looked at him questioningly, but only because it looked like Madame Pomfrey was completely serious as well. She was rearranging the beds in order to give Moody more room to work with, and casting a few isolation charms to prevent the other students in the infirmary from being disturbed. A little bit of battlefield tactics, my friend. Sometimes a procedure we invented in the heat of the moment turns out to be one of the most effective ones, Moody answered. He handed his staff over to Luna and stepped up to Harry's bedside. It does take a bit of space to perform properly, though, he added as he waited for Pomfrey to finish clearing the way for him. Grabbing Harry's arm firmly, Moody's body quickly began to fade and turn into a swirling white smoke that enveloped both of them. The smoke turned thicker, completely shrouding them from view, and suddenly shot across the room. The sound of shattering glass coincided with the whirling missile's sudden upwards arc across the ceiling and back down to the bed. It was over in a second, with Harry back on the bed and Moody gripping both Harry and the bed frame. He let go of Harry's arm, and steadily lowered himself into a chair. Madame Pomfrey was ready with a full bottle of Essence of Dittany, which closed up the hemorrhaging wound in Harry's shoulder speedily enough to prevent a great loss of blood. But by his pale complexion, he didn't have that much blood left to lose. Is he going to be all right? What did you just do to him? Sirius asked. He'll be fine. If the stories of the basilisk are true, then this is nothing, Moody said. Just a little side-along fumation. Haven't had to do that for 15 years now, not as easy as it used to be. Seeing that Sirius was still wanting for a better explanation, he added, it's like splenching, except you do it deliberately and precisely. And Miss Lovegood, don't touch that knife. Luna was on the other side of the room, where the knife had been ejected. She wasn't trying to pick up the knife, but was inspecting its crystalline protrusions so closely her nose was almost scraping one of the many barbed points. They're like little trees. Harry had a garden inside of him, she concluded. She continued to watch as the blood on the knife receded down the branches and into the handle, leaving the weapon a dull white, like frosted glass. Now we just need to know where that blood was sent, Moody said, levitating the knife and sealing it in a box labeled, Dark Artifact, DMLE use only. Sirius rolled his eyes. Haven't you already said it was the Malfoys? If the Aurors aren't already on it, I'd raid that manor myself. Don't be hasty, Black, Moody warned. You don't want to be thrown back in Azkaban so soon after you got out. I've already contacted Amelia and Scrimbor about it, but I'm going to need your help on the legal side of things. Just to be sure, I need to know if I can trust you, he whispered. I'll tell you more once the ladies are done. Madame Pomfrey and Hermione were finished cleaning up the wound. Harry remained unconscious throughout the ordeal, but Pomfrey was satisfied after a quick scan. She insisted that Harry had to recover under his own strength now that his condition had stabilized, having used so many potions already neutralizing the dark magic and the blood loss. He could overdose if he had any more. That meant he'd have to remain in bed for the next week, minimum. That meant Hermione was now wearing her swimsuit, beside Ivan and Fleur, on the docks at the edge of the Black Lake. Ludo Bagman had hastily informed her 2 days ago that she was to compete in Harry's place, due to some vague rule somewhere on the 50th page of random parchment that Harry was forced to sign at the beginning of the tournament. In short, she was marked as the champion's consort, or something like that, and was allowed to compete in his place in case of grievous injury that was not due to a tournament event. Ivan didn't seem to consider her a threat. She knew what was going on in his mind. This was the girl that was dating Harry Potter, nothing more. He remained overconfident about Harry and gave him little respect. Was there any doubt he'd do the same for his mere girlfriend? As much as Hermione preferred to watch the tournament than participate, she knew she had something to prove, and this was probably her only chance to prove it. As for the boys in the audience, she could feel their eyes on her, and it wasn't anything like the New Year's ball. How did Fleur put up with it? She looked over to the French witch. Oh, yes, she reveled in it. That was how she handled it. At least most of them were concentrating on the girl that had experience with all the attention. She didn't even know why a swimsuit was officially considered the proper attire for this event, well, other than for the cameras that were clicking away non-stop. Even Ivan was getting his fair share for Witch Weekly. Hermione, the plain daisy out of the three, decided to run the plan through her head one more time. She didn't have gillyweed this time. She didn't have a ready-made map. In fact, she had little more than a swimsuit, a wand, and a trinket or two that was lying around Gryffindor Tower. At least she wasn't wholly unprepared. She still remembered watching most of the event last time, until Sirius had interrupted, and she was still a better swimmer than Harry. Her plan was more or less to do what Harry did last time, but with a few shortcuts. Ivan and Fleur dove in as soon as the signal sounded. Hermione stuck around on the dock, summoning one of the rowboats nearby, and stepped in gingerly. She cast a locomotion charm, sat back, and dipped an extendable ear into the water. The ear worked well enough underwater for her to locate one of the chests, and if her judgment was right, she was already far ahead of the competition. The oars were transfigured into flippers, and she cast a bubble head and a warming charm on herself to prepare for the descent. The final transfiguration turned the wooden boat into a large lead weight and rocketed downwards, holding on for dear life. As she saw the thick algae forest come up, she let go. The lead weight formed a path through the algae, and it created a shockwave as it hammered the lakebed that scared or stunned all the creatures nearby. Hermione faced no resistance when she picked up the chest. You have nearly claimed your prize. The egg you seek is just inside. So the riddle was identical to last time. Rather boring for her, but it would help put Harry in a substantial lead. Fresh water from her wand, ice for the second, and flame coral for the third. She vaguely remembered a coral somewhere to the northeast area of the lake. Point me. The wand moved slowly and unsteadily in the water. But it succeeded in getting her bearings. As she approached the reef of burning coral, she saw that a few Selkies were playing around. They noticed her as well and wasted no time in seeing what entertainment Hermione could provide them. They swam up, poking at the bubble surrounding Hermione's face, tugging at her fins, and trying to get at the chest. "Hey!" Hermione shouted, trying to wave them away. Undeterred, they made snatches at her wand. One was almost successful, causing her to drop the treasure chest and grab the wand back with both hands in order to prevent it from snapping. The Selkies wasted no time grabbing the treasure chest after Hermione dropped it. They proceeded to swim away with it and toss it around and fiddling with the locks. Some tried smashing it with a rock to no avail. Hermione wouldn't have minded if they did manage to open it up for her. She needed to distract them, though the rules of this particular trial forbade her from hurting the Selkies and mermen directly. Knowing that Grindylows were natural predators, she pointed her wand to her arm and lightly cast Defendo. The salty water stung the wound as it bled freely, but Hermione calmly waited and followed the Selkies as they continued to play. The smell of blood attracted the Grindylows within minutes. She healed her wound with an Episky once they were in sight. The Selkies fled well before the Grindylows arrived, allowing Hermione to pick up the chest without a fight. Casting a stream of boiling water behind her stopped the little water demons from giving chase. The remainder of the task was routine: breaking off some fire coral and sticking it to the first lock, conjuring enough ice to release the second, and fresh water for the third opened up the last one. Not using gillyweed this time gave her an advantage over Harry's results. She didn't have to wait for the magical herb to wear off before surfacing. It had taken Harry just over an hour to finish the task. Even with the Selkies getting in the way, it had taken Hermione less than half that. Both the judges and the crowd were flabbergasted when Hermione climbed onto the dock bearing a golden egg. After drying off, she had nearly an hour to watch the other champions explore the murky depths of the Black Lake. Just like last time, Fleur was well out of her comfort zone and had trouble dealing with all types of sea creatures, not to mention being bad at swimming as well. Even the giant squid seemed to take pity on her, making some lunch out of a few jellices that were starting to swarm around. Ivan didn't make the same mistake as Krum did when the Selkies stole his chest. Instead, he took the route of scaring them off with a grand show of magical power instead of attacking the Selkies directly. That earned him a solid second place and Fleur third. Potter Picks Potent Partners. By Rita Skeeter, Witch Weekly guest writer. For all you young witches still hoping to snag Harry Potter's heart, it may be time to put away those perfumes and pick up your wand. It seems that Potter prefers power over pretty. For those of you who haven't been keeping up with the Triwizard Tournament, here's the latest scoop. Harry Potter himself was attacked on school grounds. See cover story for more details, and is now recovering in the Hogwarts infirmary. Competing in his place was his girlfriend, Hermione Granger. What's that, you say? You've never heard of Granger. You've never even seen her before. Well, that's no surprise, folks. Ms. Granger is a Muggle-born, and thus has no ancestral history of magic of any sort. According an anonymous local source, she's utterly forgettable. Nobody would have noticed her if she didn't have her arms wrapped around Potter all day. Blaise Zabini had slightly better things too. Say, including, she cleans up nicely. I don't think anyone recognized her at the New Year's ball. But day to day, she's got nothing on those Beauxbatons girls. So, if not for looks, what could Harry Potter see in a girl like this? Well, we got a bit of a clue last Saturday. Granger completed the trial of water in less than a third of the time of the second-place finisher, Ivan Kalov. Some would argue that Potter himself could have done better, but there's no denying that this witch packs a punch. Not only that, but she has been leading a student study group that both Owl and Newt students consider the best thing since the Panis Inciso charm. Potter is scheduled to return to the tournament for the Wandless Duel, just under a month away. We at Witch Weekly wish him a speedy recovery. I totally could have done better, Harry quipped humorously as he tossed the paper back at Hermione. She swatted his leg with it. He'd been slowly recovering. He was practically reliving second year as he had to regrow his collarbone, 2 ribs, and a bit of lung. The color had returned to his face and he was awake and alert, but Pomfrey insisted he stay in bed for at least another day. Any news on the Malfoy front? Not much, I'm afraid. Take a look at this, Hermione said. She tossed him a copy of the Daily Prophet. Misfortune Strikes Malfoys Again, by Reginald Shillings. The Malfoy family has been making great strides lately in the Wizengamot, being the leading proponent of magical heritage preservation laws that have irked many opponents, including the famous Albus Dumbledore. Most famously, he has worked tirelessly to restore the Black family name, which had suffered grievous losses in the last war with He Who Must Not Be Named. Years after suffering his own losses from a long-term imperious curse, his son has now fallen victim to the very same curse. Theories are abound as to who could be the culprit, but for now the Malfoy family is in hiding for fear of their safety. The young Malfoy was witnessed performing acts of dark magic he had never learned before in an attack on the current star of Hogwarts, Harry Potter. Some suggest that framing Malfoy to attack Potter was a way of creating a rift between Malfoy and Sirius Black, head of the Black family and Potter's godfather. As Black's mistrial 13 years ago was the cornerstone of Malfoy's stance against the hasty prosecutions of prominent wizarding families at the end of the war, a feud between the two would have ended his chances of appealing for retrials of many of those in Azkaban. Senior Undersecretary Dolores Umbridge gave the official position from the minister's office. There are those who, when feeling discontent, resort to violence and deceit instead of voicing their concerns openly. This attack on the Malfoys, Harry Potter, and the Black family is clearly an attempt to systematically dismantle the strength of magical Britain one family at a time. We must provide these heritage families with greater protections, lest we allow the people who made this country what it is to live in fear. Dumbledore, both Malfoy's greatest opponent in the Wizengamot and one of the central figures in the mistrial of Sirius Black, also commented, "The dark wizard that Peter Pettigrew was working under appears to have struck again. Rest assured, I will do everything in my power as Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot to ensure the safety of every witch and wizard in Britain, and not just the ancient and noble families." The DMLE has made no confirmations of any connections between last summer's capture of Peter Pettigrew and this new attack on the Malfoy family. "I should have expected that," sighed Harry. "Malfoy's still got the minister in his pocket, along with half the Wizengamot. At this point I'm wondering if defeating Voldemort will really change anything." Hermione sat down and rubbed Harry's shoulder reassuringly. "One battle at a time, love." Harry grinned. "By that, do you mean Voldemort, the Ministry, the tournament, or Dumbledore?" Getting bored of his pillow, he leaned on Hermione's arm instead. Hermione ran her fingers through Harry's hair. "We can always hope that Voldemort will keep Dumbledore off our backs, the Aurors will defeat Voldemort, Dumbledore weeds out the corrupt Wizengamot members, and we can just finish school in peace." When their eyes met, the staring contest lasted only 3 seconds before they broke down in laughter. "Will the two of you keep it down in here?" hissed Madame Pomfrey. "I know you're feeling fine, Mr. Potter, but do have some respect for the others, will you?" "So why do I have to stay? I think all of us would be happier if you'd let me walk out the door right now," suggested Harry. "Not possible, Mr. Potter. Dark artifacts can have delayed effects. We need to keep you under observation for at least another day," she reminded him while passing a tray of food over. "Yes, real food." Harry cheered as he dug into the standard Hogwarts breakfast. "Those nutrient potions are so bland, would it kill you to flavor them with a little chocolate?" "No, Mr. Potter, that could compromise the integrity." "Sure, it's possible. We've practiced it with Mr. Fleming. You just don't want students faking injuries to get some delicious potions, do you?" Harry and Hermione both laughed. Hermione had been secretly flavoring Harry's potions during his recovery. "Well, it's never a good idea to encourage bad habits," Madame Pomfrey said. "I'm sure plenty of students, especially the workaholic Hufflepuff and Ravenclaws, would rather nip a tasty nutrient potion from my cupboards than spend their time eating a proper meal." She started waving her wand over Harry, concentrating on where he'd been stabbed. "Does anything feel unusual, Mr. Potter?" "Nothing's wrong at all," Harry said. "In fact, his fork clattered on the ground as his eyes rolled up to the back of his head. Hermione recognized his symptoms at once. Why now? She thought. There were a great many more people surrounding Harry when he awoke. Some he expected, some he didn't. Hermione was hugging him protectively. Luna was poking at his scar curiously. Moody was arguing with Sirius while Dumbledore were being held back by Madame Pomfrey. Professor Trelawney was attempting, unsuccessfully, to get to Harry's bed. Snape stood away from the group, watching everyone else stoically. Harry tried to assess the situation as best he could. With two of the most powerful and experienced wizards in all of Britain beside him, fighting his way out of the situation was out of the question. "The blibbering humdingers are leaving," Luna announced, bringing everyone's attention back to Harry. "Potter. Welcome back," Moody grunted dryly. "Alistair, please." Dumbledore motioned for everyone to be silent. "Harry, I believe it's time for you to explain. Has a power like this manifested itself before?" Hermione nudged him. "You told my parents already," she hinted to him. Harry nodded in acknowledgement. "Right. Yes, I've had a vision or two," Harry admitted. "You see, he has the inner eye within him." Trelawney shrieked in excitement. Dear Potter, you must return to your divination studies. You have potential to be as talented as my great-great-grandmother, Cassandra. Please try to contain your excitement, Sybil. You may speak to him at your leisure after he's been released from the infirmary." Dumbledore gently directed Pomfrey to guide her to the door. "Now, Harry, as you've witnessed one of Professor Trelawney's prophecies before, you already know your visions are unlike hers. Please tell me what you just saw." Out of the corner of his eye, Harry saw Snape palm a tiny vial of colorless liquid. "Voldemort," he answered. Snape stiffened and instinctively grabbed his arm. Moody muttered under his breath. Dumbledore dropped his hands to his sides, smiling knowingly. With everyone's eyes still trained on him, Harry knew he wouldn't be able to get away with such a terse answer. He added, "He's got himself a body now. So your visions are not of the future, but of present day." Dumbledore concluded. Harry nodded. "And Voldemort is always the subject of your visions." Harry nodded again. "I believe Miss Lovegood caught on long before many of us," he said, grimly. "That cursed scar of yours is linking you to your parents' murderer." Harry held back the urge to roll his eyes, and decided to play dumb instead. "I don't know what's worse, the visions of Voldemort, or the visions of my future being like Professor Trelawney." There, Harry, you were always a horrible seer," Hermione reassured him. "Nevertheless, you need to take more precautions. This connection between you and Voldemort could go both ways. You must close your mind to him at all times," Dumbledore explained. "He was a master legilimens. Perhaps you should train your occlumency with Professor Moody." Harry was surprised, as he had never considered the possibility. He always maintained a low-level occlumency shield out of habit, but perhaps it was time to step up his efforts a notch. If Voldemort were to get a hold of any of the information in his head, well, disastrous would hardly describe it. "Yes, absolutely," Harry agreed immediately. "Could Hermione come along, too? And Ron as well? That would round out the trio, and perhaps Ron would be more inclined to practice at this time." "Of course, Mr. Potter. I believe once a week should be sufficient." Harry nodded. "We'll still be continuing with fumation lessons as well, right? You've already experienced its potential uses firsthand. No doubt our lessons will continue." "You should have let me question him some more," Moody growled unhappily. "He didn't explain anything at all. He slammed his cane on the office floor, causing Fawkes to squawk." "We can already make a few deductions, Alistair," Dumbledore said. "We know he is pulling far more than just visions from Voldemort. He must be gaining knowledge as well and perhaps some emotion." He recalled the cold reception Harry gave to him at the Ministry that summer. This would easily explain the boy's sudden change in attitude, knowledge, and magical ability. Those inexplicable blood runes, the Parseltongue, and his newfound affinity for the Chamber of Secrets, it had to stop soon. "Even if I teach him the finer points of occlumency, are you sure he's going to use it?" Moody wondered. "Because if it were me, I'd be pulling as much knowledge as I can to use against the Dark Lord. I'd be working day and night to master everything to fight him on equal ground. And that is the difference between a Gryffindor and a Hufflepuff. Harry does not want to be on equal terms. He will face Voldemort when he feels it is necessary, not when it is prudent, and that can be an advantage in itself. We must befriend him, Alistair, because so long as he is assured we have things under control, he will not act. If he is to become Voldemort's equal by taking Voldemort's essence, our savior may become our enemy's successor, the start of a dangerous cycle." We have to keep him on our side, shut out the temptation, and avoid all dark magic. Moody nodded in understanding. So, for these occlumency lessons, do you want me to teach first, or probe first? You are the head of security for the year. I will leave it to your discretion, Dumbledore replied. Moody hobbled out of the office and down the moving staircase. When Dumbledore was certain the magic eye was far out of range, he mumbled to himself, "Power the Dark Lord knows not, power he wants not." He opened up the cabinet to his pensieve, and extracted a bottle labeled, Trelawney Interview, 1979, and poured it in. Upon learning about Harry's strategy for the wandless duels, Fleming gave Harry a few ideas for his potions arsenal. They took a break from their usual Newt-level potions curriculum to practice brewing and modifying a few potions for combat. Harry's proficiency with explosives, as learned from the twins, surprised Fleming, but he considered them crude and uncivilized. He preferred to teach Harry an assortment of more intriguing, subtler brews. While the majority of them were essentially medical potions, they were modified into an aerosol form in order to work as a possible weapon. This presented them with a full 2 weeks of safety protocol for potion inhalation. "This is a particularly amusing one I learned while vacationing in Amsterdam," Fleming explained one while triple-checking their bubblehead charms. "It causes the person to mistake their eyes for their ears, their tongues for their toes. Take a large enough dose and putting on a pair of slippers could become a deadly affair." However, there was one last potion that Fleming refused to teach them, claiming it was still a personal secret that he wouldn't pass on until he was about to retire. He gave Harry only one bottle of it. "My gift to you," Fleming explained. "Just drop it on the ground and watch. And give yourself a good distance immediately afterwards." Harry was grateful for the gift, but resolved to use it only if he absolutely had to. He wanted to win the tournament with only his own, and Hermione's, skills, this time. Just before they left, Fleming held them back and gave them another pair of brown parcels. "What's this?" Hermione asked. Harry was already unwrapping his, and Fleming stayed silent to let them find out for themselves. The string and paper fell away to reveal a dark green mass of leather. It was soft and supple, unfolding easily and comfortably in Harry's hands. Fully open now, it was revealed to be a simple leather hooded cloak, large enough to be worn over his robes and reach down just below his knees. The clasp bore the insignia of Fleming Apothecary and Potions, a stylized self-brewing cauldron, with the rising steam shaped like a hand sprinkling ingredients. A patch over the left east area had a similar logo. "I just picked these up from the tannery and had them cut into cloaks yesterday. Exactly what I expect from you in our future projects, by the way," he explained. "This is the first batch of basilisk hide that you harvested. If I were you, I'd have been more cautious about testing my first tanning potions on such rare material, but it seems you two have the right to be confident in your abilities." Harry was taken aback by what Fleming had done with the hides. He had expected uncut, tanned leather, even though he had intended to sew it into a cloak. The leather was fairly thick and hung heavily on his body, but still gave way easily when he moved his arms. "Thank you, Master Fleming, it was your instruction after all," Hermione politely told him as she opened her own parcel and trying it on like Harry. "I suppose this comes just in time for the next event of the tournament," Fleming commented. "In fact, I will want you to wear this cloak whenever it is allowed in the tournament, as well as your student club. It will be good advertising for my new expansion into the British Isles." "Thank you," Harry nodded in understanding. "I just wish the color didn't make me look like a Slytherin." "Slytherin? Ah, yes, I forget your school divides the student population by their sleeping areas. Is the difference so important?" Fleming asked. "No, not particularly," Harry had to admit. Especially with the establishment of the Snape Society, the unity of the student body was better than ever. He still couldn't shake the feeling that the cloaks might not be well received in the Gryffindor common room, though. Harry and Hermione thanked him again and put them on after he flowed away. As soon as the green flames died out, Harry complained loudly. "These were our basilisk hides. What right does he have putting his logo all over them? We're supposed to advertise for him in our student club." For one thing, the Snape Society had grown from simple potions lessons to a by students, for students club. It was like a corruption of the foundations. "He is the source of almost all our teaching material," Hermione said, playing the devil's advocate. She felt used as well, but tried her best to be level-headed about it. And, well, we are his apprentices. We still have a lot more to learn from him, and we can't just ignore his orders like that. At least the stitching's nice. Harry needed a pick-me-up, so Hermione suggested they see someone they'd neglected for a while. Hagrid. Since they'd dropped magical creatures and burdened themselves with the extra lessons, club activities, and preparation for the tournament, neither of them had much time to chat with Hagrid. Even Harry, when picking up feathers for his new brooms, was often so busy he only spared a few minutes at a time. Harry would be glad to relax and catch up with his jolly half-giant friend again. Incidentally, he was the one friend of Harry's who could really pick him up. Harry. Hermione. I been meanin' ter talkaboo, trial o' fire. Hagrid greeted them both with an arm around each, lifting them clear off the floor. He'd missed them about as much as they were missing air this very moment. Sorry, for being too busy to visit, Harry coughed out when he put them down. Hagrid hurriedly put on some tea while they sat down. What is it about the trial of fire? That's still months away. I've still got 3 other trials to go through. First, dragons, Harry. Ye think maybe you could, bring yours a little closer to my seat when it's her turn. I never get ter see 'em up close. There were 1,000 different reasons why Harry shouldn't lure a dragon towards the audience, but they all tried to leave his mouth at the same time and left him hanging slack-jawed. When he finally managed to get his mouth working again, he simply replied, I'll see what I can do, Hagrid. Thanks, Harry. I tell ye, you'll be doing great in de tourney. Say, is de some kind of serpent skin the two of ye got there? He asked, noticing their new cloaks. Basilisk skin, Hagrid. You know the monster in the Chamber of Secrets. The one that, landed you in as, well, you got blamed for. Harry winced as he inadvertently brought up memories of Hagrid's sordid past. Well, we got around to making use of its body. Ah, Hagrid replied simply. Good riddance to de snake then. Harry and Hermione were both surprised to hear Hagrid speak ill of a creature for the first time. Well, just make sure ye never go into the forest with those cloaks on, ye hear? Why not? Harry asked. They're supposed to give some pretty good protection. Well, ye see, Harry, ye remember my wee little pet spider. Aragog. Harry stiffened at the mention of the giant man-eating tarantula. Well, he don't like snakes, ye see. If he smells ye in the forest with that on, he might not be as friendly as normal. As if a spider could get any ruder than trying to eat me, Harry thought, shaking his head. I'll be sure to stay away from Aragog, Hagrid. Attaboy, Harry. Say, ye got any spare snake meat? Hagrid asked. Are you talking about the basilisk? Yeah, plenty, Harry said. But that stuff's toxic, well, to us anyway. Even you might get a stomachache from it. Oh, it's not fair me, Harry. Aragog's been hiding in his nest. Juan, come out to talk, even fair me. I think he might be feelin' a little down. Maybe it'll make him feel better. You know, eatin' the meat of his mortal enemy and all. Would eating basilisk meat really help him get better? Hermione asked. Maybe he should see a beast healer. Harry's eyes went wide, silently kicking at her ankles, furiously trying to inform her that was a very, very bad idea. I don't think any healer would want ter look at Hagrid sighed. But if it don't make get better, at least he'll feel better. It was hard ter find good meat when he was a baby, bein' in hidin' all the time. He half-giant let out an aptly sized sigh before sipping his tea. Speakin' o' which, have ye seen Buckbeak lately? Not since Christmas, Harry answered. But if you can ask Sirius about him tomorrow. He's coming to Hogwarts to drop off some equipment for my duel. And he's officially named Witherwings now. If you call him Buckbeak it could get Sirius in trouble. Harry explained to Hagrid about Sirius's new broom company. Opting for hippogriff feathers instead of Abraxian, Buckbeak was instrumental in helping Sirius and Remus manage their new herd and providing the feathers for their first prototype. I'm glad the two of them are friends. Not many people take a likin' ter the cute beasts. Hagrid got up from his chair. Well, it's time fair me ter feed the blast-ended scroots. Gonna see if they like eatin' floor cleaner and guano. You, still haven't figured out what they eat yet? Hermione asked, bewildered. They're taller than the students, now. How'd they get so big if you couldn't find food? Well, they eat everything, really, Hagrid frowned. But I still haven't found a food they like better than eating each other. Only got a boo, 4 left, if none of 'em got hungry since lunchtime. Although they were sorry for Hagrid's breeding experiment failing, they were very glad this extremely dangerous abomination was driving itself into extinction. Since the blast-ended Scroots were one of the main reasons they chose not to return to care of magical creatures class, they politely excused themselves from the hut. Sirius arrived while Harry was still in classes. By the time he was finished, he found his godfather talking to Madam Hooch, carrying more equipment than Harry had been expecting him to bring along. Apparently he and Remus had already completed half a dozen brooms, and decided to bring all of their stock to Hogwarts in a large trunk. When he saw Harry approaching, Sirius quickly pulled a broom from the trunk and rushed over. "Harry, just who I needed. Come on, you have to demonstrate these brooms for me." Harry found himself with a feather broom shoved into his hands before he knew what was going on. "Madam Hooch doesn't believe these are safe," Sirius said. "Come on, Rolanda. You saw how Harry performed in the trial of air. Don't get too familiar with me, Sirius. I've had a dozen broommakers try to sell me their wares, and more than half of them were Hogwarts students I taught, too." As for Harry, I recall seeing his broom nearly fall out of the sky by the time he managed to cross the finish line, Hooch countered. "That was the first version," Sirius said. "This one's made to last more than one race. Hey, you remember Remus? Not much of a flyer. I tested these brooms on him. He can fly them just fine. Maybe I should just give a demonstration," Harry said. He mounted the broom and quickly flew up into the air. In his honest assessment, he had to admit it wasn't nearly as maneuverable as his own design and obviously, much less dangerous. In fact, it was somewhere between his Nimbus 2000 and the Firebolt. He put the broom through the paces of a standard Quidditch warm-up flight. Meanwhile, on the ground, Hooch was still being reluctant with the strange new style of brooms. "You might not know this, Sirius, but Harry managed to do all of that the first day he touched a broom. One of our old school brooms, mind you, the same ones you and James learned on. So you admit they can't possibly be worse than the brooms you've already got." Sirius joked. "Sirius, maybe you need to think of hiring an official spokesperson for your new company," Hermione suggested. "Madam Hooch, what if I take a ride on those? You know I've never been much for flying, I'm probably average at best." Hooch agreed, and Hermione took another one of the brooms, taking flight to join Harry high above. The ease with which she managed to follow Harry's lead convinced Madam Hooch to accept Sirius's offer. "All right, Sirius. Or should I call you Mr. Black now? You'll leave me with those 6 brooms as samples, and if all goes well you'll find an owl with an order to replace the entire Hogwarts stock this summer." Sirius whooped, grabbing another broom to call Harry and Hermione back to the ground while sharing the good news. With Madam Hooch gone to discuss the details with Dumbledore, Sirius opened the large trunk and brought out a smaller box. Harry pulled out his pet project that he had started at Sirius's house over the winter holidays. "You know, Harry, this isn't exactly what I had in mind when I told you that you could do anything you wanted with the family jewelry," Sirius said, still curious about Harry's project. "I thought you'd just, give them away to a few fine dames of Hogwarts." Harry put the wooden gauntlet on his right hand. He was by no means a glover, and it fit poorly, though it was functional. A few simple runes etched in the wood connected about 20 random gemstones plucked from the Black family collection. It was a far cry from the expertly crafted goblin glove that Cedric had used in their last time around. "Time to see if it works," Harry said optimistically. He charged up the gems using his wand until they shone with a brilliant luster. "How were you planning on casting spells with that?" Sirius asked. "I haven't got that down yet," Harry said. Raising his right hand, he activated the rune that was placed in front of the knuckles, releasing an uncontrolled burst of magic. It came out as a bright, warm flash that generated a burst of wind that flattened the grass as it traveled across the field until it dissipated. Every gem attached to the gauntlet dulled right away, indicating the entire device was drained. "I get the feeling that's going to be limited in its usefulness," Hermione said. "Are you sure you want to use it in the next event?" "Couldn't hurt as a backup plan," Harry shrugged. "We'll see when the day comes." The day came with pelting rain over the Quidditch stadium, which made hauling all his equipment all that much harder. Despite having only 2 duels this time instead of 3, Harry had just as much piled up inside the champion's tent as he did last time. At least they weren't all full of potions and explosives. He only had 2 boxes of battle brews to lob at his competition. 2 other boxes held identical copies of Sirius's brooms, and the last one had his homemade casting gauntlet along with his basilisk leather cloak. Harry wondered how well Sirius's brooms would hold up in the rain along with several of his potions he had planned. The officials seemed to be shocked every time they opened each box. Evidently they'd been expecting more traditional equipment, although Harry wasn't sure what qualified as traditional in a magical duel without wands. If Durmstrang was any indication, they were big on tradition. Ivan was carrying a staff and wearing the same dragonscale armor that Krum had used last time around. Harry wondered if staff magic was an actual course that was taught at that school. 2 questions, Mr. Potter. Are you actually planning on flying on those things during your duel? The referee waved his hands at the brooms. Yes, of course. They're not wands, so they're allowed, right? Then if any of the judges feel it is necessary to cast a cushioning charm if you should fall, then that will be the end of your duel. Fair enough, Harry said. Just don't cast it too early. I have a few tricks of my own. And secondly, none of these potions are to be imbibed. I wouldn't mind if Fleur or Ivan took a whiff of them, Harry answered. That was his plan, at least, until the weather had changed for the worse. He hoped the rain and wind wouldn't put an end to his strategy. The referee nodded, ticking off a few notes in his parchment and went on. Your first duel is against Mr. Kalov. You have 10 minutes to get ready. Good luck, Mr. Potter. Harry immediately put on the cloak and charged up the gauntlet. Out of the vast array of potions he had brought along with him, he skipped over the immolating potions. They wouldn't do very well in the rain. The smoke-based ones wouldn't last long in the wind, either. He took a look at Fleming's potion. He was expecting Ivan to be the tougher of the 2 duels, so he brought it along. He still had no idea what it did, and using it almost felt like cheating, especially if it was as powerful as Fleming implied it was. Then again, the Durmstrang armor was so thick it was practically cheating as well. He did feel a little sorry for Fleur. She was doing impressively, coming from a school that had almost no magical combat tradition behind it, unlike Durmstrang. Technically Hogwarts didn't either, but it did have a recent history of Dark Lords, dangerous beasts, and Soul S. King Hellspawn, so it was just as good, really. While stepping outside for the introductions, he noted that she was carrying a different sword than last time. It had a white blade, and it wasn't on fire. He couldn't get a closer look before he and Ivan were pulled out to begin their duel. As they faced each other, waiting for the duel to begin, they were both predictable enough to the other. The belt full of potions and the broom made things obvious. Ivan knew Harry was going to fly high and bombard him. Ivan, on the other hand, wasn't nearly accomplished at occlumency as Krum had been. Harry could tell he was flip-flopping between going for a defensive posture or attacking straight away. Ivan settled on an immediate attack before Harry could fly safely out of range. That made Harry switch to a counter tactic. He palmed one of the potions as they bowed, and as soon as the referee signaled to start, he jumped on his broom and shot upwards. Ivan slammed his staff behind him, releasing some spell that launched him forwards towards Harry, crossing the length of the arena in a matter of seconds. He began twirling his staff below Harry, readying another quick spell to strike Harry, who was already at a safe altitude. Suddenly, Harry flipped over on his broom, braking hard and then shot downwards, as if he was performing an upside-down Ronsky feint. He barreled towards Ivan and threw the potion he had palmed earlier down at his opponent's feet. It immediately bubbled, releasing a hallucinogenic gas that would have knocked Ivan out cold. At the same moment, Ivan released his spell, which missed completely, as Harry was moving so quickly and so close. Unfortunately for Harry, the rain, combined with the imprecise nature of staves, quickly swept the potion away. Knowing the weather reduced the chances of that potion working, he already prepared another assault. Without skipping a beat, he pulled an extremely tight turn on his broom, skimming the ground as he whipped around Ivan. The G-forces forced him to lean almost horizontally, but that let him stay even lower. When facing someone on a broom, most people wouldn't expect an attack from below. Ivan certainly didn't. Harry released the potion right by Ivan's leg. He missed his intended target, the less armored area behind the knee, but luckily enough, it struck his staff instead. The lengthening potion was intended to make Ivan hilariously lopsided, but ended up making the staff unwieldy. Harry flew up and away to safety to evaluate the situation once more. Despite his ability to attack being greatly hindered, Ivan didn't give up. He resorted to simpler spells that required less staff movement, and they were simple enough to dodge for Harry, given their distance. Not wanting to be fouled for being too passive, Harry cracked open a pebbling potion, which showered Ivan in stones that were quite a lot larger than pebbles. The distance between them was an advantage to Ivan in this case, allowing him to dodge most of it and let his armor absorb the rest. "It looks like we have reached a stalemate," Ivan declared. "Except that you can run out of potions, but I do not tire easily." "We'll see about that," Harry shouted back. His hand ran through his belt. Frostbite potion he only had one, and he needed to be close enough to bypass the armor. Liquid Light and Bottled Night, two potions that worked well together, but he needed to be precise with them. Fleming's potion was always an option that he didn't want to exercise. Stone Skin might weigh Ivan down, but had a bad side effect of making his skin nearly impenetrable as well. Softening potions, he was planning on saving them for the ground in case his broom failed. If he used it on Ivan, he'd find his limbs flaccid, effectively the same as a jelly legs jinx. If it worked on the staff, it would leave it more unfit for spellcasting. If he was really lucky, it would soften the armor, but that depended on how magic resistant the dragon scale was. Mind made up, he dove down towards Ivan. In response, his opponent swung his oversized staff over his head to prepare a simple banishing spell, slow and predictable, but it could easily blow a potion vial away if Harry threw it too early. It was down to a matter of timing. He approached at speed, closing the gap in a second. 30 paces, 20, 10, despite looking like he was going to crash head-on, Ivan didn't budge. At 5 paces, when Harry was nearly close enough to get physically struck by the staff, Ivan cast the spell. Harry threw the potion. Harry was struck hard on the shoulder by the staff, getting knocked off the broom as he flew past Ivan. The spell from the staff was released harmlessly past him, and the potion struck its mark dead center on Ivan's chest. The referee shot a yellow flare from his wand. "Muggle combat," he yelled. "I was attempting to cast a spell. I did not think he would come so close," Ivan shouted back. Looking over at the judges' table, they were still deliberating. He took the opportunity to undo the straps on his armor, which was now mostly dead weight. Harry also stood up, rubbing his arm. His right shoulder was tender, and he knew there would be a large bruise for the healers to take care of. At least nothing was broken. A magical cloak didn't give much physical protection, and Harry realized he'd been overconfident with the spell protection the cloak gave him. Finally, the judges came to an agreement: no foul. Ivan had been casting a spell. They resumed the duel, both at the starting positions once again. Harry wasted no time, taking advantage of the less defended Ivan by throwing the remainder of his pebbling potions at Ivan. Fist-sized rocks rained down, which Ivan was forced to dance out of the way. Using his vambraces to deflect what he couldn't dodge, the boy came out only lightly bruised, but obviously tired. With very few potions left for direct assault, Harry knew he had to soften Ivan up a little more. Once again, he dove down towards Ivan, holding the Liquid Light potion. This time he was a little more cautious, not wanting to get struck by the staff again, but it also allowed Ivan to safely cast the spell as he approached. While the magic didn't manage to banish the potion back completely, it shattered on the tip of the staff and a little splashed on the ground, as well as Ivan's leg. Where the potion had splashed, it started glowing, faintly visible in the stormy sky. Most of it was already getting washed away in the rain. Harry popped open the second part of his attack, Bottled Night. This one produced a stream of darkness that completely blocked sunlight, but not other sources useful for astronomers, and in this instance, good against people who couldn't easily cast Lumos. He circled around the arena as quickly as he could, filling the air with the black, silky smoke as if he were wrapping the entire platform up like a present. Ivan was casting wildly at Harry, knowing he couldn't let Harry finish. Just as the bottle was emptied, he managed to land a lucky hit on Harry's broom feathers. Harry landed hard on the ground, but since he was only a few feet high at the time, it wasn't a big problem. The real problem was that a dozen potions shattered at once. Freezing potion, softening potion, a few sensory swapping and sleeping potions were now mixing dangerously on the ground, along with the broom, which was now sparking and popping. He jumped up and ran. The blowing wind forced him to move towards the light at the other end of the platform. Ivan. Toxic smoke, or a big guy with a big stick. Harry had 5 seconds to decide. He took a deep breath and held it. His reserves were down to 2 potions: Fleming's potion, and 1 freezing potion. He had his gauntlet, fully charged and good for only a single shot. He just had to stay out of the smoke longer than Ivan, or knock Ivan out of the arena. Harry ran towards Ivan, hoping that the sounds of explosions would mask his presence. In the darkness, Ivan was slowly marching forward towards the center of the dueling platform, keeping himself guarded. The gauntlet wouldn't be powerful enough to blast him out of the way. Ivan noticed the sounds of footsteps, and saw a flash of movement just in time to prepare a spell. As he released it, Harry threw the freezing potion, coating the ground in ice. Harry let his cloak absorb the brunt of the magic and continued to charge forward. As Ivan prepared another spell, Harry leapt forward and slid. The rain that was falling wetted the fresh ice, making it especially slippery and rocketing Harry right past Ivan's feet. He took advantage of this and raised his left hand, releasing the raw magic at Ivan. The flash knocked Ivan forward, and the ice caused him to slip to the ground. Harry continued to scramble away from the smoke. At the edge of the platform now, he could only make out the glowing tip of Ivan's foot and his staff. He saw Ivan stand up and raise the staff, and then the staff quickly dropped to the ground, along with the leg. He'd done it, and without using Fleming's potion. He waited for a few seconds, expecting the end of the duel to be called. What was going on? His eyes still weren't fully adjusted to the artificial night, but he could tell the crowd was still there. He could definitely hear them. Then he realized the judges couldn't see inside the light barrier that he had set up with the bottled night. The air was starting to smell acrid. The potions would soon affect him, too. If they didn't end the duel soon, he'd need proof he won, after they dispelled everything. He took another deep breath and ran towards Ivan. He grabbed the staff and tried to run back, but slipped on the ice. The wind got knocked out of him and he involuntarily drew breath as he crawled away as quickly as he could, firmly grasping the staff as he went. The rain was soaking his hands. His shoulder ached and he was growing more tired by the second. The sounds of the audience tasted annoyed, and the darkness was getting itchy. Oh, wait, that must be the sensory swapping fumes hitting me, Harry thought. This is ridiculous. I swear I'm never going to duel with potions again. Except this one more time, Harry reminded himself as he bowed to Fleur. Officially declared the winner of the duel against Ivan, Harry was given less time to rest as he now faced off against his next opponent. Ivan was still taking potions to counter the many effects of what he inhaled. Harry mounted his broom, and was surprised to see wings immediately burst from Fleur's back. She chased him into the air, giving him no room to rest safely. Harry wondered about the sword she was carrying, trying to figure out how it was enchanted. It was ridiculously spiky, almost like a thin Christmas tree made out of bones. I wasn't expecting you to fly, Harry told her as he circled from a safe distance. I thought you didn't enjoy being in your Vila form. It would be ridiculous not to. Anyone with such talent on a broom would surely use it in Z's event. And from the ground I can do nothing, Fleur answered as she flew towards Harry. He hadn't been expecting her to fly right off the bat and much of his strategy, stupidly, had depended on her being on the ground. Throwing a potion at a moving, flying target was going to be hard, and almost impossible given the deflecting shield that Fleur was using. He'd have to get up close and practically slap her with the potion if he needed to guarantee a hit. With one of the stone-skin potions in hand, he charged towards Fleur. Unexpectedly, she swung her sword well before they were near and spun away to her left. A few of the spikes detached from the blade, miniature knives that flew towards Harry. He dodged out of the way. It wasn't much harder than dodging the harpies in the Trial of Air, but it did catch him by surprise. The knives arced around and reattached themselves to Fleur's sword. Suddenly, he realized that his entire plan was reversed. He was the close-range fighter while Fleur could strike from a distance. He had to dodge another flock of flying blades before he could collect his thoughts. Again and again, Fleur was trying to end the duel as quickly as possible. Harry had no trouble anticipating the attacks with his legilimency and avoiding it with his reflexes, but the trouble was his offense. He tried sprinting towards her after she swung her sword once more, but was nearly stabbed in the back by the returning blades. He threw the sensory switch potion at Fleur in a half-hearted attempt, which she repelled with her shield. Seeing no other choice, he resorted to using his gauntlet, but it was good for only one shot, and he had to make it count. He'd follow it up immediately with a potion and possibly end the duel in a single attack. Pulling himself close to his broom, he charged towards Fleur once. Again, she launched the blades towards him, and again he dodged by diving underneath her. The knives were on their return trip towards her as Harry rose up behind Fleur. He pointed his left hand at her back and released the charge on his gauntlet, intending to blast Fleur into her own knives, and pulled out a potion with his right hand to follow. But she saw it coming. She folded her wings into her body and flipped backwards, allowing the energy from Harry's gauntlet to pass over her harmlessly as she dropped like a stone. Harry's follow-up potion was quickly brushed away by her shield once again as she spun around, catching the flying blades and releasing them one more time in a single, fluid motion. Harry didn't have time to admire her dance-like grace, and couldn't maneuver his broom well with only his legs. The split-second delay to grab the broom once more cost him, as he was caught by 3 of the blades. Thankfully, the thick leather cloak provided a little protection and prevented the knives from piercing anything vital, and one of them was embedded deep into the wood on his gauntlet. When the knives wriggled their way out of his flesh, it stung even worse than when they went in. Ignoring the pain, Harry forced himself to grip the broom and concentrate on another solution. That was when he noticed the one stuck in his gauntlet was still attempting to pull itself out. He yanked it out, feeling its light pull drawing it back towards Fleur. He pulled a random potion with his other hand and stabbed the knife deep into the cork stopper, and let go. The knife flew back at Fleur as expected, and the bottle shattered as the knife reintegrated itself with the rest of the sword. A patch of gray rock started to grow over Fleur's weapon. I guess that was the stoneskin potion, Harry thought. It was obviously starting to weigh Fleur down, but she attempted one last swing. Less than half the knives actually parted from her sword this time, the rest were now encased in a layer of rock. With fewer knives to manage, Harry deliberately let one strike his gauntlet once more, keeping a good grip on it before it returned, and this time attached an explosive potion to it. Fleur, realizing her weapon was a liability now, dropped her sword as Harry let go. The knife and the sword met in midair and the explosion sent the sword flying into the barriers protecting the audience. Harry was glad to be able to revert to his original strategy. With one of his sleeping potions in hand, he charged straight at Fleur once again. Without any other weapons, she resorted to her natural Vela fire, which was weakened by the rain and dissipated harmlessly by the basilisk hide. The fireballs didn't faze him at all, and now Fleur was on the run. Over, under, and around, Fleur was trying to get away from Harry, but he had the obvious advantage of using a broom. She was initially pulling seemingly impossible feats of flight that Harry wished he could emulate, but was quickly growing tired. Flying under her own power was much more taxing than holding onto a broom. Her evasions were getting sloppier. Harry noticed that, due to her fatigue, she was tending to dodge downwards more often. He finally intercepted her as she dove again, flicking off the cork on the sleeping potion and drenching Fleur's hair with it, and flew away to prevent himself from suffering from the same effects. The results were immediate. Fleur, being physically tired, was overcome with sleepiness and stopped flapping her wings. As she dropped to the ground, the magical wings retracted into her back. Harry held his breath and swooped down to catch her, gently lowering her down to the ground where the Medowitches took over with their Levicorpus. As Fleur circled over Ivan like a vulture, impatiently waiting for its dinner to finally fall down and die, Harry was getting an interview from the reporters. Sirius and Hermione were at his side, being questioned as well. Mr. Potter, Mr. Black, no doubt everyone's noticed the brooms you used. Are they the same as the one you used in the trial of air? Asked a reporter from the Quidditch Inquisitor. It may be based on the same general design, but I've made a few changes to make it more accessible to the public, Sirius laughed. Not everyone's a natural flyer like Harry. What changes are we talking about? These will be available for purchase. Well, for one thing, a barrel of malt whiskey a day is rather expensive, so we opted not to use Abrax and feathers, Sirius began. But the point is that kids will be able to fly around on these after they get out of school. There should be a good number available in stores by then. A reporter from the Daily Prophet commented on Harry's cloak. "That's Fleming's logo for his new apothecary, isn't it? Does this mean you've chosen your future career already?" "Oh no, certainly not," Harry said, sighing. "Fleming's skill and knowledge were quite instrumental in my performance today, and in the making of this cloak." Before Harry could finish, a few owls flew into the stadium, each delivering messages to the Daily Prophet reporters. They apparated away immediately, leaving Harry bewildered. What was that about? This time, 2 oars apparated into the field. Sirius Black. "What's this about?" Sirius asked. "We'd like you to come with us," they told him. Their wands were already drawn. "Hold on, Sirius. You're not under arrest. You don't have to go anywhere unless they explain what this is about," Hermione reminded him. "It's a security concern." The other Auror was already ushering all the reporters away, and trying to get Harry and Hermione away from Sirius as well. "Anything I know, they can know," Sirius said firmly, placing a hand on each of their shoulders. "Now tell me what this is about. We just need you for some questioning. There's been a breach of security at Azkaban. We're hoping you can help us with some of your unique expertise." The Fumation lessons Dumbledore provided Harry were giving the headmaster critical information. As Moody had known for a while, but bound to stay silent under contract, there were definitely runes for memory involved in Harry's blood runes. Draco Malfoy's attack had been quite the blessing in disguise, giving the former Auror warrant to delve deeper into his investigation and share it with the headmaster. Whose memory the boy had acquired, though, was the question of the hour. Moody believed it was James Potter's memories. Dumbledore could see how blood magic would easily lead to such conclusions. However, he couldn't shake the suspicion that it came from a far more sinister source, that of Voldemort or, at least, a piece of Voldemort. Unlikely as it was, he was working on the suspicion that Harry himself was a Horcrux. He knew that Voldemort had performed the ritual at least twice. Evidence of one, possibly his first, had been left behind in Hogwarts. And when he removed all the books from the restricted section of the library that contained any reference to the dark ritual, he obviously had to read through them himself first. While he didn't know as many intimate details on how to split a soul as Voldemort did, he certainly knew the fundamentals. However, Voldemort's defeat at the hands of the infant Harry Potter was missing a critical element. Harry Potter was nowhere near the ritual circle where Voldemort had planned to complete his 6th Horcrux. Still, this was unprecedented magic. Nobody had ever made 6 Horcruxes before, nor had anybody ever survived a killing curse before Harry Potter. He chalked up the differences to the mysteries of the ancient and primal magics. It was the only way he could make the result fit with the prophecy. He needed this prophecy to be complete and fulfilled. Dumbledore wished that Trelawney had never communed with her inner eye that night, but more so, he wished that nobody had overheard them. A prophecy unheard was a prophecy without power. Was Harry ready to fulfill his role in the prophecy? Last year, Dumbledore would have said yes, but now he needed to re-evaluate the boy. That meant stretching out the lessons so he could spend more time with Harry, but he was just learning too quickly. This was only their 4th lesson and Harry was ready to begin fading his body. The pattern by which the boy was learning was indicative of great use of occlumency. He could perfectly replay a memory for further practice on his own. Dumbledore needed a way to waste more time with Harry. Very impressive performance at the duels, Harry. However, I would like to make one small request before we continue our lessons, Dumbledore said. And what's that? You see, a great number of people were watching the duel. Many noticed your excellent skill with potions. However, when they questioned me about the Hogwarts potions curriculum, I could not truthfully tell them that you learned it from our potions professor. Snape. Obviously. Professor Snape, Harry. He's not my professor anymore, sir. But he is still a professor at Hogwarts. I would ask you to give him the same respect you would give me. Harry stared blankly at Dumbledore, vividly recalling the overheard conversation from his previous timeline. That won't be a problem, sir. Excellent, Harry. Could I ask you to attend a few of Professor Snape's classes? At least, for the sake of Hogwarts' reputation. Are my future Fumation lessons dependent on my attendance? Oh, I certainly wouldn't leave you hanging halfway through these lessons. Consider it a request, Dumbledore explained, his eyes displaying his trademark twinkle. All right then. It could be a learning experience, Harry accepted. On with the show, then. Do you think I could attempt a full fading today? Not quite so fast, Harry. I've already explained to you the dangers of fading your entire body. First, want to show you a few memories of a few wizards who used this technique in battle. Come over here. This is a pensieve. What a complete waste of time. Hermione muttered in an angry whisper. He spent an entire hour, this week's lesson just to tell you that smoke is affected by the wind. She kicked the legs of her desk in frustration. Unbelievable. What's next? A month to tell you Voldemort was a bad person. Harry laughed out loud. And part of that deal was to attend a class or two of Snape's. I suppose he's running out of subtle options. Or maybe he thinks I'm still that naive. The Azkaban breakout probably has him worried about Voldemort, and he wants to figure me out before he deals with he who doesn't have a real body. A pair of spells shot towards Harry, which he instinctively blocked with a shield. Potter! Moody yelled. Pay attention. Harry straightened his back and faced forward. Yes, sir. Hermione held back a giggle at his overstated response. Moody wasn't quite so amused. He was drilling the class harder than usual, and the students without Harry's reflexes didn't fare so well. Several students were unable to look at anything other than the blackboard, others had their spines frozen in perfectly good posture, which made packing up and leaving rather difficult. Mr. Potter, stay after class for a few minutes. There's something important we need to talk about, Moody said. And this is a private matter, Miss Granger. You're going to have to leave the room, he added when he saw Hermione stop as well. I'll meet you at Gryffindor Tower, she said. Be careful, she whispered into his ear as well, disguising it as a key, on the cheek. Harry, wary of being trapped in a room alone with Moody, immediately strengthened his occlumency shields and readied the releases on his wand holsters. Moody made no moves, other than rearranging the parchment on his desk. Have a seat. Harry sat down, now trying to find a reason to avoid looking Moody in the eye. Nor did he want to stare at the door and appear desperate for escape. After sitting in silence for a little while, Harry asked, sir. What do you want to talk to me about? We're waiting for our other guest to arrive. Be patient. Harry expected Dumbledore to come striding through the classroom door at any minute. He furiously ran scenarios through his head, seeing if there was any safe way of getting out of it. Moody obviously had protections on the door. What about the windows? Probably reinforced from entry. Did he anticipate Harry jumping out of them? In Moody's eye would probably catch Harry unholstering his wands before they were even in his palms. Maybe he would be forced to play dumb. Could he get to Hermione in time, even if he managed to get away? Flying up to the tower would be the fastest way, but Dumbledore already knew Harry was an animagus. Harry kept his panic attack when the doorknob turned and the hinges creaked open. An unmistakably unbearded wizard in unmistakably uncolorful robes stood at the door. He would better be described as buck-toothed, brown-haired, and entirely unsure of himself. "'Es, sir. You wanted to see me. Come on in, Longbottom." Harry gawked in relief and disbelief. Despite the extracurricular training with Harry, Neville was still scared witless by Moody. Seeing Harry there with him helped calm him down. "Do you know what I've called the two of you here for?" Moody asked. "Azkaban," Harry guessed. "Did Pettigrew escape?" "Not just him," Moody answered. "But 4 or 5 others, too. The Lestranges among them." He violently uncapped his hip flask and took a long swig, slamming it down on the desk when he was done. "Blast those fools," he said. "Black finds a way to escape prison last year, and they change nothing." Another draft helped calm him down. "But that's none of your concern. Lestrange, that's the problem. Dumbledore thinks the two of you shouldn't know this on account of sullying your innocent little childhood." One look at the two boys told him everything he needed to know. Harry snorted at the mention of Dumbledore, while Neville was starting to show an emotion his meek self rarely expressed: anger. "But your head in the sand is just a target on your rump. So I'm telling you now. The Lestranges are the last living Death Eaters who were present on the attacks on both your homes. They might just be crazy enough to try to finish the job. What can we do about it? I need to warn my gran." Neville squeaked out. "You don't need to do anything, Mr. Longbottom. Your grandmother's already under Auror protection. The two of you just need to stay here, at Hogwarts, and maintain constant vigilance," the boys finished unenthusiastically. "As for you, Mr. Potter, don't you even think about chasing them down like you did with the Malfoy boy. You're not ready. You can outduel any other student in the school or all 3 schools, to be frank, but don't believe for a second that counts for anything against the likes of the Lestranges. Harry couldn't argue. The name, Lestrange, summoned vague memories in the back of his mind, all centered around death. The joy of death. He may or may not have faced them before, he couldn't remember, but people had died around them. Was it Cedric, or Sirius? Remus, perhaps. Somebody had died by their hands while he watched. He knew he was stronger than he'd ever been in his other pasts, but there was no way to truly test his skills. When Neville got up and left, Harry walked out with him. Damn it all. Neville raged at Wall, while the portraits nearby fled to other frames. He continued to kick and pound the stone as Harry watched, unsure of what to do for his friend. He chose to stay silent, keeping others at bay to let Neville work off his anger. He decided it was time to intervene when Neville pulled out his wand. Whoa, Neville, I think you should put that wand down. I mean, that wall's probably your friend. It's doing an excellent job of keeping the ceiling up and I don't want it to change its mind. Neville didn't acknowledge Harry, but he did drop his arm down to his side, and slowly sat with his back against the wall. With his head on his knees, he stared at the floor and asked Harry, "What can I do? I'm not even as strong as you, and Moody said you're not ready. It's supposed to be my turn, and I can't do anything." Wait, what do you mean it's your turn? You don't have to be the hero, Neville. In fact, I can tell you that being a hero is kind of an unfulfilling job, for the most part. No offense, Harry, but you wouldn't understand. You've got it easy. Your parents are gone. Images of his parents, the one he saw in the mirror of her eyes, flashed in Harry's mind. The one thing he wanted, but could never have. The childhood he could have grown up with instead of the Dursleys. Long after the mirror was gone, he still dreamed of the life it showed him. Desires of the heart didn't disappear that easily. In his anger, he grabbed Neville by the collar, pulled him up to his face. Easy. You think my life without my parents is easy? You don't have to worry about them. Neville broke free from Harry's grip with an angry shove. My parents are still alive. They're still out there, at St. Mungo's, while all I can do is sit here at Hogwarts and do nothing, while the people who put them there are walking free. Harry didn't know how to respond to that. It was true he didn't owe anyone anything, at least, not anyone living. Anyone who he chose to defend was his choice, and so far it was only Hermione and the Weasley family. He offered Neville the only thing he could think of. Nothing. You could be training. Nobody's achieved anything through moping. Anger turned to jealousy as Neville advanced on Harry, pulling his wand from his pocket. That's easy for you to say. You're Harry Potter. Skipped 2 years over the summer and you're still at the top of your class. Neville flung a leg locker curse at Harry wordlessly, which Harry blocked. We can't all be geniuses like you. Harry didn't say anything, but stuck to defending himself. Given the numerous amount of schoolyard jinxes, the most dangerous of which was a Petarficus Totalis, Harry knew Neville was still in enough control to not really try to hurt him. He kept a shield up, hoping Neville would calm down eventually after venting long enough. Meanwhile, he tried to judge the strength of the spells Neville was sending his way. He certainly wasn't as powerful as last time around, under Moody's training, but it seemed that Harry's dueling lessons had been great for his roommate's magical strength. He didn't have time to feel proud of himself, because the portraits had long gone and Professor McGonagall had arrived. What is the meaning of this? If her stern voice wasn't enough to cut in between them, her wandwork certainly was. Harry and Neville both found themselves playing the part of human cockatiels, dumbly sitting in cages that had been transfigured. Straight out of the floor. Well, fighting in the hallways. What do you have to say for yourselves? Neville looked clearly ashamed, reverting right back to his introverted self in the face of their furious head of house. Sorry. Forgot, Harry said. While a poor excuse, it was pretty close to the truth. Being a champion in the tournament over and over for several years made Harry a little heedless towards the rules. McGonagall was not impressed. The look of disappointment said it all. Mr. Longbottom, 25 points from Gryffindor, and 2 nights detention. Mr. Potter, another 25 points. I'd give you detention as well, if it didn't interfere with your training for the tournament. If it's all the same to you, I'd like to serve detention with Neville, Harry said. Both Neville and McGonagall's eyes snapped towards Harry with incredulity. McGonagall waved her wand and the cages disappeared. Are you sure, Mr. Potter? As he nodded, a hint of pride flashed across her normally stoic face. "Very well, then. You can both head to my office immediately and wait for me there." She spoke to a few of the portraits as they left. The two boys walked silently for a few floors. As they reached McGonagall's office, Harry spoke up. "Did you realize you cast most of your spells nonverbally, Neville? You're not as weak as you think." It was Sirius's idea to accompany Neville and his grandmother Augusta to St. Mungo's for his final visit to his parents, at least until the Azkaban breakout incident blew over. Nobody had bothered to mention to Sirius after his own escape that the Auror couple were still alive just barely. Having fought side by side during the last war, Sirius felt obligated to see his surviving comrades. Most of the others had died towards the end of the war. Voldemort's attacks had been escalating and the Order was doing more fighting as the Ministry was being corrupted from the inside out. The members of the Order had been whittled down, first the Bones family, then the Pruitts, McKinnons, with the Potters and Longbottoms at the end of the list. Sirius chatted with Harry about his old allies as they walked towards Hogsmeade. "From what I remember, Frank and Alice were two of the strongest wizards in the Order of the Phoenix. Next to Moody, they took down more Death Eaters than anyone else," he recalled. No question that they were the strongest pair. The Pruitt brothers were a close second, though. "How about my parents?" Harry asked, eager to know more about his family. James and Lily were another great pair, for sure, but, how should I put it, they weren't quite the side-by-side combatants that the Longbottoms and Pruitts were, Sirius said. "James would usually go charging into the thick of things with me, and then Lily would heal us up afterwards. James was pretty protective of her, but she knew how to defend herself when the going got tough. The Longbottoms, on the other hand, they were both Aurors. Partners at work and at home. They knew each other, their strengths, weaknesses, style. That team had the highest capture rate in the Order. Of course, Moody was the best solo fighter, but he never did trust anyone but himself to watch his back. Is that why Neville's grandmother is so hard on him? She wants him to be as powerful as his parents. The Howlers were legendary at the Gryffindor table during Neville's first 2 years. Anyone who caught a glimpse of the old Longbottom matriarch at the train station knew she was a force to be reckoned with. Is she? Well, I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Frank told me a few stories of his mother. Old Lady Longbottom would never accept anything but the best. She threw a fit when he announced his engagement to Alice, saying she wasn't good enough for her son. Calmed down a little when she found out they met at work, and Alice had beaten his old scores at Auror Academy. He laughed a little, then muttered darkly, "Still, I couldn't stand that old hag. Always acted like she had half a vulture stuck up her ass and the other half stuck in her hat. Don't tell her I said that." Harry laughed as well, recalling the incident with Neville's boggart in his 3rd year. "It was a shame to lose them," Sirius said. "James and Lily as well. I keep thinking that we might have been able to turn the tides, but after they were out of the fight, things really started to go downhill." Harry was confused by Sirius's statement. "What? Didn't the war end when Voldemort killed my parents? And weren't you in Azkaban by then?" "Huh. Oh no, I don't mean it like that. I meant getting pregnant," Sirius said, laughing. It was really strange. It had been a rough year already, and Dumbledore called a meeting for all the members a few days after Halloween. No strategy talk this time, though. It was just a motivational speech about love in times of war and all that jazz. Next thing you know, Alice, Lily, and Marion all got knocked up within a week. They all decided to pull out of the front lines and stay at home. Well, except the Bones couple. We didn't find out about Marion had been pregnant until after she died, along with her husband. Alarm bells began ringing in Harry's head. This was too much of a coincidence. Moreover, he wondered about why he was even conceived in the first place. Usually an odd question to ask, but it had been in the middle of a war in which both his parents actively fought in. Right in the middle of it, they decided to have a child. He allowed Sirius to continue without saying a word. It was the death of Edgar and Marion that got Dumbledore scrambling for security. Put the Potters and Longbottoms both under the Fidelius charm. You and Neville were born only a day apart. He stopped in his tracks and gave Harry a hug. The rest of us had to work a bit harder without them at the front lines, but I don't blame them. I've got you now. And Moody got a peg leg out of it, he snorted. He doesn't blame them either, even if he always wanted more troopers. When they arrived at St. Mungo's, Sirius pulled a photo frame out of his pocket and showed it to Harry. It was a photo of himself, Peter Pettigrew, the Potters and the Longbottoms, all posing in ludicrously heroic stances. Peter had been singed out of the photo. We were the youngest members of the order. The others had a nickname for us. Flaming Fledglings, or something like that. It was, kind of fun, despite the crazy life or death situations. I was planning on giving that to Neville. You think he'd enjoy it? Harry was surprised to learn that his parents had been so close to Neville's. Nobody had ever mentioned anything of the sort to him, and Neville probably didn't hear these kinds of stories from his grandmother. I hope so. I'm not sure what he thinks of his own parents, he doesn't talk about them very much. He handed the picture frame back to Sirius before stepping into the flow, fully prepared to come tumbling out the other side. His sooty coughs were masked by the coughs and sneezes of the ill wizards that filled the waiting area of St. Mungo's. Sirius helped him off the floor and they approached the front desk together. Tap your wand here and a Medowitch will come see you in due time, the witch at the desk said. We're here for a visit. Could you point us towards the long-term ward? Sirius asked. Janice Thicky wards up the stairs. You'll have to talk to a healer to let you in, she answered without looking up. Harry and Sirius made their way to the entrance of the ward, where Neville and his grandmother were waiting. An aura that Harry didn't recognize waited behind them. Neville waved meekly at Harry, while Sirius was just concentrating on looking everywhere but the vulture hat. The owner of said hat looked like she was trying to smile at Harry and glower at Sirius at the same time. Healer Strout's going to let us in soon, Neville informed them. Harry nodded to his classmate, then offered his hand to Mrs. Longbottom. How do you do? Now then, Neville, why haven't you introduced me to your friends yet? Mrs. Longbottom cut Harry off to nag her grandson, making him wince. It was impossible that she didn't recognize Harry, given how much more famous he had become as the official Hogwarts champion, but proper manners was more important than meeting superstars. Neville did as he was told, but it was a relatively useless gesture. Harry just waited awkwardly to repeat the same motion, while neither Sirius nor Mrs. Longbottom wanted to be nearer than necessary to each other. With nothing else to do to pass the wait, Harry turned to the Auror. Excuse me, your name is Farrakhan. Don't mind me, I'm party here for Madame Longbottom's protection, and partly to investigate whether or not Mr. and Mrs. Longbottom are under the threat of an attack. He refused to answer any more questions after that. Healer Strout let them into the ward, motioning for them to stay quiet as they walked. The entire ward had an eerily clean feeling. The hallways seemed to be untouched, but peering through the windows showed that the rooms were polar opposites. One of them had scuffed floors from a man pacing endlessly between two tiles. Another was entirely padded, but the cushions were ripped and the stuffing strewn about. The charmed doors did a good job of keeping the noise down, but within arm's length everything could be heard. Harry couldn't help but feel drawn to each one, to try to see what was wrong. Would you like my autograph? A bright, toothy, perfectly aligned grin slammed into one of the doors just as Harry walked by, making him jump back in shock. The former Professor Lockhart continued to babble, but now that Harry was further from the door, the silencing charm had kicked in. Harry noticed that, despite his dementia, the man never failed to stop and flash a perfect smile every 5 seconds or so. We're here. Healer Strout unlocked the door for them. She and the Auror continued down the hall, presumably to continue his investigation, leaving them to visit the patients in private. The room was sparse, but at the same time, well furnished for a hospital. There was a coffee table with an empty vase and an empty bowl. Frank and Alice sat in 2 recliners facing a window with flowery drapes. Mrs. Longbottom immediately began sprucing up the room, a flower in the vase, some lemo, drops in the bowl. Neville took Sirius's gift to a desk with several other photo frames. Harry followed him and noticed his parents were in several of them, smiling and waving. His mother was in another, holding him as a baby. Right next to her was Alice Longbottom, holding a newborn Neville. I just remembered. The two of you were almost born on the same day, Sirius whispered. Harry tried to look to Neville for confirmation, but he'd already walked around to his parents. Frank showed very little response. Come on, I think it's time for us to say hi. Alice was looking at her son, at least, in the general direction. She seemed to stare through him, but that was more than could be said of Frank. He didn't seem to notice anyone in the room at all. His motionless gaze made him look like he had died with his eyes open. The intermittent motions of blinking and breathing came more as a surprise than a relief to Harry. Alice was a little more responsive, especially when Neville took her hand. A small twitch at the corner of her mouth made it look like she was trying to smile for an instant, but it faded away just as quickly. Sirius sat down across from Frank and explained at length about why his long absence and his time in Azkaban. Although Frank didn't appear to be listening, Harry didn't want to interrupt. He turned to Neville, who was just sitting silently, holding his mother's hand. "I don't know what to say to her anymore. It seems like I ran out of things to talk about years ago," Neville said softly. "It's the same thing every time. Even after first year, I tried to show them some things I learned at Hogwarts. Tried to turn a matchstick into a twig and set the tablecloth on fire. They didn't bat an eyelash. Well, you can't just stop trying. There's always the chance they can tell what's going on, but can't react, right? You should show them what you know, just in case." "I suppose so. What's the most impressive spell you've taught me, Harry?" "The Patronus." "Well, I wouldn't try the bombardment curse inside a hospital," Harry answered, eliciting the first grin on Neville's face all day. Neville took a few tries to form his Patronus. The first few times was just the silvery mist, but the final one took a cloudy, animal-like form that moved around on the ground. It wasn't corporeal, but certainly impressive for a fourth year. Neville's grandmother was undoubtedly surprised at her grandson casting a difficult spell, but it ended abruptly when Neville suddenly shouted in surprise, "Mum!" All eyes jerked back to Alice, who was sitting as usual, with her eyes where the Patronus was seconds ago. She moved. "I'm sure of it," Neville cried desperately. "Get Healer Strout." "I'm on it," Sirius answered. Elated, Neville tried again. This time, his Patronus was even more well-defined. Harry could make out a pointed snout from the cloudy silver mass. More importantly, though, Alice Longbottom looked like she was trying to follow the Patronus's movement as best she could. Her hand twitched. Neville tried to guide the Patronus up to his mother's lap, but it dissipated once again. Seeing her response powered Neville's final attempt as Sirius and the healer returned. This time, it formed into a corporeal echidna, which leapt up into Alice's arms and disappeared. The seconds ticked by tensely while nothing happened at all. Suddenly, Alice tensed up and took a deep breath. While everyone stared in shock and scrambled, wondering what to do, no one noticed Harry collapse. Harry knew this feeling well by now. The feeling of being outside his own body and in someone else's, seeing through their eyes. Another vision, another chance to scope out information on Voldemort's whereabouts. He tried to get his bearings, but this time everything was bright. Extremely bright. Voldemort liked to hang out in deep cellars where he couldn't be found. Harry thought that he was in the middle of a desert at high noon. Except it wasn't hot. He still couldn't get his bearings, and he couldn't see anything other than bright light. Then he realized there was nothing, no ground, no sky, just light. Also conspicuously absent was the aching on his forehead. It was surprisingly calm and quiet, no noises, not even any thoughts from his host, but there was an emotion, fear. A speck appeared in the distance. Movement. White on white, impossible to tell what it was. It was small. It was an echidna. A silvery white echidna. It sniffed at Harry for a second. The fear subsided, and so did Harry's senses. He woke up again, and everything was black. Pain, this time, but he wasn't experiencing pain. More like the memory of pain. He couldn't see anything, although he could hear. Scuffling, shouting. Crucio. That word triggered Harry's own memories. Yes, that was the pain being remembered here. Crucio, again. And laughter, mad cackling laughter. Another Crucio. He heard the rustle of a waddling monotreme nearby. The pain subsided. Harry's senses went black again. This time, he was blind and deaf. But he could feel something in his arms. Warm, soft, cuddly. Squirming. It was a baby. He wanted to protect it. No, they wanted to protect it. But they weren't strong enough. A few prickly spines brushed his leg. His senses faded again. Sight and sound returned once more. Everything looked blurry, sounded muffled. Someone was leaning over him. Someone important. He tried to reach out, and everyone suddenly moved. It was too fast, he couldn't keep track of where they went. The important person finally reappeared at his left again, long enough for him to recognize. He tried to reach out again. Someone else was there. Behind the important person, didn't like them. Another person entered, someone familiar. Familiar but not close. They put their hand in front of his face. Someone was grabbing his arm. Everything faded again. Harry woke up in a large, white room. Bright, like his first foray into this world. At least there were walls and a floor this time. He walked forward, bumping into a desk. Then he noticed the entire room was filled with desks. All white. It was some kind of classroom, but not Hogwarts. He noticed something shuffle behind one of the desks, and walked towards it. He nearly threw up at what he saw. It looked like a mangled corpse, so badly damaged he couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman. Shriveled up almost like a mummy, but still alive. It reminded him of what a Dementor would look like without its cloak. It reached out towards Harry. He scrambled backwards in panic. Then he noticed more of them. Behind every desk, there was another one. They pulled themselves towards him, sliding their broken bodies on the ground. None of them could stand. A few of them didn't even have the strength to move at all, weakly pawing an arm on the ground towards him. Bloody red masses in the white background, they kept appearing. Harry's back hit the wall behind him. There was no escape. Suddenly, a familiar silver echidna appeared at his feet. It ran to the advancing line of half-dead corpses, and began to pull one towards Harry even faster. He watched, transfixed, as it slowly tugged the corpse all the way to Harry's feet. It reached up towards Harry. He stared down as the mottled black hair fell away from its face. For the first time, he noticed the brown eyes staring up at him, pleading. Alice. Harry, stunned at his own realization, reached out in response. It was too late. Everything faded, for the last time. Harry woke up with Sirius and several Medowitches hovering over him. Harry, you're awake. Oh, thank Merlin. Harry bolted upright. He was in an entirely different part of St. Mungo's. Where's Neville? Whoa, calm down. You just collapsed, and none of the healers here have a clue what happened. You need to rest. Sirius tried to push Harry back down onto the bed. I do. And I need to see Neville and Alice. I need to figure this out. The choice between Dumbledore and the Unspeakables was actually easier than it seemed. Dumbledore was a known quantity. Harry had seen him act last time around. The Unspeakables, well, people spoke a lot about them without telling very much. So when St. Mungo's suddenly flooded with masked ministry men, Sirius helped Harry duck into the nearest fireplace, flowing straight to Gryffindor Tower. Neville and Hermione were waiting for him. Harry tumbled into the couch in front of the fireplace, where the two of them were having a frustrating discussion. Both of them had been trying to figure out what Harry had done. Hermione wanted details that Neville couldn't provide, and Neville was racking his brain, trying to recall details he might have missed. When Harry appeared at their feet, it was like a golden four-leaf clover just sprouted out of the carpet. Harry was plucked from the ground before he even had the chance to dust himself off. Harry, you're all right. Hermione dragged him into her clutches like a lioness with her cubs. I don't mean to be rude, but did you have anything to do with my mum? Neville asked desperately. I'm pretty sure I did, but I'm also sure it was you, Harry said. I don't suppose anyone else has tried casting a Patronus at your mother, have they? 10 times, give or take, Neville answered. First, they got me to do it, but I was exhausted after 2 more and the rest weren't corporeal. Then a few of the Medowitches tried, one of the healers, and when the Unspeakables arrived, each one of them gave it a shot. No reaction from my mother again. I'm sure it was something you did. As far as I'm aware, I didn't do anything but pass out. Something happened to me, but I don't think I did anything, Harry answered. It seemed like I was inside of her mind or something. Not much of it made sense, but I'm sure I was seeing, or experiencing, your mother. An awkward silence passed before Harry added, she hasn't been able to say it, but you've been on her mind a lot. She loves you very much. An even more awkward silence passed. Hermione managed to remain completely academic and asked, wait. Are you telling me you read her mind? And you weren't even looking into her eyes? She's been seen by the best mind healers for years already, Neville pointed out glumly. If it were as simple as that, she would have been cured ages ago. I really don't know. It didn't feel like legilimency, if that's what you're asking, Harry answered. It was something different. I know I've felt something similar before. One particular memory had stuck with him, the pain, along with the protection, was something he dreamed about often. Desperation, yet determination. Fortitude in the face of fear. Helplessness and selflessness. Not Harry, please. Kill me instead. A flash of green. A woman's scream. Not Neville. You can hurt me all you want, but not my son. A wave of maddening pain. A wave of mad laughter. Hermione was shaking Harry's shoulders when he realized he was still sitting on the couch. He slowly turned to Neville. Nev, do you remember the attack on your parents? You know, the one that put them in St. Mungo's. No, how could I? I was just over a year old at the time. I remember when my parents died. But there's a funny thing about that, which I never noticed until now. I remember it mostly from my mother's perspective. The same way I saw your mother's memory, Harry explained. I'm not sure if I'm ready to hear about it. Neville mumbled out, eyes fixed on his shaking hands. He got up and made his way up the spiral staircase. Can you tell me about it tomorrow? Sure, not a problem. Harry found himself pulled back into Hermione's arms. Are you sure you're ready to talk about all that with him? She asked. I can tell how much that memory of yours hurts you. And if what happened to Neville's is anything like it, Harry didn't say a word in response but gripped Hermione's hands tight. He didn't want to experience those memories again. And he certainly didn't want them to come to pass again, for anyone else. A bleary, red-eyed Neville was the first one at the Great Hall for breakfast. It was clear he didn't get much sleep the night before. When the rest of the Gryffindors got down there, his face was nearly mixing in with his eggs. I guess you had a lot to think about. Last night, didn't you? Harry said, poking the boy's shoulder. You mind telling me about it in more detail? I really don't feel like double potions this morning. I agree, Hermione said. We should find someplace quiet like the historical agriculture section of the library and talk about this some more. Hermione, are you actually suggesting that I skive off class for today? Neville gawked. Oh, come on. Everyone knows that I know that Professor Snape's class is hogwash. I could teach better than him. Apparently, she said it a little too loudly, because half the Gryffindor table stopped and nodded in agreement. Hermione blushed a bright S. Arlette, glancing at the staff table to make sure her voice hadn't carried that far. No such luck. The big black bundle of billowing robes descended down the aisle and hovered over Hermione. So, Snape drawled. The know-it-all fancies herself a professor, does she? Hermione stiffened up. Just because you managed to get the perpetual failure to boil water successfully doesn't put you on the level of a potions master. I'll have 100 points from Gryffindor and an apology from you. Don't. Surprisingly, it was Neville that spoke to Hermione with a face full of determination. Hermione and Harry taught me potions. You didn't. You couldn't. You're a piss-poor teacher, and that's a fact. Another 100 points from Gryffindor. Snape seethed out slowly, as if to lengthen the punishment. I have taught thousands of students, and you are by far the worst. You have no talent whatsoever. Hermione managed to teach me. That makes her a better teacher, by far, Neville responded. You dare speak to me in such a manner. Even if I can't get brewing through that thick skull of yours, I'll at least have to teach you some manners. Why, if I had a child like you, I think I'd prefer to be locked up at St. Mungo's. He sneered. The blatant jab took Neville by surprise. He'd taken personal insults from Snape for years already, but never against his parents. If you think you can get anywhere without my potions instruction, you're free to leave. It won't make much of a difference for someone destined for the dregs of society. Before Neville could form a response, a loud shout from further down the table cut in. You mean we don't have to take your class? Thank Merlin. I'll take Granger's classes any day. Yeah, does it matter who we learn from as long as we pass our owls? Is the Bobaton's potions professor in their carriage? Maybe we should head over there. Someone else suggested. I heard the Bobaton's professor knows 100 different beautifying potions. One of the girls added. Obviously that's 100 more than Snape. Other students joined in the uproar, causing Snape to shirk away from the student tables and look to the staff table to help. Dumbledore, unfortunately, wasn't there. The other heads of houses were deliberately ignoring the situation and continuing with their breakfast. They likely only wanted to keep the students' ire directed at one deserving professor instead of inviting it against themselves, but some students interpreted their silence as implied approval. As more and more students piled on thinly veiled insults, others were more eager to join in, figuring that the Hogwarts dungeons could only hold so many children in detention. Nearly everyone except the Slytherins left the Great Hall early, whooping and cheering towards their newfound freedom from the dungeons. Leaving more quietly, Harry, Hermione, and Neville noticed Dumbledore coming down the stairs, talking to their potions master, Fleming. When there is this much laughter coming from this many children, some people call it a riot, Dumbledore mused. Do I have any reason to be worried? No sir, not you, at least. You might want to talk to Professor Snape, though, Neville answered, his fear of getting in trouble just slightly edging out his excitement that half the school mocked his greatest fear for him without a single ridiculous cast. Harry and Hermione were too busy making questioning faces at their potions master. Snape, didn't you say he was your resident potions instructor? Fleming asked. Do I have any reason to be worried? No, none at all, Dumbledore sighed. Professor Snape is the one who has taught your apprentices for their first 3 years of schooling, and one of the best potions masters in the country. No more Snape. No more Snape. A student cheered as he ran by. Fleming's eyes followed him until the boy disappeared around a corner. Dumbledore cleared his throat. I think I will have to interview this man in person, Fleming said. He's probably still in the Great Hall. Neville jerked his thumb back towards where they'd come from helpfully. Fleming immediately began walking in that direction, gesturing for Harry and Hermione to follow him. I apologize for the short notice, but it appears my business opportunities in Britain have grown massively for a short period of time, and I'll be too busy to teach you personally for about a month. I wanted to make sure the potions master was competent, up to my standards to oversee your instruction while I'm gone. Upon re-entering the Great Hall, Fleming found Snape getting into a loud disagreement with the other heads of houses. All the students were gone now, leaving only the staff table and the occasional pop of a house elf taking away the dirty dishes. Taking some criticism is part of your job, McGonagall was saying. As much as I try, I don't dare to think that every single student enjoyed my instruction. You think you've had a difficult time bonding with your students. At least you weren't born with the issue, the mixed-breed charms professor added. Instead of his usual cheery, tight-lipped smile, he was showing off the much toothier grin of his goblin heritage. I believe everyone could use a healthy dose of humility, Dumbledore boomed from the doorway, causing everyone to pause. After all, if you're too busy looking down on everyone, you'll never see who's ahead. The students especially. Headmaster, it is time for you to expel these troublemakers, Snape dismissively swung his arm towards the 3 Gryffindors. Everybody, Fleming reiterated for Dumbledore. I have to say you haven't made the best of first impressions. Although the headmaster has put in a good word for you, I'd like to see how you do yourself. If you're as good as he says you are, I'm sure you'll pass my test easily. You can save your argument for later. Snape looked disbelievingly at the graying old man, who bore a vague resemblance to Moody, perhaps with shorter hair and more limbs, but all of the presence of a man who was the master of his craft. Dumbledore's silent nod told all 4 heads of houses that their argument was forcibly being put on hold. A strand of Snape's long hair swung down in front of his face. His frustration from a mere half-hour ago was still simmering inside him, distracting him from the boiling potion below. A bursting bubble splashed a drop of the unfinished potion onto the dark lock of hair. The resulting green flare could have been caused by the potion alone, or the mixing of whatever oils and powders had seeped into his hair. Nobody wanted to reproduce those results to find out. I was wondering how long it would take for that to happen, Fleming laughed. Now keep going. I was distracted, Snape snapped out, stirring even more carefully. If these children hadn't been so infuriating this morning. Children being children. You can't brew potions when they're around. So what you're telling me is that you're only capable of brewing potions 2 months out of 12. Stop giving me excuses. And hurry up. Snape continued brewing, working at a furious pace, eager to get over the humiliating exercise as quickly as possible. A quick 10 minutes later and the potion was finished, the inner inflaming potion. Are you confident enough in your work? Drink it. Snape boldly scooped up a thimbleful of the potion and took a sip. His skin reddened slightly, and then returned to normal. Fleming pointed at the flame underneath the cauldron, wordlessly telling Snape to demonstrate the efficacy of his results. Snape rolled up a sleeve and placed his hand in the fire, holding it there for several seconds. After pulling it out, Fleming conjured a block of ice and lobbed it easily at Snape. It melted almost instantly on contact with Snape's hands. Well, at least I can't deny your results. The touch of Evermoss to correct for your extra stir was exactly the right amount. The headmaster told me you could always brew a potion well, now I believe him. Snape stood silent, neither pleased nor ungrateful of Fleming's assessment. Anything easier than this level of potion would have been a patronizing request for him to brew. He expected nothing less of himself. However, he knew there was some more criticism on the way. But I can't let you teach my students. In fact, I wouldn't let you teach any students at all. Your methods are haphazard. You know of a dozen ways to correct for any mistake, but you can't see the dozen ways to prevent the mistake in the first place. You may be able to brew a potion in your own personal space, but I would recommend brushing up on the basics of cauldron safety if you ever choose to work for an apothecary. Nobody would hire such a reckless brewer. You're an accident waiting to happen. He has my utmost confidence. Dumbledore defended his staffing choices. To date, he has never failed to brew an effective potion, including the Wolfsbane potion. Waiting to happen, Fleming repeated. He's still green. Get a few more years under your belt and something harder than school potions, and it'll happen. I guarantee it. The way you teach, I wouldn't expect anyone to be safe brewing more than household potions. From what I've heard, his lack of safety has managed to send first years to the infirmary. He was incompetent, Snape spat bitterly. No talent for potions at all. Of course he was incompetent. Fleming roared. A first-year student. I expect them to know nothing at all. If everyone was born a competent brewer, you wouldn't have a job, would you? Fleming strode around the room, walking behind Snape and inspecting the knives, mallets, bowls, and other tools. I can see you fancy yourself a master because you invented many of your own techniques. What you don't seem to know is that others have already made these discoveries long before you. You used a blend of the Rosenkopf and Mallier extraction techniques on the bulbs. A modified 3-point cut instead of an outright 5-point. Your technique is full of compromises when one or the other would be better, depending on the potion. You must have learned as much on your own through trial and error as you did through textbooks and instruction. Snape's glare told Fleming he was disturbingly accurate with his analysis. And yet, somehow, you expect first-year students to simply learn what is not in the textbooks, through trial and error, without the error. And you blame them, when your own instruction fails. Hermione. Brew a solution of 4 sleepless fortnights. All the ingredients should be there. Hermione started to collect the ingredients. Immediately. Her methodical technique was slower, but undoubtedly safer. That's a Newt-level potion. Do you seriously expect? Snape began deriding Hermione's attempt before she even began. Fleming cut him short. If you would like to learn how to brew at a Newt level, Mr. Snape, I suggest you take notes. I run 6 shops in 3 different countries, and I'm planning to expand both. Over the course of 30 years, I have had 0 deaths, and only a few minor accidents among my employees. Turning to Dumbledore, he asked, Headmaster, how long has this man been teaching at Hogwarts? Nearly 13 years, he answered. About 2 years after his graduation from Hogwarts. Fleming massaged his one eyebrow in frustration. Well, this certainly threw a pickle in my potion, he muttered. Barely finished as a student and was expected to teach students immediately afterwards. No wonder he doesn't have any higher potions certifications. Better Business, or International Intrusion. By R. Kingston. The entrance of the internationally acclaimed brewer Floyd Fleming, of Fleming Apothecary and Potions, onto the British Isles was lauded by some and feared by others. The use of potions is not widely recognized outside the realm of healers, but a business where anyone can request nearly any potion to be made for them has successfully been introduced in Germany, France, and Austria. Many are excited about the convenience it provides, but those looking for employment may have to keep searching elsewhere. FAP appears to be searching for brewers with at least 10 years experience, and their potions Newt, naturally. When asked why such difficult criteria were required for each applicant, Mr. Fleming replied, we simply want the best. Understandable, but it appears that nearly all brewers with 10 years experience are already successfully employed, and fresh Hogwarts graduates are out of luck. To fill in the possible gaps in employment, Mr. Fleming has stated that he intends to bring in foreign help. There is, however, a way out for young brewers. For the price of 60 galleons, FAP is also offering a course for those who carry a potions newt to fast-track them towards employment, which also gives them international recognition as licensed brewers. This seems like a pricey investment, and some have even considered it a sham. Standing once again in front of a crowd of thousands, Harry realized he was being watched. Well, he always knew he was being watched, but this time, there were people in masks, and he was in their territory. The trial of Earth was in the same place as last time, some island controlled by the Ministry's Unspeakables for use as environmental training grounds. There were deserts, forests, fields, and mountains all within spitting distance of each other. This time, they had placed the stadium closer to the desert region. And around the stadium were the Unspeakables. They were all watching him. Harry knew it. He didn't know what they wanted from him. He hoped it was to investigate what happened at St. Mungo's. He didn't expect to replicate that feat in front of a sandworm. Or had they been investigating his rather unusual rise in talent? If they delved more deeply, the secret inside the Chamber of Secrets would be unearthed. Or maybe they were just looking for a prospective recruit, huh? While Bagman was doing his usual speeches, Harry played a little game of Spot the Unspeakables. Most of them were placed evenly at the top row of the stadium. A few were moving around with the security teams. A few at the front row with a clear view of the staging area. And only a few among the crowds, but given they were Unspeakables, there was a good chance there were also a few in civilian clothing. He knew he'd been a little reckless this time around, but he really wanted Voldemort dead and was trying to figure out the best way to do it. He was tempted to see how much he could stir the waters today before something came up to bite him, but he'd need to get Hermione to agree to that. He definitely wasn't leaving Bill dead, in any case. For now, he'd have to wander around the island as if he never knew the layout, even though he already knew exactly where he needed to go to fetch the ingredients. At least he had a good excuse for having such a well-formulated plan. In lieu of training with Snape of the past month, Fleming had decided to leave Harry a list of potions to practice, and they all seemed to have very specific uses. Orchidean sandworm mating scent, elephant mole scent, the sandworm's favorite food, as Hermione explained, animal frenzy potion, and soiled soil, good for repelling earthworms, questionable for sandworms. With all those potions on hand, he decided to go with only one of them in order to save time. The sparks flew from Bagman's wand, and Harry dashed ahead of the other two, out of the open-ended stadium as fast as possible. He quickly noticed that Ivan wasn't leaving with them, staying in the giant sand pit where the golden eggs were buried deep underground. Is he seriously thinking of trying to fight those sandworms with wandwork alone? Harry wondered. He'd find out when he got back. Ivan's loud, vigorous spellcasting would keep the crowds entertained, at least. He wished that they could have just made a mad dash for an apothecary instead of running around an artificial island for ingredients. He only intended to make 2 potions, but the number of ingredients required led him to every landscape. He spent half an hour of marching through fake desert, then another half hour of fake grasslands, then a whole hour by an artificial river to get frog eggs and a drink of water. Everywhere he went, though, Fleur seemed to appear within a few minutes. After nearly 2 hours of trekking and ingredient gathering, he couldn't ignore his traveling companion any longer. "Fleur, are you following me?" he asked, breaking the long silence between the two competitors. "Non, we just happen to share similar strategies," she replied with a slight blush, either from anger or embarrassment, or both. "So you decided on the essence of elephant mole yourself?" Harry asked suspiciously. "It is a rare, but useful spice for some traditional dishes," Fleur answered. Harry didn't know if she meant traditional French, or traditional Vila. Perhaps he could do well to sample some more foreign cuisine. They returned to quietly picking flowers and extracting pollen, until Fleur broke the silence once more. "Do you know much about me, Harry?" "What?" Harry was taken aback by Fleur's rather forward question. "During the last duel, you mentioned how I disliked my avian side." "I do not recall telling you this," she said. "I only noticed Z's discrepancy long after Z fight was over. Tell me, how much else do you know about me?" She sidled up to him in a meek, demure manner that was completely unlike the supermodel-like persona she was in public. He could feel his heart beat faster, his palms getting sweatier, and his breathing getting shallow. "You treat me so differently from all the other boys, Harry." Tell me how you want me to treat you. Fleur stretched out the last word while softly placing a finger on her bottom lip, as if she were about to lick it. Her breath reached Harry's nose and it was, unsurprisingly, fragrant and fresh. Harry clammed up, not knowing how to react, and probably too nervous even if he did. Violence and death threats he'd handled well before attending Hogwarts. Magical seductresses, not so much. Then the allure hit him. Or, at least, it hit the barriers in his mind, alerting him to the assault and forcing him to focus once again. Damn, he thought. She managed to do all that to me before letting that aura of hers go to work. Much to Fleur's surprise, the allure created the exact opposite effect that she intended. Harry jumped straight into combat mode, knowing he was under assault. His wand shot into his left hand as he backed up. He sized up Fleur. She was definitely in a compromised position, taken aback by Harry's sudden action, and still sitting on the grass. Her hands weren't anywhere near her wand. In fact, her right hand was on his pouch. The one containing all the pollen, the most painstakingly slow ingredient to gather, which he'd been working on for the last half hour. Hands off, Harry warned, pointing his wand at Fleur. Oh, but you cannot raise your wand at your competition, except in Z Trials of Champions, Harry. Fleur reminded him. Won't you just let me, Avenue Z's? No, Harry replied flatly. But you're using your allure against me. Isn't that against the rules, too? And so is stealing. I am not doing Z's with a wand, she answered plainly. And it is not stealing if you give it to me. So won't you let me have it? I will be so very thankful. Batting her eyelashes, biting her bottom lip, and twirling her long, silvery hair with her free hand, all while increasing her aura's intensity. She even puffed out her chest and plumped up her B-easts with her other arm, not that she needed it. She was pulling out all the stops. Harry resisted. No, he repeated. Give it up, Fleur. It's not going to work on me, so put that pouch back. Fleur continued to hold that pose for a minute, but when it was clear that she couldn't break Harry, she scowled and tossed the pouch back to the ground. You really are unlike the other boys, she growled. Since both of them still had at least another 15 minutes worth of pollen gathering to do, they both got back to work quickly. It was a mess when they returned. Ivan had pretty good endurance, but for the most part had spent his time blasting away at sand. The sandworms had a good habit of burrowing underground very quickly when they were under attack, and their natural heat resistance and thick hides made them pretty tough to deal with. It seemed absolutely ridiculous to take them on directly, but both Harry and Fleur saw why, soon enough. Ivan's leg had been injured slightly, which was surprising. A sandworm's teeth could grind through rocks on a regular basis, a human leg wouldn't even require chewing. Whether it was luck or skill that he got away with such a minor injury, he still needed to brew himself a healing salve and get some rest. The brewing was going horribly, which took away from his ability to rest. Harry had to chuckle as Ivan struggled to cobble together a basic fourth-year potion. His frustration wasn't helping, and he was probably sweating as much as the cauldron was steaming. Harry had wondered why Crumb was generally picked over Ivan, despite Ivan being massively more powerful in the duels. He watched as the tall boy took a sip of his off-color product, then immediately double over with stomach cramps. Harry, on the other hand, was doing quite well with his potion, as was Fleur. He decided to test some of it out. He animated some of the sand into a vague four-legged animal without bothering to completely transfigure it, and dripped a few drops of his potion onto it. When the potion soaked through the grains of sand, he sent the little creature running back into the sand pits. It didn't make it very far. 10 steps in, and a 5-foot-wide circle of teeth burst from the sand and engulfed the entire thing in one bite. Just as quickly as it appeared, it disappeared underground again. No wonder Ivan had trouble with these things. Since he knew the lure worked, Harry got to work quickly on the good, old, dependable explosive potion. Fleur was working on a slightly different second potion, after confirming her own luring potion worked just as well. Ivan had managed to work through his cramps, making a second attempt at a basic pepper-up potion. The next animated pile of sand was made more carefully, that is, he made them shaped like an actual animal, with a hollow center. Inside, it carried a large vial of explosive potion. He hadn't been informed exactly how many sandworms were under there, but he assumed there were more than 3, and hopefully less than 10. He had to ration the explosives before he could make a dig for the nest. He could also hope that Fleur's strategy could help him take out a few more, but competitors weren't the best people to depend on. Another drop of the elephant mole scent, and away it went. Again, the worms appeared to be ravenous. The first worm got to the explosive sand ferret in less than 10 seconds. Nobody could hear the explosion, but they could see the sand shake slightly when it went off. Excellent, Harry thought. He continued to transfigure explosive ferrets. He had enough for 5 more potions, and hoped that would be enough. Explosion after explosion rocked the subterranean den beneath the arena. If the worms were known for anything, it wasn't for their brains. They answered to every beck and call, and each time one would be blown up, and the sand would get tinted slightly redder. Until Harry ran out of explosive potions, and there were at least 3 more worms fighting for the last sand ferret. The very last one exploded before it burrowed, splattering the entire arena with worm guts. If that didn't get the audience's stomachs heaving, the fact that most of the bits were still squirming did. They weren't squirming for long, because apparently sandworms had no qualms with cannibalism. While the crowd was relieved to see the gory bits and pieces disappear, Harry wasn't. He counted 3 more worms to take care of, and he'd run out of potions to work with. He turned to Fleur, who had been sitting back and letting Harry do all the work so far. Well, he urged his competitor to make a go at it. Fleur did something similar to Harry, dabbing some of the lure onto a transfigured animal and filling it with another potion. She, however, chose to make 3 of them at once. 3 fat chickens ran off into the middle of the sand, and predictably, 3 worms came up to swallow them all. What followed wasn't the usual boom that the crowd had gotten used to, but the sand was definitely moving. Churning, writhing. Occasionally an entangled mass of worm bodies would appear on the surface. What you are witnessing here, folks, is the beauty of nature at work, Harry heard Bagman announce. The rarely observed mating dance of the Arachideian sandworms, normally only occurring under the cover of night. Bagman paused as he leaned over and listened to one of the beastmasters. What's that? Really? Oh, really? Folks, you might want to shield your eyes for the next part if you're squeamish. Like a few creatures in the animal kingdom, the mating dance ended with the males feeding the female. And sandworms were messy eaters. The instant the 3 broke apart, the gigantic female turned around and chewed through the midsection of the smaller sandworm, once again leaving bits and pieces of squirming sandworm in the arena. The audience was squirming in a very similar fashion. The other sandworms suffered a similar fate. 1 sandworm remaining on the field was much better than 3, but there was still the issue of 1 sandworm with an endless appetite. And the ability to move very quickly underground, exactly where they needed to go to retrieve their golden eggs. Harry still had some leftovers of his luring potion, so he decided to make several more ferrets out of the sand, doused them in the remainder of the potion, and sent them running around the edge of the arena. He immediately began to cast as many shoveling spells as he could muster, but only managed to get shoulder deep before he heard the rumble of the sandworm return in his direction. He scrambled back to safety, while the sandworm undid all his work as it burrowed protectively above its nest. Back on the brewing platform, Harry looked at his 2 rather useless competitors. Ivan was, once again, doubled over in pain from whatever he ended up brewing. Fleur, surprisingly, looked like she was similarly about to throw up as well. Don't tell me you tried drinking his potion, too. Harry chuckled. Fleur only glared at him. Oh, right, he said. You hate worms. That mating dance certainly was something else, wasn't it? A few good laughs did well to get his spirits up, but he was no closer to getting his prize than the other 2 champions. He really didn't want to go for another 2-hour potion ingredient scavenger hunt, but he had nothing left. Fleur still had leftover luring potion. Ivan had, whatever concoction he ended up making. Well, since they're not using them, can't make things worse, Harry thought. He animated another pile of sand, loaded it up with Ivan's cauldron of bubbling goop, and showered it with Fleur's lure and sent it off. Once more, he sprinted towards the varied landscapes to gather what he needed for another exploding potion. That is, until he heard a strange rumbling behind him, along with some violent thrashing. The audience, although safe behind their barriers, were screaming. Harry turned around to see the last worm vomiting up its earlier meals, launching projectiles of half-digested worm organs at the horrified onlookers. And then it did it again. And again. It was almost like an endless fountain, and at some point, it must have been hurling its own guts instead of the guts, contents. At this point, Harry tried to see how Ivan was doing. That boy must have had an iron stomach to be able to handle his own potion better than this worm could. When everything had finally settled down, Harry approached the worm. Fleur had managed to climb down from the platform as well, keeping her wand trained on the body and her other hand over her mouth and nose. You reckon it's dead?" Harry asked cautiously, with his own wand pointing at the unmoving worm. "I do not know. Why don't you poke it with your wand while I retrieve the egg?" Fleur answered. "Oh, ha ha." Harry sent a spearpoint hex towards the worm, which bore a hole through its hide. With no response from the worm, he decided it was safe to start digging. Working together with nothing left to stop them, it took them 20 minutes to dig and levitate 20 feet worth of dirt to reach the nest. Harry pulled out 2 of the golden eggs, leaving the third down at the bottom. "Let's call this one a tie," he said, tossing one egg to Fleur. "How gracious of you," Fleur curtsied with her one free hand. The awards turned out quite well for Harry and Fleur, although Harry took top honors for destroying the greatest number of the sandworms. As it turned out, Ivan had managed to kill one worm before Harry and Fleur returned, but its body was devoured almost immediately. Karkaroff was arguing with the judges that the very last worm could be attributed partially to Ivan's potion, but since he was still too sick to even stand on the podium, the judges dismissed the idea. With the points awarded and the crowd dispersing, Harry felt an incredible thirst. He jogged back into the champion's tent for some extra refreshments before looking for Hermione and the others. On his third cup of pumpkin juice, he felt the tent shake a little. When he peeked outside, the stadium was gone, and the ground beneath the tent was moving. Or, more accurately, it was being rearranged. Further out, he could see all the other odd landscapes moving as well, with the forests breaking off from the plains, and the desert now rearranged to be right beside the river. He noticed there had been plenty of unused landscapes in storage, such as a waterfall, a patch of jungle, and tundra. He was stuck on a single, lone, tile of desert sand, separated from all the rest. While it had always been obvious that the trial of Earth had been held on an artificial island, the scale of the place and the fact that it could be easily remodeled amazed Harry. He hoped he wasn't accidentally going to be placed into storage, because he had no idea how to leave, other than by the portkey that brought him in. Several blocks of mountainous cliffs moved in and surrounded his square, trapping him inside. Definitely not an accident, he told himself, bracing for a fight. 10 hooded, masked figures appeared above him at the top of a cliff. The sheer rock face began to sink down lower, bringing one of the unspeakables to Harry's level. She stepped off, showing no signs of hostility. "You may call me Mensa. I am the head of the researchers in the Room of Thought at the Department of Mysteries. We would like to ask you a few questions, Harry Potter." Harry was escorted down a dark hallway that felt almost familiar. His anxiety grew as he tried his best to remember, but all he could recall were vague feelings of desperation and loss. His thoughts turned to Sirius for some reason, but he couldn't remember why. The faceless figures in white cloaks weren't helping. Harry was constantly trying to fight the urge hex them all and hide around a corner. They led him down a labyrinthine hallway. He felt like a lab rat, or whatever the magical equivalent was, being shown the way through a maze. He knew he wouldn't remember the way out unless they showed him. They finally reached a straight, simple hallway with doors lining each side. The unspeakable opened one of them and gestured Harry to go inside. "These will be your quarters." "Quarters? I only agreed to be here for a few hours, at most." "Where's Alice Longbottom? Isn't that why you brought me here?" Harry asked, feeling suspicious. When they had said they'd ask a few questions, he thought there would be more talking and less walking around. "Standard operating procedure. We don't anticipate you will experience much waiting time. We've provided you with a meal." The moment Harry stepped inside, they slammed the door shut behind him. "Wait," Harry called out, whirling around. He opened the door again, only to find the entire hallway completely empty. It had taken them about 3 minutes of continuous walking to get to where he was, but they'd disappeared from sight in less than 3 seconds. He closed the door again and noticed there was a delicious steak dinner waiting for him, laid out on an expensive-looking oak dining table. His hunger suddenly caught up to him, reminding him that only an hour ago he was fighting off giant worms in a fake desert. He sat down, noticing the real silverware they had provided. It was nicer than any the Dursleys owned, which Harry had cleaned and polished but never used. Harry cast every potion and poison detecting spell he knew, and came up with nothing. Hopefully that meant the Department of Mysteries was treating him as a guest. He was only halfway through when the door opened again. "We're ready." Harry didn't get to see Alice Longbottom. But she must have been nearby. He didn't see Neville either, but he must have been there too. His friend's Echidna Patronus was sniffing around at his feet as he stood in a featureless, white realm. "Hello there. Where are we going today?" A few steps forward was all it took to bring him back to a familiar location, a room full of desks. The Echidna sniffed around, ducking behind one of the desks before leading a mummy-like figure out from behind it. Harry did his best to keep a stiff upper lip as he walked towards it. He recognized Alice, or at least a part of her. He had no idea what he could do to help, but he was determined to try something. The moment he grasped Alice's hand, he was flooded with emotions of every sort. The comfort of being held while sitting in front of a fireplace, the uneasiness of introducing yourself to someone you've seen for 6 years but never talked to, the annoyance at the inconveniences of pregnancy, the joy of finishing newts. Much like the figure that he was grasping, each feeling was in dire need of repair. That Patronus was tugging at another figure. Another Alice, nearby. This one looked more like an infant, barely. Harry reached out for it with his other hand. "We need to sedate her." His eyes were closed. "Who said that?" "No. Keep monitoring her. And we need more readings on Potter. The Longbottom boy. There's something going on with him, too." The voices were fading again. Harry looked down at his hands. He was back in the white room, with the Patronus sitting in front of him. Echidnas couldn't smile, but he was certain this one was particularly happy. He was holding Alice, one of her. It still looked like a mummy, or a severely malnourished woman, but it was better than what he'd started with. He still had no idea what he did or how he did it, but he was sure this was progress. Neville's Patronus was tugging on yet another, Alice, already. Harry placed a hand on it. Again, he experienced a rush of sensations. This one seemed to be centered on touch, extremely mundane, but familiar ones. The bedsheets of the Longbottom home. The leftmost cushion of the sofa in the living room. The wand in her hand as she performed the flick for Accio. Her husband's stubble at 8 p.m. "Can't keep going like this. Did he just try to summon my robes? Tried waking him up." Again, the voices disappeared. "That's all we need for the moment, Mr. Potter. How do you feel?" "Fine," Harry replied. "I kept drifting in and out. Is Neville here? I want to talk to him. After the sessions are done. You may have a snack and prepare for the next session. It will begin shortly." The unspeakable escorted Harry back to his room, where the dinner had been replaced with treacle tart. Someone had done their research. Feeling a little bored, Harry ate quickly and stepped out into the hallway. It was silent, so quiet that it made Harry acutely aware of his own breathing and heartbeat. He started walking just for the sake of making some noise. He looked over at the other doors, each of which had Roman numerals and a piece of parchment. His door was MCDII, and the parchment read, Cruciatus Treatment Research. Sounded simple enough. He decided to do a little wandering to see what the other doors held behind them. MCDIII, Potential Florimagus. Whatever that was. MCDIV, Ghost and Poltergeist Borderline Subject. The description made Harry think of Myrtle. MCDV, Twin Bonding Research, Subject A. He found himself thinking of the twins, and what they'd do if they were separated. As far as Harry could recall, he'd never seen them apart unless it was for pranking purposes. MCDVI, Twin Bonding Research, Subject B. MCDVII, Natural Legilimens. Could Luna fit into that category? Harry was never sure of what that girl actually knew. MCDVII, House Elf Aggression Project, Subject C. Harry's eyes bulged. He probably didn't want to know the extent of the kinds of research that happened here. He quickly walked back to his room and closed the door. About 2 seconds later, just as he was about to take another bite of treacle tart, the door swung open. "Time for your next session, Mr. Potter." How did they keep doing that? He wondered. That hall was empty for sure when I came back in. Harry figured it was a very selective application of anti-apparition wards. And that they could apparate silently somehow. They were unspeakables, after all. "Hello again, Neville," Harry greeted the Patronus. It looked at Harry, but naturally didn't respond. Instead, It kept leading Harry to the same place, sniffing out little bits of Alice Longbottom. Harry still had no idea what he was doing when he took its hand. This one seemed to be a collection of fierce spiders, a feeling of vertigo, a cackling of laughter that must have been Bellatrix Lestrange, among others. He experimentally held out his left hand to another part of Alice, which Neville's Patronus was nudging towards him. This one gave him an adrenaline rush. Apparently Alice Longbottom's first time on a broom was more like Harry's than Neville's. There was at least one time that she snuck out of Gryffindor Tower to play a prank at night. And, unsurprisingly, a duel against Voldemort with her husband at her side. Holding both of them with his hands gave Harry a headache intense enough to make him wake up. He got up from the bed, noticing that the unspeakable was scribbling notes down with a pencil, of all things. That was a rather short session, Mr. Potter. Do you feel you could keep going a few more times today? Yeah, I just need something to stop this migraine. A potion will be ready for you in your room. The third and fourth sessions were much like the second. He would try to take hold of two parts of Alice's soul, give himself a splitting headache, and wake up. One potion and a 15-minute break in between each. Neville seemed to be holding out surprisingly well at the Snape meeting last week. Neville was only making one corporeal Patronus before tiring out. Maybe the thought of his mother getting better was inspiring him. Harry wondered if he was doing it correctly, or if there was even such a thing as a correct method at all. As far as he could tell, he was putting things back together randomly. The foot bones connected to the leg bone. The leg bones connected to the neck bone, he sang inside his head. Seriously, I hope I'm doing more good than harm with all this. The fifth session, however, began a little differently. Do you think we're making any kind of progress, Neville? Harry chuckled as he saw the Patronus once more. To his surprise, it replied. Harry, if you can hear me, we're getting you out soon. In Neville's voice. What was that? Neville, get me out of here. Unfortunately, the Patronus didn't speak again, having relayed its message. Even more strangely, it didn't help Harry seek out more of Alice. Instead, it kept prodding him instead. Well, if I don't have anything else to do, I might as well try this myself, Harry shrugged. He didn't know exactly how to wake himself up from this, but he figured he might as well make the best use of his time. The echidna followed instead of leading. It took Harry a good half-hour to find the fragment of Alice he'd been working with. She looked almost human now. Disfigured, malnourished, incomplete, but certainly better. He was hoping to actually restore her completely if things went well. Unfortunately, he couldn't find any other fragments this time. Being unproductive felt irritating. He felt himself being forced to wake up, and was once again lying down in the Department of Mysteries with an unspeakable hovering over him. We didn't record nearly as much activity as the last several sessions, Mr. Potter. Have you reached your limit? I don't think so. I think this time was just a little less productive, Harry thought. He wondered about Neville's message. They were going to get him out. Did they have to? Could he really leave if he wanted to? Excuse me, Mr. Animus. Right, Mr. Animus. Could I go back to Hogwarts now? I'm all knackered. Maybe another day. Your progress has been excellent so far, Mr. Potter. We've managed to learn a lot from the short time you've been here. Would you be willing to stay overnight and begin another session as soon as possible? Your work here is absolutely critical to our research. I don't know, my friends would. We will send a note to Hogwarts to inform all pertinent parties. Clearly he wasn't going to let Harry go without a fight. All right, Harry relented. Maybe he really would have to depend on Neville to get him out of here. He might as well do the best he could for Alice in the meantime. The next session was just as odd. Neville's Patronus appeared to him, and this time it said, Hermione's got a plan. Next week, we're breaking you out. So, apparently Patronuses could be used as messengers. He wondered how Neville knew he was getting the messages, or if he was just guessing. Still, next week. That was a bit of an overreaction since he'd only been there overnight. Again, he wandered the blank and formless area until he found Alice again. Holding her hand, he could tell she had a much wider range of emotions running through her. She could even move a little bit, so Harry kept holding her hand as they walked, searching for more parts Alice. They found another one which looked like a baby with a microscopic body and giant eyes, ears, and thumbs. Holding its hand, Harry found out it made up Alice's present sensory perception. They didn't merge, though, and Harry wasn't getting the headache he was normally getting. Why wasn't it working? He tried concentrating on the emotions going through Alice. Through her ears, he heard some people talk. Artifact F ready. Contact in 3, 2, 1. The white landscape darkened to gray. He whirled around to notice a black spot in the distance, with a dark gray mist pouring in, reaching forward like tentacles. Neville's Patronus was standing in front of it defensively. The tendrils were inching their way towards him. Harry didn't know what to do, or where to go. He tried telling himself to wake up, but this wasn't a dream, or at least, not a normal one. He picked up the slightly improved Alice and moved her away. He took up position beside the echidna. Nothing else he could do other than face this black mist, just like Neville's Patronus is doing. The mist wrapped around his fingers. And Harry knew he was experiencing something very familiar. He couldn't control his body anymore, or his field of view. He was stuck to perceiving through another's eyes. It was certainly a much more hospitable setting than either the Department of Mysteries or Alice's mental realm. A fireplace cackled, bringing a soothing background noise and a comfortably warm glow to the room. Everything in sight looked to be ancient, yet well cared for. There was a portrait at least 400 years old, going by the fashion sense of the subject. Odd that it wasn't moving. This couldn't be a Muggle home. An equally old clock told Harry it was 6 in the morning or evening, he couldn't tell. He found himself sitting in a plush chair, with a matching sofa to his left. A cup of tea, still steaming, was at his right. It would have been entirely inviting if it weren't for the dead body. About time, Harry heard the voice come out of his own mouth. He knew it wasn't his. And he knew exactly what was happening. Tom Riddle got up from the chair and walked around. There was Hufflepuff's cup, at the center of a ritual circle. Harry couldn't remember all the details, but he didn't need to. It was the same one he witnessed at Riddle Manor. A few incomprehensible words and some wandwork later, Harry felt like his body was being torn apart. It was as if someone had decided to pinch off a little piece of each organ in his body. Everything was wrong, everything ached, and every part of him felt incomplete, but he could feel Tom Riddle's glee. This was a little more difficult than the last one, the teenager said to himself. Harry understood the thoughts going through Tom's head. This was his third Horcrux, and he was breaking apart the stable formation of 3 pieces of souls to make 4. Harry suddenly realized why he couldn't get the new piece of Alice's soul to merge. She was sitting at a magically stable number. Tom Riddle, on the other hand, wasn't finished. As for you, my little alibi, he raised his wand at the frozen house elf that Harry didn't even realize was there. Obliviate. Artifact F. It's Hufflepuff's cup, isn't it? You've been keeping it around. Harry shot the accusation at Animus. So you experienced it, then? Good, good. I'll have to make a note of that. It has proven useful for study. Such artifacts are rare to come by, and we're not wasting the opportunity. Animus scribbled on his parchment without making eye contact. And what in the name of Merlin's wrinkly A.S. made you think of giving one of Voldemort's Horcruxes to Alice Longbottom? 2 fields of research naturally intersect here. Harry gaped. Having a staring contest with a mask wasn't going to get him any clarifications. I'm not doing this again until that Horcrux is gone, you hear? Your next session will not involve Artifact F. It was given that Harry would agree to another session, whether he liked it or not. Remembering Neville's message, he decided to go with it. He returned to his room, with another snack, butterbeer and pumpkin pasties waiting for him. 1 bottle later and Harry was brought back into the same old chamber. Once again, as he fell to unconsciousness, he met with Neville's Patronus. I hope you get this, Harry. Here we go, it said. The dream ended abruptly. Harry awoke to sounds of shouting through the nearest wall. Neville probably needs some help, he thought. Animus appeared to be distracted, so Harry used the opportunity to stun him. Wands in hand, he kicked open the door and tried opening the next one. Locked. Alohomora did nothing. Bombarda worked. He ran inside to see a still unconscious Alice strapped to a table by the wall nearest his own testing room. At the other end was Neville and one unspeakable, both unconscious on the ground. 2 other unspeakables stood over them, one trying to revive their ally and the other turning towards the blast that Harry caused. Harry let out a string of wildly thrown stunners, showering the area with red light. Most of them missed, but all he needed were 2 to hit. He ran over to Neville and revived him. Harry, you're all right. My mother, we have to get her out of here, too. Sure, Nev. Please tell me you have a plan. Yeah, Hermione, Luna and Mr. Black are leading the way in. Mr. Lupin and the Weasleys will be diverting the reinforcements. The plan kind of hinges on us being able to fight our way out, to meet them, though. Glad you still have your wands with you. You're going to have to do most of the fighting. Neville released all the restraints on his mother and mumbled, Levicorpus. Alice began to float around waist height. Harry was glad he was allowed to keep his basilisk cloak and wands as he used it to block a stunner while returning one of his own. As far as Harry could tell, they having it easy. They had fought mostly unprepared unspeakables, probably researchers at most. Everyone else was making a lot more noise, so navigating was relatively easy. They headed towards the sounds of battle at least, until he got to the maze. Neville, do you know the way out? Yeah, I've memorized it. They brought me down here blindfolded, but the occlumency you taught me helped a lot. Hermione reviewed my memories and we managed to make a map out of it. With Neville giving directions, they continued to stun and disarm their way through. As they neared the sound of fighting, Harry heard laughing, of all things. We never got into this much trouble, did we, Moony? Expulso. I think it's pretty safe to pass on the mantle of the Marauders, wouldn't you say? Protega. Now's not the time, Patty. Wait, I smell him. Harry. Stay down. Harry obligingly followed Remus's warning as he turned the corner, ducking low. Spells whizzed by overhead as the others appeared to have barricaded themselves behind door, reinforced with chairs and cabinets that had been transfigured into stone. All of them were ducking behind a row of desks, which had been similarly transfigured. This, doesn't seem like we're following the plan. Harry, you're all right. Sirius barked out at him, pulling him in close. Hugs later. More reinforcements. Hermione yelled. She blew a key at Harry and went back to transfiguring more furniture from the adjoining rooms. Luna was taking all the shattered bits of stone and turning them into mice, which scurried through the cracks and did a decent job of distracting the people on the other side. Remus was concentrating on blocking spells that could hit them. Fred, George, and Ron were there as well, each one of them doing their part as the lobbed potions and banished darkness powder at the door. George was keeping his ears on one extra long extendable ear, getting a good read on what was happening on the other side. As well prepared as they were, it was clear they were backed into a corner with no way out. Most of them were tiring out from trying to fix the barricade, with no strength to return fire. They had no idea how many reinforcements were through the door, and if the Aurors got involved, there would be at least another 100 trained wizards to face. On the other side of the door, the unspeakable code named Jupiter was barking orders. No blasting hexes. We've got 3 important specimens in there, and need I remind you that one of them happens to be a national hero. Disassemble the blockade, don't wreck it. And where's that sleeping powder? Message from Scrimgeour, sir. He says if we don't stop the noise within 5 minutes, he's sending a team of Aurors. Behind them, the lift let out a ding. They're early. Aurors are never early. They can't be that eager unless they're rookies. Jupiter growled. If there was one thing he couldn't stand, it was youth and idealism with a badge to back it up. Who are you calling a rookie? Came a gruff voice, followed by the uneven footsteps of a man with a wooden leg. Hey, someone big just came through. He's telling them to stop. Sounds like Dumbledore, George announced. Wait, some other guy's telling them to continue. No, hold it. Dumbledore's pulling out the Chief Warlock card. A few seconds later, and their transfigured barricade animated itself, walking out of the way as Dumbledore stepped into the room. The unspeakables who were in the hallway stepped aside respectfully. Moody trailed not far behind, eliciting an equal, but entirely different, type of respect from them. Everybody, have a seat. I think it's about time we settled this in a more civilized manner. I must say I prefer chocolate wands over dragon heartstrings. Unless I want something especially chewy. He transfigured the desk into a large round table as floor shaped itself into seats. There were enough seats for everyone, with the rescue party on one end, and the unspeakables at the other. Dumbledore and Moody sat between the two groups, while Alice lay on a cot behind Neville. Let me be the first to say that Mr. Potter was never actually being held here forcefully, Jupiter stated. That's a load of bollocks and you know it. Hermione shouted uncharacteristically. Her eyes grew damp as she leaned over and hugged Harry. Rocketian flew. He seems remarkably healthy now, doesn't he? It's bad enough you had to do this with a Hogwarts student. But since he's a Triwizard champion, you crossed into my territory, Moody added. He looked over at Jupiter with only his magical eye, not bothering to face him. Then let's ask him, shall we? Jupiter challenged them. Mr. Potter, did you ever felt imprisoned in the time you've spent with us? Not particularly, but the maze would have been a bit of a challenge, wouldn't it? Harry answered. I don't know if I could have left if I wanted to, but I didn't see a need for it at the time. Harry, are you under some kind of compulsion? What have they been feeding you? Hermione asked. Half a steak dinner, pumpkin juice, treacle tart, a butterbeer, 3 head soothing potions, and 2 pumpkin pasties, Harry answered. I checked everything for poisons and potions that I knew of, he added, glancing over at Moody. Every day. That's not too shabby. A little heavy on dessert, though, Remus remarked. What? No. That's it. I've only been here a day, less than 24 hours, it seems. Oh, bugger all, I'm completely off, aren't I? Harry looked back and forth between the shocked faces on his side of the table. Harry, try 7 weeks. Harry cast Calentempa to check. A mix of jumbled numbers came up. Our wards here are quite extensive, Jupiter explained. Everyone has their share of secrets. But hiding the passage of time from Mr. Potter rates a little more damaging than your average white lie, doesn't it, Jupiter? Dumbledore asked. Please, enlighten us as to why you couldn't simply ask nicely. If it were a noble and act as healing, I'm sure Mr. Potter would have volunteered his time the same way Mr. Longbottom has. That's classified, Jupiter stated. What did you do to me? Harry angrily banged his fist on the table. A stasis spell. Memory charms. Time travel. That's classified, Jupiter stated again. What were you doing with him? Were you going to let him go when my mother was cured? Neville added. That's classified, we know. Sirius slammed his palms into the table. So what can you tell us? I assure you that everything we do is for the benefit of magical Britain. Such assurances mean little from a man behind a mask, Dumbledore replied. He's one to talk, Hermione whispered to Harry. So let's cut to it then, shall we? You value your secrecy, Mr. Jupiter. What will you do to stop me from telling every agency from the Daily Prophet to the Quibbler, nodding to Luna, about what you've done here, and everything I saw? Sirius cracked his knuckles menacingly and leaned forward in his chair. Jupiter looked to each of his colleagues, who communicated silently with each other. Nothing, he replied. So you don't care. You really don't think it would affect you if I told everyone that you've been exposing Mrs. Longbottom to? Jupiter cut Sirius short, wagging his finger. I mean that I will do nothing in exchange for your silence. Breaking and entering a controlled Ministry location, especially the Department of Mysteries, can result in sentences up to and including the Dementor's key. So, in exchange for everyone's silence on the matters extending to the past 7 weeks, I am willing to do nothing at all and let you all go on your merry ways. He turned to look directly at Harry. This includes any matter involving Artifact F. Turning to Neville, he added, Alice Longbottom stays with us. It would be as if none of this happened at all. Such small details can change the world in such interesting ways, Luna spoke for the first time. The Humdingers are just buzzing with excitement. Few people paid her any attention. My job is in the details. I can assure you we can look over, or overlook each and every detail of today's little problem, Jupiter added. I'm sure you have no idea, Luna answered, smiling. Come on, then. Sometimes the bad choice is the only choice. Every member of the Hogwarts group looked at each other and nodded. Good. I love it when people simply agree to keep their mouths shut, Jupiter said. He and the rest of the Unspeakables stood up and left the room silently. So, less than a day, huh? Hermione asked. They decided to take the rest of the day off at Hogsmeade. Well, I was thinking of breaking out myself if they kept me longer than that, Harry joked. But the treacle tart was just too good. So what did I miss? 6 weeks and 6 days of your life. Fred suggested. Other than that, they told us you caught something nasty from those worms you were fighting. Taking you away for special treatment immediately. That was the excuse they had for Hogwarts the next day, Ron started. Except Ivan practically had his leg bitten off, and covered himself in worm blood at one point. They didn't take him. It was obvious they were lying, Hermione noted. We didn't have a clue until they invited me to see my mother. Said they figured out how to recreate what happened at St. Mungo's, Neville explained. We all knew it was a load of bollocks, but we had no proof. Then, after the first session, I just knew it was you. I guess that's not any more proof than before, but I was certain. Your Patronus. I knew it was you after seeing it, Harry confirmed. How did you do the talking thing? A look of confusion struck Neville. I thought you were the one who figured it out first. You very clearly said, "Hello Neville," to me. The only problem is I didn't receive the message until I woke up again. Once we figured out Patronuses could be used as messengers, we started testing and refining it in Snape Society. I think it's the new fad now. These two mastered it almost right away, Hermione said, pointing at the twins. Well, obviously a message that can't be intercepted, Fred began. And only reveals itself to its intended recipient. Not to mention lets the sender know when it's been received. Is a very crucial tool for any prankster, George finished. Neville, I think it's time for you to teach me a few tricks, Harry smiled, giving Neville a hearty slap on the back. I think there's a lot of studying I have to catch up with in the next few days. That's not all the catching up you have to do, Ron said. Hey, he's still in first place. Sirius said. It won't be a problem. What are you talking about again? Harry asked. Oh, he suddenly came to the realization that the trial of Earth wasn't one day ago, it was 7 weeks in the past. And that meant, you scored 0 in the last trial of champions, Ron said. 0. I was How did Fleur and Ivan do? Well, Fleur's actually quite good at hide and seek. She tracked down Ivan 5 minutes after the starting bell, Ron explained. Wow, an easy win for her, then. Not exactly, Hermione. Cut in. You remember how you actually have to capture the other contestant. And normally, it should be 2 against 1. Well, with you out of the picture, it became a regular duel in the forest. And Durmstrang obviously has a lot of dueling in their curriculum. Fleur found him easily enough, but she couldn't actually subdue him. As for the second round, things got a little hairy, Neville continued. Like Ron said, Fleur was really good at hiding. Ivan didn't have a clue about tracking her down. So, he got fed up and tried to burn the forest down. Harry's eyes bulged out. That's a little overkill, wouldn't you say? Not for him, apparently. And the rules didn't cover setting forests ablaze, so the judges couldn't call a foul. They had a hell of a cleanup job to do afterwards, though. Speaking of rules, I wasn't allowed to compete in your place, Hermione added. Harry had almost forgotten the rule about the champion's consort until she mentioned it. The official word from the ministry was that you were suffering from a tournament-related injury. The Department of Mysteries must have some really powerful wards if they could fool the Goblet of Fire into believing that lie. Hermione crossed her arms in frustration. Well, our father always told us that the Dom's always been a bit on the shady side, Fred explained. Lie, cheat, and steal. Their modus operandi. I guess we can add kidnapping to the list, too, George continued. The first thing they'd have perfected was figuring out ways to cheat themselves out of magical contracts and such. Rumor has it they've become so good at faking deaths they can fool prophecies. That's just a load of bollocks. Nobody's that powerful. They're called prophecies for a reason. They always come true, Ron laughed. Harry and Hermione glanced at each other uneasily, but said nothing. Anyway, Harry, to sum it all up, you went from a 100-point lead to a 10-point lead after the last event. And you've got about 1 week to get ready to fight a dragon. Did we collect enough data about the runes? Jupiter asked. Amazingly simple, but it requires an anchor of some sort. Rather curious. The girl had them as well, the unspeakable said. Good. This'll give Cronus and his cronies something new to fuss over. My advice. Forfeit, Sirius said. If you're lucky, your competition will be stupid enough to actually fight the dragon and get eaten. Winner by default. He shot his arms into the air in a mock cheer. And you call yourself a godfather. Here, I've already found a few textbooks for you to read, Hermione said, dropping a stack of tomes that rattled the table. So far, each one's been recommending teams of 5 or more, but I'm sure if I keep looking I'll find some advice for going solo. You won't find any, unless you're looking at a copy of Guts and Gory. Fun book, by the way. You won't find it in the Hogwarts library, Sirius assured Hermione while winking at Harry. Charlie tells us stories about the dragon reserves whenever he visits home for the halls, Ron said. I don't think they ever have less than 7. Unless Harkus, the half-giant, is there. But he counts as 2. The conversation slumped back into silence. Sirius and Remus finally had a chance to see Harry again after the rescue. They offered another one of their brooms to use, but Harry declined. He was going to use his own, the original feather broom design. He needed to be quick to outmaneuver a dragon. All 3 of the contestants would be facing against the native Welsh greens, which many would say was a smaller and less dangerous variety. The real problem was where the golden egg lay. Some genius decided that it would be more exciting to have the golden egg on a chain around the dragon's neck. While the Welsh greens weren't as destructive as a Hungarian horntail, nor as armored as a Ukrainian ironbelly, it compensated by nimble and flexible, making it the deadliest dragon for this particular exercise. With the horntail, Harry could have had a chance at sticking himself in between the dragon's wings and do everything he needed. Horntails weren't very good at scratching their backs. Greens were. Maybe we're approaching this all wrong. I think we just need to find an alternative method of cutting the chain, Remus suggested. How, though? Harry, how far can you throw a cutting charm? Hermione asked. Never tested it, but I think I could probably cast as far as Zonko's storefront from here, Harry said, looking down the main street of Hogsmeade. Not that accurately, though. I'd be lucky to actually hit Zonko's. Yeah, a green could probably throw a fireball in retaliation at that distance. Remus slumped back into his chair, defeated. The rules of the Trial of Fire made it seem easy enough. The champions were allowed to bring any tool they could carry in themselves. All they had to do was retrieve a golden egg, against what was supposedly one of the least dangerous breeds of dragon. They even had a safe zone to retreat. On parchment, it sounded like a perfectly safe event. Crossbow. Ron suddenly piped up, breaking the silence. Maybe Harry could shoot the egg with a crossbow. You know, like the old fairy tale, the mirrored witch and the evil huntsman. Everyone but Harry and Hermione nodded in understanding. The bolt would have to be powerful enough to cut through steel, Harry pointed out. If we could layer enough enchantments on, maybe. But who has a crossbow around here? We don't have time to make one from scratch. The 3 teens looked at each other. Hagrid, Harry. Nice of ye to come visit, Hagrid said, waving to the group. And ye brought Black and Professor Lupin, too. The group of them cheerfully entered the hut. Fang laid in front of the door, too lazy to move out of the way as everyone stepped over him. Hargid put on a pot of tea while they settled in. The topic of dragons inevitably led to Hagrid going on and on about how cute and cuddly they were. Welsh greens, according to him, were the squishiest of all dragons. The idea of hurting one, to him, was about as cruel as kicking a puppy. He still wanted Harry to try to lure his dragon close to his seat, though. Funny thing, I tell ye. At all the other Triwizard events, I could only afford the back row seats. For this one, front row was the cheapest. I wonder why they did it like that. Just enjoy your good fortune, Hagrid, Remus said. We'll be watching too, right behind you. Only about 100 rows behind, he mentally added. So, Harry, are ye lookin' for some advice on how to handle dragon? I can tell ye, the greens, they love bein' tickled just behind their knees. It's their softest spot. O' course, ye gotta get, I am all plumped up with a few sheep first. 5 oughta do it. I can't carry 5 sheep with me into the arena, Hagrid, Harry sighed. I was thinking of borrowing your crossbow, if you'd let me. And then ye gotta step aside, because they like their food roasted. Wait, what was that, Harry? What do you need me crossbow for? Little Greenie could get hurt if we're not careful. We're just planning on using it to break the chain around its neck. Harry felt a little annoyed at how Hagrid could possibly be so infatuated with dragons, with little regard for his or his friend's safety. But then again, it wasn't the first time. He just had to make sure Hagrid didn't get to keep one of the dragons after the event. After thinking about it for a few moments, Hagrid got up and rummaged through a cupboard full of tools. All right, Harry, I trust ye, but this takes quite a bit o' muscle to work properly. Ye better get practicin'. He handed Harry the crossbow, which went up to his shoulders, standing upright. He never remembered it being this large, but then again, he'd only ever seen it while Hagrid was holding it, and it looked normal-sized, for him. Well, Sirius laughed. Let's test it out. The group marched outside. From just behind Hagrid's hut, it was probably a quarter-mile to the woods. I usually aim fair that tree or there to make sure she's workin' alright, Hagrid said. He picked up the crossbow, drawing back the bowstring and loading a bolt. Harry was aware that Hagrid's veins were bulging ever so slightly as he did it. With a simple pull of the trigger, the bolt was released through the air. A deep, resounding thunk reached their ears several seconds later. Clearly it was powerful, but Harry doubted it could pierce metal with it. Hermione and Remus joined him in a brainstorm about how to make the crossbow even more powerful. A banishing charm tied to the stock, reinforcement charms on the string, stiffening charms on the bow, among others. They decided to try them all at once and handed the crossbow back to Hagrid. This time, the heavily enchanted crossbow felled the tree Hagrid was aiming at. Hagrid loaded up the crossbow one again and handed it to Harry. Looks like I've got me firewood for next winter. Now you try, Harry. The crossbow wasn't difficult to lift, per se. Keeping it horizontal and steady was a whole other story. Harry was almost certain he'd throw out his back before he could finish aiming. And his aim, thus far, was limited to not shooting his own foot, or his friends'. The weight was literally lifted from Harry's arms when the crossbow began to float by itself at his shoulder height. He glanced backwards to see Hermione winking and putting her wand away. Note to self, lightweight or hover runes first, he noted. He aimed more carefully at the same tree that Hagrid hit and pulled the trigger. The crossbow launched the bolt from its track. Harry was launched off his feet. His flailing threw off his aim, causing the bolt to arc high in the air. It landed in the grass well in front of the forest a few seconds after Harry landed amongst the lettuce Hagrid was growing. Congratulations, Harry. You managed to aim at a forest and miss, Sirius chuckled. Ha ha, Sirius. I'd like to see you try, Harry retorted. 30 seconds later and Sirius joined Harry in the lettuce patch. Ron sniggered, leading Harry and Sirius to give him death glares. When three young men were all wallowing in the mud, Hermione spoke up. Are you boys ready to look for a different solution? I think we can work with this, Sirius said. It's powerful. Got a good kick to it. Powerful is good. Yeah, I especially like the part where it nearly broke my shoulder, Harry added. I just need to improve my aim a little and I've got the trial of fire in the bag. If you can manage to hit Hogwarts Castle from inside it, I'll call it progress. Hermione rolled her eyes. You boys can't be serious. Sirius grinned wildly and moved his mouth, but no sound came out. Hermione looked up to see that Remus had his wand out, pointing at his old friend. I'm glad I stopped that one. Sirius gave him a pitiful look and tried to dispel the spell with his own wand, but failed. Nah, you think that was a basic silencing charm? Remus sniggered. This is the one Lily specifically asked me to invent to use on James in 6th year, if you remember. Harry made a note to get Remus to teach him that spell later. He got up, hauled the crossbow out of Sirius's arms, and handed it over to Hagrid. Could you reload it again? I want to see if I can make this work. With a reloaded crossbow, he cast the hover charm himself, and a stability charm that was usually used on brooms. It made the crossbow much easier to aim. On top of the dozen power-enhancing charms they already had on it, Harry was acutely aware that the crossbow could shatter from being magically overloaded. He handled it very gently. This time, instead of the far-away tree, he aimed at a boulder on the field halfway between the hut and the forest. Crack! The bolt sent chips of rock flying away, leaving the rock cracked in half. The bolt itself shattered on impact. At the other end, Harry remained standing, although he was sure he'd find an ugly bruise on his shoulder in an hour. That didn't matter, though. The crossbow could clearly do some damage to stone or metal, although they had to enchant it to its limits with so many spells to make it usable. Are you sure you'll be able to get it in one shot? Ron asked. You can't carry Hagrid in with you for trial. As the others chattered on about how much practice it would take for Harry to hit a moving, flame-spewing target reliably, Harry just sat down and cast a few healing charms on his shoulder. He flopped down onto the grass, ignoring all the others and delved deeply into his own mind. How did I handle this before? He thought. Okay, last time I died in the Trial of Champions, scratch that. The one before was when I snuffed myself with the basilisk, so that doesn't count. Then there was the riot at the Quidditch World Cup, that was a short trip. The one before that was, a year without the tournament at all, I think. Wait, I was in 5th year. Sirius died. There was one where I nearly won the tournament, but that involved something at night, fireflies. Pyriflees. The further back he went, the fuzzier the time travel memories became. He was almost certain he'd never faced a dragon in the tournament, though. That was definitely new for this round. There weren't any clues hidden in his memories of his past futures. Right, he reminded himself. That was before I trained in occlumency. And then we redesigned the beacon. Beacon. That's it. Someone, conjure me some parchment. Hermione watched as Harry wrote out a few of the most basic runes that formed their beacon, and then worked on the arithmetic equations to go with it. She sat down beside him and they worked on it together for the next half hour. Thanks, Hermione. That was brilliant, Harry said, giving her a peck on the cheek. Harry quickly incanted, find this. A little orange bolt flew from his wand, taking a few seconds to reach the distant rock he was aiming at. He then picked up a bolt and incanted, guide this. Remus raised an eyebrow. English spells. I need to keep it as simple and easy to cast as possible, Harry said. What's doin' there, Harry? Hagrid asked as he loaded up the crossbow for him. I cast a homing charm I just worked out on the rock there. Now with a matching guiding charm on this bolt, Harry decided that testing out his idea would be the best explanation. He shot the bolt into the air, and watched it curve around to strike the rock. You realize this means you're going to have to get close enough to the dragon to cast this spell anyway, don't you? Sirius pointed out, having finally rid himself of the Remus, silencing charm. I've considered it. Casting this spell once is easier than landing on the dragon itself and trying to cast 20 cutting charms in a row, Harry said. I am going to smother you in flame-freezing charms before the events start, Hermione said. You'd better practice your flying, Sirius said. Yeah, I doubt even a professional seeker like Victor Crumb could come out of that without getting singed a little, Ron added. Harry was suddenly very curious to find out. Do we have a plan B? Remus asked. Well, the best I could think of was borrowing the sword of Gryffindor and hacking the chain off. Goblin steel beats regular steel, right? Harry thought aloud. The remainder of the week consisted of Harry doing more testing on the Duster Mk2. More precisely, it was about how well it managed to retain their flame-freezing and ember-ender charms. The flying was the most critical part of Harry's plan to beat the Trial of Fire, so he had to turn down Sirius' offer to use one of the Black Feathers Company brooms. Their offer extended to Ron and Hermione, though, who used them to help Harry train. After classes, Harry would around the Quidditch pitch while Hermione or Ron would cast Incendio at him as continuously. It didn't take long for Harry to easily outmaneuver the two of them, so the next day they moved on to practicing his accuracy. While Ron continued to cast the Flame Hex, Harry tried to tag Hermione with the Find This spell. It was a simple enough spell that Harry could do it silently after a day. Incidentally, Ron had learned how to cast Incendio silently as his voice went hoarse after hours of casting at Harry. At night, however, Harry and Hermione ditched their brooms and went flying in their feathered forms. One night they perched above the astronomy tower, on another they visited the Ollery to invite Hedwig. Harry occasionally went fishing in the Black Lake for a midnight snack for the two of them, which always tasted better in animal form. Invariably, they would find some time alone to enjoy the starry skies. Harry was surprised at how eager Hermione was to fly with him, but then again, she'd been missing him for almost 2 months. He couldn't imagine how much stress she'd been under. The last day before the Trial of Fire, Harry went in for his first fumation lesson with Dumbledore in 2 months. Technically, for him, it was only a week ago, but the timing of the lessons was thrown off. Despite his speedy learning rate, the lost weeks and the need to catch up on schoolwork meant he wouldn't be able to complete the technique before the final task of the tournament. Harry also decided to use the time with Dumbledore to collect the Sword of Gryffindor. He didn't realize how much he'd grown since second year until he grasped it. Are you sure this is the same sword? He asked, holding it out in front of him with one hand. He remembered barely being able to control it with both hands back in second year. Absolutely, Harry. And it's just as deadly as before. Do mind the basilisk venom blade, Dumbledore told him. You haven't used it for anything, have you? Harry asked, half jokingly. Well, I do suppose I've used its blade to admire the silky sheen of my beard, Dumbledore joked, stroking said beard while looking at his reflection in the blade. Has there been a recent basilisk infestation that I should be aware of? Harry wondered what he would risk if he probed more about the Horcruxes. He supposed it didn't hurt to ask in the most innocent way he could think of. Well, I was just wondering if Tom Riddle had made more than one diary. I wouldn't want what happened to Ginny to happen again. His eyes locked on Dumbledore's. The ever-present twinkle disappeared. He noticed the headmaster's lips part slightly as his jaw slacked for a second. Then, suddenly, the headmaster pulled himself together, putting on a confident facade. No, Harry. That was the only diary Tom ever made. I'm certain of it. Don't worry about it anymore, and good luck tomorrow. He ushered Harry out of his office a little more urgently than normal. Half-truths as usual, Harry confirmed. As soon as he was past the gargoyle, he hopped out the nearest window for another night flight. The Trial of Fire was, by far, the most popular event of the entire tournament. Despite that, the first 5 rows of seats in the Quidditch Stadium were nearly empty, save for a few dragon handlers including Charlie Weasley and Hagrid. Even the judges had decided to take box seats. It also made the lone unspeakable sitting in the 3rd row stick out like a sore thumb. Hermione, Ron, and Sirius made sure he or she couldn't do more than observe. What he was observing Harry for was anyone's guess. Down at ground level, the situation was getting heated enough without any giant flaming lizards in sight. Welcome back, boy, Ivan sneered at Harry. Did your nurse tuck you in tight enough every night? Did you drink all of your milk? He laughed dismissively at Harry. Plenty of milk. I was eating treacle tart as you were bumbling through the forest. Thought I might give you a chance to catch up. Shame you're still behind on points. Ivan didn't stop boasting. We have drakes and worms roaming the mountains of Durmstrang. Fighting this dragon is like a hobby for me. What is the worst you've faced, boy? A dog? A gnome? Basilisk? Harry replied, gently flapping his cloak to point it out. Although my first year started with a Cerberus and a troll, so yes, I've faced dogs before. And a bigger version of a gnome. Ivan turned around, waving Harry off in disgust. Clearly his attempts at demoralizing Harry were backfiring. Fleur had stayed out of the exchange, staying silent in the back corner of the tent, but now that Ivan had stepped outside, she spoke up. You don't seem to be Z-type to lie about such things, really. Cerberus? She asked. Well, I didn't fight it. I just nearly got eaten by it, Harry admitted. In your first year, how far did you wander from your school grounds? She asked. 3rd floor hallway, Harry shrugged. Upon seeing Fleur's disbelieving face, he added, our headmaster is very likely insane. He tried to figure out what Fleur was planning on doing for this event. She was carrying a small, hard leather case slightly larger than a briefcase, and oddly shaped. Fleur caught him staring. You will find out what is in there soon enough, she smiled mischievously. I will only say that Beauxbatons has one of the most recognized magical arts programs in all of Europe. Harry wondered where all the portrait painters came from. He didn't remember art or music as an option when he had to pick his courses for 3rd year. As for magical photography, Colin was the only one who came to mind, but that kid was obviously self-taught. That's quite interesting. Hogwarts has nothing like that. I'm not even sure we have a school choir. Surely, the spellcrafting at Hogwarts is top-notch. Fleur proclaimed. Upon seeing Harry's blank look, she continued. You crafted your own broom, even better than the firebolt. Did you not apply to Hogwarts for the arithmancy and runecrafting? I didn't even know that's what Hogwarts was known for. Those courses are optional, in any case, Harry admitted. You are a strange one, Harry Potter, Fleur echoed her sentiments from the Trial of Wind. Harry laughed. Coming from Avila, that was quite the statement. I gave up on normal a long time ago, he joked. They heard the announcement for the first competitor Ivan to begin his attempt. Not being able to see, Harry asked Fleur, what do you suppose his strategy will be? Fight fire with fire. That idiot wants to solve all his problems by burning them away, she spat angrily. Harry didn't want to mention it, but Fleur's hair was much shorter. Like most of it had been lost in an accident. Or not an accident, depending on whose perspective you took. Outside, Ivan marched boldly towards the dragon. With shield and armor covering his body, he wasn't showing any fear at all. Maintaining a flame whip on his wand, he snapped and swung it around as he marched ahead. Striking the rocks and debris scattered about the arena drew the dragon's attention. He was making sure the dragon knew he was the dominant one. Of course, a male dragon during breeding season simply couldn't let that challenge go unanswered. It pounded the ground with its forelimbs in an aggressive stance and roared. The audience clapped and cheered, some of them nervously. Ivan quickened his pace, snapping the flame whip as if he were directing a lion at a circus. The dragon upped the ante by spitting a sulphurous ball of flame. Ivan didn't bother dodging, relying on his flameproof armor to take the hit. He quickened the pace forward and extended the whip's reach to his limits, lashing out at the dragon from 20 meters away. As the dragon flinched, he quickly ended the flame whip spell and shouted, "Turborer!" A spiraling spear of magma shot directly towards the dragon's eye. The beast saw it coming, moving out of the line of fire easily with its flexible neck. As Ivan waved his wands through his next spell's motions, the dragon spewed out a continuous stream of flame. Without enough time to duck behind a rock, Ivan curled down to a tight ball, pulling the shield over his body and cast a quick flame-freezing charm. The audience watched with bated breath as the seemingly endless flame turned everything in its wake to ashes. With a grunt and a puff of smoke from its nostrils, the Welsh Green stomped up towards the charred lump, expecting a nicely roasted meal. Instead, Ivan burst out of his sooty cocoon, tossing aside the now useless shield. He cast another magma drilling hex before the dragon could react, spearing it through the eye and taking a bit of the socket with it. The dragon roared in pain and swiped at Ivan with its claws, throwing him across the stadium. Ivan bounced off the wards meant to protect the audience, and struggled to get back onto his feet. He looked up to see a rampaging dragon charging towards him. "Flas brute!" he screamed, trying to buy himself some time. A thunderclap and a bright flash burst from his wand, blinding and deafening 30 rows of spectators. The raging beast, however, was almost completely unaffected. Its own roar nearly matched the noise from the spell, and it already knew where Ivan was standing. He had to dive to the side as the dragon crashed into the barrier. He conjured a set of wooden spikes, banishing them towards the dragon's good eye. They peppered the skin over the dragon's face, but didn't cause any vital damage. The attack only served to anger it more. It snapped its sharp teeth at Ivan, who had to scramble away. He tried again as soon as he regained his footing, conjuring larger stone spears and banishing those. They missed. The angry thrashing from the dragon did nothing to help his aim. He just needed to get the dragon to hold still long enough to blind the other eye. Ivan spied an especially large boulder. He conjured thick ropes around it, but another jet of flame burned them to a crisp before he could cast a flame-warding charm. He jumped behind the boulder to save himself from being toasted as well. When the flames ended, he carefully peeked around the corner. The dragon was staring straight at him, not 10 feet from where he stood. He jumped back behind the boulder. Whack! He'd forgotten about how far greens could reach with their tails. Fleur decided to be a bit more subtle, if boring. She sniggered at Ivan's idiotic attempt to take a dragon head-on, no matter how close he was to success. It was a shame his hair didn't catch fire, though. Poetic justice would have to wait for another day. She began by staying well outside the range of her dragon, setting up a large silencing ward to block out the loud cheers of the crowd. The cheering turned to booing after a lack of excitement for 10 minutes. It didn't matter, though. She couldn't hear them, and neither could the dragon. She opened up the case she was carrying, and unpacked a magical lyre. She cast Sonorous on both herself and the instrument, and then began to play. Her song was like a delicate lullaby, sung at a volume that would have deafened anyone nearby. It seemed just right for the dragon, which only looked at Fleur lazily before laying its head down to sleep. She cast a spell to keep the lyre playing automatically. The song the spell played wasn't as creative or emotional as when she'd been controlling it herself, but it appeared to keep the dragon asleep. Good. She slowly approached the creature while continuing to sing. As she got closer, she noticed a problem. The dragon was laying on top of the golden egg. She had to cast a tunneling charm that tossed dirt aside, digging under the dragon's neck and giving her access to the egg. Unfortunately for Fleur, some of the dirt flew up near the dragon's nose. It sneezed. Fleur's song faltered. The lullaby's enchantment was broken. The dragon opened its eyes, noticing a tasty meal was standing within licking range. It reared up, ready to strike. Fleur cast a disillusionment on herself and ran as fast as her legs could take her, snatching her lyre and hiding behind a large rock. The dragon, bound to one side of the arena, pulled its restraints taut, trying to sniff her out. It took her almost 10 minutes to calm herself down enough that her hands could actually begin playing music again. This time, she chose to continue playing herself, hopefully to drive the dragon into a deeper slumber. From behind the rock, she continued to sing and play until she could hear the dragon settle down, and then slowly approached it. It was the same issue as her first attempt. The way the egg was chained to the dragon caused it to lay directly under the beast's body. She set the lyre down beside her and enchanted it to play itself again. This time, she carefully excavated a small amount of dirt at a time, vanishing it as she went. She desperately wanted it to be over because her throat was getting dry and her voice was becoming hoarse, but she couldn't risk waking the beast. She eventually managed to excavate enough to step down and reach the golden egg, but she still had to cut it off from the chain. She cast a strong cutting charm. It nicked the thick metal chain. By her estimate, it would probably take another 6 attempts on the same spot to fully break the egg away. She cast again. The notch in the chain cut more deeply, but she also struck some of the dragon's skin. The magically resistant dragonhide didn't break, but it must have tickled it. The dragon gave a frightening snort and shifted in its sleep. Fleur continued singing, despite her fear. A third cutting charm brought her almost halfway through the chain link, and unavoidably struck the dragon's neck again. This time, it shifted more, scratching its neck. As it brought down its claw again, it smashed the lyre to pieces. The song ended. The dragon was still sleepy, and Fleur didn't dare risk tickling it again with another cutting charm. She carefully crawled out of the hole under its neck, leaving the golden egg dangling on its weakened chain. She tiptoed out of the dragon's clutches, and once she was out of earshot, she ran for cover. She shot red sparks up into the air to signal that she was forfeiting, and waited. She heard the dragon wake up. It was sniffing around for her again. Where were the dragon handlers? Weighing her options, she shot up another red flare. The dragon saw it, and again strained the restraints as it tried to take a bite out of Fleur. Unable to get any further, it spat a few fireballs to coax her out of hiding. She did her best to remain hidden, managing the flames with flame-freezing charms and liberal use of augmenti. Still, no help was coming. What was going on? She shot up a third red flare, and carefully peeked around the corner. Every person in the stadium was asleep, including the judges and the dragon handlers. The long delay that Fleur caused meant Harry had his event in the evening instead of afternoon as originally scheduled. There wasn't really any change to his plans other than the fact that he was hungry. And now he had to fight a dragon that was equally hungry as well. He began by taking some weight off his shoulders, Hagrid's crossbow and the sword of Gryffindor, which he placed behind a rock well outside the dragon's spitting range. He mounted his broom and launched himself towards the dragon, hoping to get the dangerous part over with quickly. On his first pass, he stayed far out of reach of the dragon. It kept an eye on him as he flew by, its tongue flickering out of its mouth. Harry attempted to cast Find This at the dragon. It reacted to the bright bolt of magic, all the more visible in the darkening sky. The movement caused the spell to miss the chain bearing the golden egg, landing on the dragon's neck instead. Harry swooped down closer to cast Finite Incantatem, which had a shorter range. Unfortunately, this was exactly what the dragon was hoping Harry would do as it leapt up and snapped its head forward like a cobra strike. A quick flip and dive brought him out of harm's way, setting him up in perfect position to cast the beacon spell again. And miss again. As the dragon whirled its long neck around to take a second bite at Harry, the chain slid from its original position. Once again, Harry was forced to make another pass to cancel the spell and try again. All the while, he couldn't help but notice a giant pair of arms waving at him from the front row. Right. Fleur and Ivan didn't give Hagrid the close encounter he wanted. He circled high above the dragon to take a breather while trying to get a better sense of the layout. If he just attacked from a certain angle, he could lure the dragon closer to Hagrid. He wouldn't risk any more than that for the big dragon fanatic. His next approach came down from the dragon's rear left. He passed by above its neck, once again aiming for the chain as he cast. A swat from the dragon's tail forced him to dodge, throwing his aim off once again. He shot forward until he was just in front of Hagrid, where he stopped and hovered. The dragon was giving chase, as he'd hoped. It would arrive in 5, 4, 3, bollocks, a fireball. The flames splashed against the protective barriers, to Hagrid's delight. The giant didn't notice the other spectators behind him scrambling out of their seats. The dragon crashed into the barrier, roaring in anger as Harry shot upwards as fast as he could grip the broom. The half-giant couldn't be happier. That's enough of that, thought Harry. He turned around to see the dragon had now taken off and was flying up towards him. Normally, they wouldn't waste that much energy for such small prey. This one had a grudge. Harry continued to climb upwards, looking over his shoulder to dodge the continuous pelting of fireballs. Within seconds, though, Harry heard an uncharacteristic squawk. The dragon had run out of rope, and the restraints tied to its hind leg yanked it back down to the ground. He took this opportunity to quickly reverse and dive after the dragon while it was still disoriented for another chance at landing the beacon spell. The dragon's wings were creating massive amounts of turbulence as it tried to right itself. Harry fought through the currents, determined to get it right for sure this time, but the tumbling and beating of the wings prevented him from getting a good aim. He had to get closer. He flew straight for the dragon's neck. It noticed. Harry whipped around the dragon, using its own neck to shield him from its teeth. It worked. He let go of the broom, grabbing the chain with his right hand. "Find this!" he shouted. The dragon had finally regained control in the air, and was now concentrating on getting rid of the human that was latched onto its neck. A sweep of its tail and a heavy flap of its wings bucked Harry off the chain. With no hands on his broom, he found himself falling straight down while the broom fluttered away in another direction. Accio, Harry stopped mid-cast. The dragon decided to chase after the broom instead of him. Animal instincts, perhaps. The giant bundle of feathers on a stick probably looked tasty. It didn't matter, as long as it wasn't trying to eat him. While the dragon was distracted, he shifted into his osprey form and glided to safety. He really didn't want to have his secret let out this way, but he didn't want to be eaten by a dragon even more. Dumbledore already knew, and how much worse could the general public be with that knowledge? It wasn't the time to dwell on that now, though. He had a trial to finish. Landing beside the crossbow and sword, he began setting up enchantments on the crossbow. When it was practically pulsing with magic, he loaded up the equally enchanged bolt and cast, "Guide this." If he remembered correctly, he landed the "Find This" spell on the dragon's underside, just above the actual golden egg. A powerful lumos got the attention of the dragon, which was busy chewing up his broom at the time. When it turned to face the light, Harry caught a glint of the golden egg. The dragon was rearing up, ready to throw fireballs at Harry. He pulled the trigger. The sharp whistle of the bolt flying through the air ended with a metallic clang, telling him the bolt had hit its mark. The fireball fizzled out overhead, unable to continue burning at such a great distance. Harry strained his eyes to watch for the chain breaking and the golden egg fall to the ground. He didn't see it. He probably needed to strike the chain with another bolt. In order to reload, he had to de-enchant everything on the crossbow first, and then use both hands and feet to cock it. At least he could do it from a safe distance. He was just about ready to re-enchant the crossbow all over again when there was a loud cracking sound. A lot like a hatching egg. He peeked over the boulder again, just in time to see the golden egg glow brightly, and then explode in a cloud of glittering dust. "You've got to be kidding me," Harry muttered, dropping his face into his weary, grimy palms. It was hard for Dumbledore to admit, but reviewing his memories of Harry in the Pensieve confirmed it. He really didn't understand children. The school year was drawing to a close, and this June would mark the golden jubilee of his becoming headmaster of Hogwarts. He'd seen so many children go through the halls of Hogwarts, he thought he'd seen it all. He thought he understood children. He thought he could guide them. He thought he could mold one to his liking. And now he had to admit that he was wrong. Admitting he had a problem was the first step to fixing it, after all. The Dursleys left Harry weak, powerless, and uninformed. The Dark Lord's equal, unlike Tom Riddle, Harry had no smaller children to pick on in the Dursley household. Nobody to test his mysterious powers on without repercussion. Nobody to tell him he was a celebrity. Harry arrived at Hogwarts, the blank slate he'd envisioned. Better, in fact. The boy practically blamed every accident or misfortune on himself. He wondered how the Dursleys managed to raise him so well, but he wouldn't look a gift horse in the mouth. This boy would not be the next Dark Lord. His first year proved that Harry was the curious sort, not the type to leave a locked door alone. Dumbledore hoped that giving Harry his father's cloak would facilitate his explorations further. And the boy had told the truth about his visions in the mirror. He wanted a family above all else. And just as expected, the perpetually guilt-stricken child took it upon himself to stop Voldemort. The problem was the mysterious power Harry possessed had saved his life. The prophecy couldn't be fulfilled, and Voldemort escaped. Harry's next year gave Voldemort another chance at Harry's life, courtesy of Lucius Malfoy. There were dozens of technicalities involved, of course, such as the fact that it was merely a fragment of Voldemort, not the Dark Lord himself. And the fragment was from before Tom actually became Voldemort. He let the year play out, but in the end it was Fawkes who made the decision for him. This was not the way to fulfilling the prophecy, and Harry would have to continue living for now. Then came the year of the Ministry's meddling. And Sirius Black, was that the key to the boy's misguidance? Harry truly had someone to live for. Is that how he learned to become so rebellious this year? Dumbledore wanted to celebrate his 50th year of heading Britain's finest magical school, but he didn't want a parade in his honor. Instead, he chose to celebrate by reinstating the Triwizard Tournament. It would provide festivities year-round with little attention being drawn to him, or Harry Potter for that matter. He thought he could use it to finally distract the school away from Harry Potter, who suffered from the celebrity spotlight all 3 years previous. And then Harry, of all people, managed to be chosen as champion. He didn't want the boy to grow a bigger head like his father. He needed Harry to remain innocent, seeking salvation. Even when he had the attention of the Unspeakables, Harry hadn't come to his headmaster for help. Harry was in danger of heading into an unpleasant great adventure. Much the same way that Grindelwald or Voldemort had doomed themselves. Dumbledore even had to admit his own younger self had been headed on that path. He took it upon himself to return the boy to innocence before fulfilling the prophecy. Dumbledore had a limited amount of time to fix that before Voldemort struck. This was giving him a headache. He needed to put it off till later. He popped another lemo, dropped into his mouth and cast a cheering charm on himself. "Come in, Severus, Alistair." Snape entered the office, already rolling up his left sleeve. Moody followed immediately behind him, looking irate. "Here it is. Getting clearer by the day. It courses with power I haven't seen since the height of the war. The Dark Lord must be preparing for something soon." Snape showed the dark mark on his arm, which looked as if it were a fresh tattoo he'd received yesterday. "Well, that explains why Karkaroff skipped town," Moody growled out. "I had my entire team comb through every inch of that ship thinking he'd been kidnapped. Turns out he just packed up and left on his own. So fill me in on the details, boy. What's your old Dark Lord planning?" "He is no longer my lord," Snape snapped back. Moody rapped Snape's arm with his cane. "Once a Death Eater, always a Death Eater. Come now, Alistair. I can vouch for Severus's change of heart. He is no more a Death Eater than you or I," Dumbledore spoke in a reassuring voice. "However, I do expect that you may be privy to some additional information for us." "I still have yet to see him in the flesh," Snape reluctantly answered. "He relates everything to us through the young Barty Crouch and Lucius Malfoy." "Lucius has seen better days. Be more specific about what you mean by will you?" Moody growled. "You know exactly who. Every one of the Azkaban escapees from the February breakout were hiding out there," Snape answered. "A few of those who walked away with the imperious defense returned, like Yaxley. Those who didn't, like Karkaroff, were to be hunted down eventually. And you think he's planning on making some kind of grand entrance during the Triwizard?" Moody asked. "Any details to help me do my job?" "I don't know any important plans, since everybody knows you vouched for me personally," Snape began, looking at Dumbledore. "I am the least trusted among the Death Eaters. Nobody says a word, but it's clear they'll be preparing for something soon. Unless I delivered Potter's head on a platter, nobody will let me in on the Dark Lord's schemes. Voldemort will come for Harry Potter eventually. His knowledge of the prophecy has linked their fates together," Dumbledore sighed. "But it is entirely too soon. Alistair, you will need extra forces to be on guard for Mr. Potter. You can take your fate and bugger it to hell," Moody said. I need to look out for all the champions, not just Potter. But a few extra eyes and ears are always welcome. Of course, I wasn't suggesting you abandon your duties to all the champions, only that Harry would be of particular interest to Voldemort. If the Dark Lord is planning on striking at the tournament at all. If you want me to provide any kind of reliable information on the Dark Lord's movements, I'll need to convince them that I'm spying on you, Snape added. What can you provide? Dumbledore strode over to the cabinet that contained his pensieve, and pulled out a small vial. This one contains the full prophecy that linked Voldemort to Harry Potter. The one you delivered that night was incomplete, and lead to his downfall. Tell him you stole it from my office, he may find it very useful indeed. Make sure you get details, boy. I'll need plenty. Numbers, time of attack, point of entry, target, purpose, everything. If this goes tits up, you'd better start running, Moody said, his eye never leaving Snape even as he turned and walked out of the room. As the final event of the tournament approached, Harry was focused less on winning, and more on surviving. He and Hermione had retreated to the dank lair of Basilisk, because that was the only place where they could discuss their plans in private. To pass the time as they talked, they tidied up the chamber while cutting stones from the cavern walls, laying down a new floor that hid the temporal beacon's runes. Do you remember Cedric dying? Because I vaguely recall it happening at the end of the tournament somehow, Harry said, trying his best to sift through his memories. Portkey. It involved a portkey. That's assuming it's still going to happen, Hermione pointed out. Barty Crouch is long gone. Last time he killed you, and did something with Victor Crumb's body. Yeah, and assaulting Riddle Manor changed a lot. But let's assume Voldy's still going ahead with what he planned last time. What did you see last time? You mean when you died? Hermione shuddered at the thought, nearly dropping the stone she was levitating. Don't remind me. Voldemort turned you into an Inferi, and attacked the crowds at the final task using Crumb's body. It was like the World Cup, but worse, because they were organized. Why Crumb, though? I know he tried to remake his body using my blood, and Cedric's body that first time. Harry felt like this was trying to recreate a puzzle when he only had 5 out of 1,000 pieces, with no picture to help him. Is that it? Crumb was the winner of the tournament last time. Cedric was the tournament winner that other time. Now that she said it out loud, it was obvious. Voldemort had wanted to take the body of the tournament winner. The thought of Voldemort having to settle with Fleur's body in a possible timeline made both of them chuckle uncomfortably. But this time, he was obviously planning something different. He already has a body now. He took Draco's. Why would he do that instead of waiting like before? Maybe attacking the manor had something to do with it. We must have really sent him back to the drawing board that day. Why did he attack last time? I didn't stick around long enough to see his grand scheme unfold. All I know is that a lot of people were killed that day, and I found out for sure that you had died, Hermione said. So I came back. She paused for a few moments. But he did come in via Portkey using the Triwizard Cup. That couldn't have been a spur-of-the-moment decision. And the time before that, I only escaped because I grabbed the cup before he could stop me, Harry said. Wait, does that mean I stopped a massacre when I escaped? Maybe he's always been planning on using the Triwizard Cup as a portkey. It's probably best just to prepare for that scenario, Hermione said. Hope for the best, prepare for the worst, after all. They made themselves a list of assets. On the equipment list were their gifts from Fleming the Basilisk hide cloaks and a potion originally intended for the wandless duels. They added their extra wands and their brooms as well. As far as skills went, they both vowed to practice magical combat intensely over the next month, especially for situations where they'd be outnumbered. The whole world knew about Harry's animagus form now, so he couldn't surprise anyone with it. Hermione's was still an unconfirmed rumor, best left as a last-minute escape plan for her. Few people knew about their ability to apparate, which could mean the difference between life or death. And their legilimency and occlumency had to be in top form should Voldemort appear in person. Fumation, though, was still too inconsistent and uncontrolled to be used in combat. In the human resources category, they knew Moody would fight any Death Eater he saw on instinct. Sirius and Remus would probably leap to Harry's rescue the instant he was in danger, much like at the Department of Mysteries. Neville, Luna, and the Weasleys, on the other hand, while raiding the Ministry was a risky adventure, at least their opponents had been civilized. Death Eaters wouldn't think twice about casting gangrenous curses or bone-shattering hexes. They weren't ready for that kind of foe. The real issue was how to make sure Harry had access to all his goodies in the event of a kidnapping or attack. He still had to participate in the tournament, which was governed by the Goblet of Fire and the referees. If he tried to sneak any of the extra equipment in, it would only mean his Rowan wand would be disabled, and his equipment confiscated. At the same time, if the cup was a portkey again, he couldn't let Fleur or Ivan win, either. In the end, they decided that their best chance was for Harry to wear an innocuous little item that could tell Hermione exactly where he was, and signal if he was in danger. A pair of galleons linked with a protean charm could keep the two of them in communication, discreetly. Hermione would wait with Sirius, Remus, and possibly a few hit wizards, along with any equipment they prepared beforehand, ready to apparate to Harry at a moment's notice. Hopefully, they could catch Voldemort off guard this time. Report. Jupiter sat at his desk, hidden deep within the bowels of the Ministry of Magic building. He didn't get many chances to see sunlight. He opted for a charmed ceiling instead, while reading all his subordinates' reports on the outside world. Today he'd receive Mensa's observations of Harry Potter in the wild. The closest that Potter got to Mrs. Longbottom was 80 paces away, but that was only for a brief second. Neither the protective barrier, nor the invisibility cloak should have affected their connection, going by our past experiments. Potter didn't notice her presence at all. Nor did the Longbottom boy, who was sitting in the stadium about 60 rows away. "Are you sure? The tiara must have had some effect," Jupiter muttered, flipping through the stack of parchment. "Yes, sir. There is the chance that Mrs. Longbottom's mind isn't healed enough for the tiara to work, which would be why neither of the boys were receptive," Mensa explained. "May I be frank with you, sir? Speak your mind. I still think entrapping Mr. Potter was the wrong choice. If we'd asked him politely. I took note of it in your previous report, Mensa. And that's still just your opinion. From our observations, he clearly has little respect for authority. The Longbottom boy was supposed to be more docile, but recent reports have shown he's grown a rebellious streak. Which he got from Potter. We only got as much data as we did because we cut off Longbottom's communications with Potter. They would have abandoned us even sooner if we hadn't. Duly noted, sir. Consider Potter a spent resource. How are you going to continue with the project? I recommend some more exposure to Artifact F for the next several weeks. It's the closest thing that can mimic what Potter did. We'll repeat the experiment when Potter's out in public for the tournament finale. If that still doesn't work, I'll gladly hand the research over to Anima's team. I've also made a funding request for Patronus research. It appears the Patronuses appear to be a necessary factor. They seem to be capable of much more than Dementor repulsion." Jupiter nodded. "Granted. How about Cronus's request? Did you activate his little device while you were there?" "Yes. As far as I can tell, it only caused his crossbow bolt to veer slightly off course. It didn't cause a reaction in any of his blood runes." Mensa took a small handheld device out of her pocket and dropped it unceremoniously on Jupiter's desk. "Quite frankly, I didn't expect it to work. It's just a silly trinket that lets off a single burst of magic. Cronus has always been a bit of an odd duck, but he always gets results eventually. Probably correcting his own mistakes with time turners. By the way, he wants to observe Potter next month as well. In person. Really? Sotarius asked me the same thing. He wants to see Potter, in his natural habitat, as he put it. Probably for recruitment. He says the boy's got a lot of potential, especially for a 14-year-old. Might make a good assassin with some training." Jupiter laughed. "We have enough child recruits this past decade, with all the war orphans and all. Tell him to wait in line. Dear Merlin, the entire department seems to be interested in Potter. We've got you, naturally, and Cronus, for whatever reason. The hermits over at the Hall of Prophecies know he has an active one. Sotarius wants to recruit him, and Hestia wants in on your research. With all this attention you'd think he was the next Dark Lord or something. Just don't let any of them sit near me. Put them up in the box seats. Potter was edgy enough when he noticed me during the trial of fire," Mensa complained. "I'll order them to go in plainclothes. You can manage your test subject, the rest will just be observing. Perhaps he could be a subject of study all on his own." Cornelius Fudge looked at the folder in front of him, then to the man across his desk, and back to the folder. "This is highly unusual, Mr. Malfoy. Madam Bones has been a part of the ministry for the better part of a decade longer than Mrs. Umbridge. My succession would naturally go to her first. Yes, but far too many people are getting fed up with, shall we say, the recent lapses in performance by the DMLE. First, the entire Sirius Black case nearly destroyed the DMLE's credibility. Now people are suspecting the more recent Azkaban escapees might have been innocent as well. Could you afford to have her run the ministry the way she's handled the DMLE for the past year?" Lucius Malfoy always raised good points. He was Fudge's favorite advisor, not to mention he usually had the best dinners to discuss it over. For Malfoy to actually visit him in his office was unusual. Then again, the man was being haunted by the death of his wife, followed by his son being imperious to do horrific things. And yet, the man still found time to help him make these hard decisions. He wanted to oblige Malfoy on his tenacity alone, but he still had a few reservations. "She's the department head for the control of magical creatures. The DCMC head is usually a stepping stone before becoming minister. Most of them come from the DMLE, although I myself was originally part of the DIMC. I can't remember for the life of me the last time someone was promoted from DCMC directly to minister." "The past ministers are unimportant," Malfoy assured him. He walked around the desk to the side of Fudge's chair, obscuring the former minister's portraits from seeing the desk. "You see how she had to push for the sentient non-human regulations, even when those creatures didn't know what was best for them. How she's expanded the rights for shepherding and forestry. How she's increased the revenues from fairy dust tax from the blanket bogs in the past 5 years. Really, Cornelius, if this isn't your own day in a nutshell, I wouldn't know who else would be better suited. But Amelia Bones is used to ordering people around. She barks orders and expects them to be carried out. A minister needs the gentle touch, like yourself. In fact, have you seen Dolores Tissette? I can arrange a meeting for the two of you, if you'd like." "Oh, I think you've given me quite a convincing argument, Lucius." Fudge signed the parchment in front of him with a flourish. "When will our next meeting be?" "I've already reserved box seats at the Triwizard Tournament finale. We'll have much more business to discuss then," Malfoy answered. He gave a polite bow and strutted out of the room. For the first time in years, Fudge was happy to prepare for a trip to Hogwarts. Last year was a mess. As nicely as the Dementors behaved, they still couldn't stop King the happiness away from the general area. Naturally, that meant everyone the jailers were protecting was feeling miserable. And he had to visit a school full of miserable people. The whole Sirius Black situation nearly turned his approval ratings around. The children complained all year to their parents, who complained to his office. A criminal escapes under his nose, twice, making the DMLE, and himself, by extension, look like fools. And then all that effort turned out to be for naught when Black comes out as innocent. And the year before that was the whole Chamber of Secrets fiasco. Dumbledore was always a popular figure, and he was a hair's breadth away from putting an order to arrest the headmaster. It was good that only Muggleborn were victims, or an unimportant family like the Weasleys. Still, his good advisor Lucius somehow managed to lose a house elf. And got sent to St. Mungo's in the process. Hogwarts was never good news. And before that, there was the death of a teacher. Whenever Hogwarts appeared in the news, it always seemed to be bad news. But not this time. This time, he'd be heading to Hogwarts to congratulate the Triwizard champion who, by everyone's best guess, would be none other than Harry Potter. And then he could collect that damn 100-galleon bet from Bagman. He'd get Potter to say a few choice words and take pictures with them shaking hands. It would be grand. He would be the minister for magic that was running the country when the first Triwizard winner in over 200 years happens to be British. It would be a good day indeed. Well, look who we have here. Two men shoved a bound and gagged Karkaroff down to the ground in front of Harry. Wait, I was having such a nice dream about Hermione's fantastic, damn it, Voldemort. Now you've done it, Harry thought. He continued to watch through Voldemort's eyes. We found him in Slovenia, trying to make his way back to Durmstrang. What do you want to do with him? Hatred and betrayal. Those were the overriding emotions flooding Voldemort's mind right now. One of Karkaroff's captors stepped forward. If I may be so bold, milord, he's the one who testified against me and sent me to Azkaban. Voldemort raised a hand to silence him. What have you to say for yourself? Would you like to join my ranks once more? He hissed out. Harry knew he'd already decided the man's fate, regardless of what Karkaroff said. Please, I can still be of use to you. I could provide Durmstrang as a staging ground, section off several levels of the fortress for the Death Eaters. Spare me, I still have much to offer. I could take the entire fortress on my own, should I choose to, Voldemort sneered. As useless as ever. He waved away the Death Eaters. When the room was clear, he levitated and banished Karkaroff into an adjoining room. The man slammed into the wall and crumpled to the ground in a boneless heap, beside a ritual circle. He was making another Horcrux. It was centered on an old, partially rusted piece of armor, but studded with a few rubies. Most of its gems appeared to have been pried off over the ages, but it still bore a resemblance to the sword of Gryffindor. This could very well be the remains of his armor, rather fitting that Voldemort would choose it for his next Horcrux. Voldemort laughed as he cast the killing curse, watching Karkaroff slump to the ground. Harry could feel the tearing at Voldemort's soul, but it wasn't as strong as it usually was. He'd also normally wake up by now, but he didn't. Fear, worry, and a touch of confusion came flooding in from Voldemort. He stared at the piece of armor. It definitely wasn't a Horcrux. His soul hadn't been properly split. He carefully scanned the ritual circle, carefully running through the layout and inscription of every rune. Harry learned more about Horcruxes in the next 5 minutes than he ever thought he would in a lifetime. Voldemort learned the diary was destroyed from Malfoy. He assumed the cup may have been destroyed by the Ministry when it was captured, but allowed for some variance in the ritual. Nagini was killed. The locket, the ring, and the tiara were still safe. The circle was perfectly set up for splitting from 4 to 5, unless, he recoiled in horror. No, nobody could possibly know about the locket. The ring didn't even look exceptional, most thieves would pass it by even if they hadn't been killed by all the traps. But the tiara. He stormed back out to the main hall where many Death Eaters were waiting. Bring me Snape. Snape groveled at Voldemort's feet. Sir, I have found useful information for you. I stole this from Dumbledore's office. It is the complete prophecy that you desire. My only wish is to continue serving you, as your loyal spy under Dumbledore's nose. You have one chance to prove your worth. Return to Hogwarts and search for the diadem of Ravenclaw, in a hidden room on the 7th floor. You have 2 days. Go. Snape scurried out of sight and apparated away as quickly as he could. Voldemort looked at the vial carefully. He'd study it later. For now, he had a Horcrux to finish. Nothing a little extra murder couldn't accomplish. Bring me the next prisoner, he ordered. Harry couldn't recognize the man, and Voldemort didn't even give the prisoner a chance to speak. In the ritual room, Voldemort drank a potion and Harry felt the connection between them weaken slightly. With the casting of the killing curse, Harry thought he'd wake up once and for all. No such luck. Everything went black, but he still wasn't in control of his own body. His vision turned groggy, and he noted he was in a completely different room. A familiar room. Someone was standing over him, wearing a mask, and it wasn't a Death Eater mask. That was the best reaction we've had so far. Even better than anything Potter achieved. Do you think it's affected by the solstices? One unspeakable asked another. I don't know, but her mind's being flooded right now. We'll need to sedate her or else her brain's going to fry. Time to sleep, Alice. Harry gasped and woke up, back in his own bed at Hogwarts. He needed to meditate and memorize as much of that as he could. Harry held his arms out to the side as the officials patted him down. Is this really necessary? He asked. Sure it is, the man replied. Everyone knows you've got 2 wands, and that you're an animagus. You cheat your way through this, and you've still got a functional wand. Can't have that. The man worked down to his pockets, and pulled out the charmed galleon. What's this? Lucky galleon, Harry said, faking his best nonchalant shrug. This was the one item he and Hermione decided they would risk having on his person, and the charms were, hopefully, subtle enough to hide. They could use it to signal each other in an emergency. Just a galleon. Most people would rather carry a lucky canute, he said, flipping it in his fingers. You just happen to have a bunch of spare galleons lying around. Do you even know who you're talking to? Harry crossed his arms and channeled his best Malfoy impression. Right. Sorry, Mr. Potter. The man flicked the coin back at Harry, who caught it with ease. Harry had expected something like this, but not this thorough. It was a good thing that he left his phoenix feather and holly wand with Hermione, then. It also meant he couldn't just turn into an osprey and fly to the finish line, or else they'd disable his only working wand. Fleur probably could have done the same with her Vela form. It seems like they created the rule to give Ivan a sporting chance. Speaking of which, I don't see anyone frisking Fleur. Are you going to do her next? Fleur's head turned and shot an angry glare that practically screamed, "Don't you dare," at both Harry and the male official. The man's eyes glazed over as he wandered into the land of daydreams, until a female coworker smacked him behind his head and said, "Don't even think about it." Harry snickered. Once the searches were complete, the three champions stepped out to face their final challenge, Ben Nevis, the tallest mountain in all of Britain. It was a winner-take-all race to the summit, where the Triwizard Cup was waiting in the middle of ancient magical cairns. It would make a fantastic photo op if Voldemort wasn't planning on dropping in. Of course, a simple footrace wouldn't be challenging or entertaining, so they naturally sprinkled all sorts of magical traps and beasts over the mountainside. Because it was the final event, the introductions were longer and more dramatic. Harry could see the stands had entire sections for each country's minister and their entourage. This was apparently a bigger event than Harry thought. He always thought of the tournament as a school competition and international one, naturally, but still nothing that warranted the minister's attendance. Perhaps without an equivalent Wizarding Olympics, the Triwizard was the best sporting entertainment there was to offer after the Quidditch season was over. As Bagman droned on and on to the crowds, Harry studied his surroundings. They were still standing at lake that Harry couldn't remember the name of. The actual summit was over 10 kilometers away, and that wasn't counting the vertical distance he'd have to climb. Hermione described it as less than a half marathon, not that either of them had actually run a marathon in their lives. There were several other mountainous peaks in the general direction, and the route towards the mountain followed a winding river. He quietly cast a point me spell to make sure he had his bearings before the race started. Above the stadium, both Moody's security guards and Aurors patrolled the skies on their brooms. Harry spotted several more of them hovering over the path all the way leading up to the mountain. On the ground, each of the country's ministers had their own private entourage of their bodyguards or Aurors. Moody had really beefed up security for the day. In front of each champion was the golden egg they fetched from each of the elemental trials. All of them were missing the egg from the trial of fire, and Ivan didn't have anything to show for his trial of earth. Each egg stood on a small podium of sorts. Just as Harry began to wonder what the eggs were for, Bagman finished talking at the inattentive audience. He stepped down from the stage and began explaining to both the audience and the champions. Throughout this past year, our champions have competed against each other in many trials. In 4 of these trials, they had to retrieve a golden egg. Each of these eggs will provide them with a tool to aid their ascent to the summit. Bagman walked across in front of them, tapping the leftmost egg for each champion with his wand. The podiums they stood on creaked open to reveal a normal-looking broom, with a small shoulder strap attached. Bagman motioned for each of the champions to pull them out. These brooms have been specially made for us by the Nimbus Broom Company, and will fly for only a certain amount of time after their first mounting. Harry Potter, who scored 95 points in the Trial of Air, will get to fly his broom for 95 seconds. Ivan Kalov will be able to use his for 60, and Fleur Delacour will fly for 35. Each of these brooms will handle much like a Nimbus 1500 series. Harry slung the broom over his shoulder. If he recalled correctly, the Nimbus 1500s were significantly slower than the 2000 he received in first year, although it was a very good broom for its era. He wouldn't be pulling very many stunts with it, though. Bagman repeated the motion with the next set of eggs, which revealed a small bracelet in each. From the Trial of Water, we have a protective bracelet for each champion. It produces a magical fog that only the champion can see through. Let me tell you, some of these critters we've put on the mountain are better to sneak past instead of fight head-on. Again, each bracelet is good for one use only, and the length of time is equal to their score in the Trial of Water. Harry put the bracelet on his right arm and noted the piece of parchment inside the cabinet. It told him how to activate it. He only had to run his wand down the markings in the band. Simple enough, and he'd get 99 seconds of pseudo-invisibility. Thanks, Hermione, he thought. The egg from the Trial of Earth, which only 2 of our champions received, will reveal a very special gift from the famous Mr. Ollivander Wand Shop and Mr. Teleman's Treasure House, Bagman shouted out as the third set of podiums opened. Harry almost thought it were empty if it weren't for a green sparkle that caught his eye. Inside was a small, green object, smaller than a snitch. He turned it over in his hands. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to be a brightly shining emerald wrapped in very tiny and soft vines. The patterns it made over the jewel looked strangely familiar to Harry. The plant itself was clearly alive and moving at one end. Deeper in the cabinet lay a wizarding photograph. It showed Ollivander holding the little jewel with the moving end to the base of a wand. The little vines immediately latched onto the wand's wood and grew along the handle. Ollivander removed the jewel with a small twist. The picture then repeated itself. At least the instructions were simple. Harry still wondered what it did. Bagman was going on with a fairly long endorsement of Ollivander and Teleman's businesses. Research in replicating the Elder Wand of Lore has led to this. Although it can only be used once, when attached to a wand it will multiply the power of a single spell by a significant factor. Since Mr. Potter and Ms. Delacour had similar scores in the Trial of Earth, I've been told the 2 jewels will have similar effects for both of them. Harry realized that this was essentially similar to his homemade caster glove he used in the wandless duels. He just didn't realize they could be used to boost a spell's strength. He scanned the patterning of the vines again, and realized they formed runic scripts. He'd have to study this in great detail later. Finally, I've been told that, although none of our champions managed to retrieve an egg in the Trial of Fire, they all still receive the 4th prize. Bagman excitedly opened up the final podium. It was a deep green dragonhide belt. Relatively stylish, Harry had to admit. He could see himself wearing it for casual occasions too. This prize is a dragonhide belt, courtesy of the Welsh Dragon Reserves. There aren't any special charms on it other than the standard fitting charm. If any of you had managed to successfully complete the Trial of Fire, it would have created a protective flame shield around you for a short time. But at least you received a fine clothing accessory. Bagman shrugged. On with the show. He now ushered all 3 champions to the starting line. With a 17-point lead over second place, Harry Potter gets to start the race first. Ivan Kalov will begin 170 seconds afterwards, and Fleur Delacour will follow 420 seconds after that. Champions, are you ready? Finally, Harry wondered if he could get through the entire course without using his prizes. Each of them could be as useful as anything he and Hermione had already prepared to fight against a possible attack from Voldemort. Still, that meant putting himself at another handicap, and he only had a roughly 3-minute lead over Ivan. Should have been a 10-minute lead at least, Harry thought bitterly. Stupid unspeakables. He noted that a masked unspeakable was sitting behind Cornelius Fudge. Probably the same one he saw at the Trial of Fire. At least I'll be miles away from them with this event, Harry reminded himself. 10 minutes of hard jogging after the race had started, and Harry still had yet to encounter anything other than rocks. This had to be the most boring grand finale of any event he'd ever seen. He technically hadn't even reached the base of the mountain yet. Even while keeping a Strider spell on his legs constantly, it would probably take 2 hours or so to make it up to the top if the obstacles weren't too difficult. He glanced backwards. Ivan was nowhere to be seen. He knew the boy shouldn't be too far behind, especially given the physical conditioning that Durmstrang students were known to have. Perhaps he was taking another route. Harry was worried if he was keeping a good pace or not. Fleur would have just left the starting line about now. Finally, after a few more minutes of jogging, he heard footsteps behind him. They were heading straight for him, and sounded pretty heavy. He turned around to see a mountain troll heading towards him, with a tree trunk in hand as a club. If the wind had been blowing the other way, Harry would have smelled him ages ago. It had probably smelled Harry instead and thought of a tasty meal. Well, he certainly wasn't going to jump on its back and stick his wand up its nose this time. He cast a series of blinding spells, all aimed at the troll's eyes. Thankfully, one of them struck its mark, causing the troll to charge past Harry as it swung its club around wildly. Harry ducked behind a ridge and let the troll continue to thrash about, causing some indiscriminate destruction. Volanium leviosa, he cast at a hefty stone nearby. He maneuvered the levitated stone in a wide arc to the opposite side of the troll, and then sent it flying into the troll's head. Naturally, the blinded troll ran in the direction the rock had come from, away from Harry. He decided to leave it be as it thundered off into the distance, and then continued onwards towards the mountain until the path he was taking disappeared into the foliage. Before stepping through, Harry looked carefully at the plants. They seemed a little too conveniently overgrown. He recognized the shape of the leaves. Venomous tentacula. Nothing a few cutting charms couldn't fix. He marched ahead, wielding his wand like a machete as he slashed out cutting charms left and right. The plant's vines recoiled with every cut, creating a wider path for him to avoid the poisonous barbs. A few minutes later, he spied a small herd of hippogriffs resting under the trees. He wondered if this was their natural environment or if they were placed there as an obstacle. He sniggered at what could be the easiest possible obstacle in this course when a thought suddenly crossed his mind. It might be a little risky, but he wanted to try it. He turned around and approached a hippogriff that was still awake, scratching itself as the rest of the herd napped. He concentrated on keeping his chin up, chest puffed, and purposefully made some noise as he approached. The hippogriff stared him down as he approached. He stared right back and continued to boldly step forward until the hippogriff stood up and faced him head-on. He continued to look at it straight in the eyes. His eyes were watering. The wind wasn't doing him any favors. He was just about to give up and make a run for it when the beast broke eye contact and bowed its head low. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. He approached it cautiously. When it made no threatening moves when he was within clawing range, he relaxed a little and said, "You're quite beautiful, you know. Would you like me to scratch here?" He put his hands on the spot it was originally scratching. It let out a throaty caw, similar to a crow but several octaves deeper, and pushed its body against Harry. "I'll take that as a yes." As Harry was scratching it, he asked, "Could you fly me up to the top of the mountain? I could make it worth your while," remembering to stay as polite as possible. It caught again, and began to flap its wings before Harry had managed to climb on. Together, they rose up high into the air. This was definitely better than jogging. The hippogriff flew unimpeded. It seemed the organizers thought they banned all methods of flight except for their broom. Seems like they missed one. Harry took the time to scout out his surroundings, to see if he could spot his competitors. There was some rising smoke and fire ahead of him. The hippogriff turned to avoid the smoke, but it kept close enough for Harry to see what was going on. He could see a very large creature hopping around, emitting bright flashes of light. Must have been Hagrid's blast-ended Scroot. On the ground, Ivan was getting quite a workout, too focused on his armored foe to realize Harry had just passed overhead. The Scroot's extremely thick shell, heavy weight, and natural inclination towards fire were all working against Ivan's strength. His strongest spells were his suite of fire spells, which only helped make the creature more comfortable in the cold mountain air. His attempts to banish, stun, or levitate it were overcome by sheer mass. Every attempt at escape, even uphill, was countered by a flaming blast of gases expelled from the Scroot's rear, launching it forward like a rocket. Harry hoped Ivan could survive Hagrid's cute creation. He also breathed a sigh of relief as they passed. He'd unknowingly set a slower pace, and Ivan had passed him without notice. If it weren't for the hippogriff and the Scroot, Ivan probably could have beaten him. That didn't matter much anymore, though. He still couldn't spot Fleur, but with almost a 10-minute lead over her, she wouldn't have caught up that quickly. He did keep his eye out, just in case that sneaky witch decided to let Ivan clear a path for her and take the lead at the end. It certainly would be her style. In the middle of casting a wider range Hominem Revelio spell, the hippogriff dove down, nearly causing Harry to fall away in the free fall. It barely stopped above the ground, talons snatching out into empty air. A deer frantically scrambled away. The hippogriff took off again, this time staying low to the ground, chasing after it. Harry sighed. If it was so distracted by food, he'd have to help it catch it before it could take him back up. As they caught up to the deer, he cast a wide area impediment jinx, tripping the deer. The hippogriff happily swooped down and sank its talons into the deer's body, and snapped its neck with its beak. Harry dismounted as it started eating. It was a messy eater. It cawed in satisfaction after several bites. He was about to mount the hippogriff again when it took off, carrying the remainder of the carcass back towards its herd. "Hey, Wait! Harry shouted at it, but it paid no attention to him this time. Well, given the distance they covered, at least he knew the other competitors were far behind him, and he'd saved at least 30 minutes with that flight. He was nearly halfway up the mountain by now. Time to move on under his own power again. With no real footpaths nearby, he clambered straight up the rocky slopes. He was sure there must have been a trail for hikers, but the hippogriff naturally hadn't gone hunting near that part of the mountain. It most likely had some protective wards to keep magical animals at bay. Although steep, there was very little tall vegetation, which at least let Harry see where he is going. He could spot things like the patch of Devil's Snare easily, which stood out like a sore thumb. It didn't help him avoid the invisible obstacles, though. He felt an indistinct wave of magic as he triggered a trap. He instinctively dove to the ground and cast a shield charm. No spell nor object came at him, so he relaxed. He knew the trap must have done something, though. He knew there was no sense in staying still and waiting to get caught, so he continued up the hill and immediately fell over. He eventually stopped his tumble and looked up to see how much he'd fallen and realized he seemed to have fallen uphill. That's not right, he realized. He cautiously tried to step forward again, and fell over once more, sliding uphill even further. He lay on the side of the mountain in a few basic healing spells, being wary that sitting up might cause him to fall over once more. Okay, either that trap reversed gravity over the mountain, or my senses are messed up, he thought. He decided to go with the latter conclusion. Finite, he incanted on himself. He didn't feel much different. He picked up a pebble and tossed it straight up. It looked like it was still rolling, uphill. He looked at the sky, and at the ground below. He couldn't quite tell why, but when he concentrated they both looked wrong. Each one was a little bit like a painting. And it wasn't as cloudy as it had only 5 minutes ago. He decided to do a short meditation, using his occlumency to organize his senses. Breeze on my skin, that's real. Smells like a mountain. Vision, I'm definitely seeing what's coming through my eyes. Hearing, it's a little too silent. Balance, I get the sense that up is in 2 different directions. One's actually, he realized what the problem was. Now that was a tricky little ward. Using his inner ear to guide him while crawling on all fours, he pinpointed it to a small boulder and now he could see the runes inscribed on it. It was actually downhill from him, but he had to constantly fight against his sense of balance, which told him that direction was up. He scanned the runes, looking for anything especially dangerous. Nothing, just a sensory charm and a projected illusion. He blasted the rock apart with a reductor curse. The sky and the ground swapped places and it was suddenly very easy to walk again. Harry continued to climb, all the more wary of magical traps now. He still hadn't encountered Fleur, but at least he knew Ivan was still behind him. He was already taking the most direct route to the summit, assuming it would be the fastest. He'd made a mistake with Ivan, and he couldn't risk it with Fleur. 95 seconds of flying on a Nimbus 1500 would probably get him to the summit, or close enough to win. He was at the point where the mountain became really steep, so using the broom here would give him the greatest advantage. He pulled the broom off his shoulder strap and rocketed up the mountain at full speed. He passed by a flock of thestrals potentially dangerous for someone who hadn't witnessed death before, but easy to dodge when he could see them. There were very few remaining traps or obstacles in the air. 30 seconds to go, and he could see the shimmering of the cup at the top. It was sitting in the center of 3 cairns, untouched. Good. 20 seconds. Almost there. With 10 seconds left of flight on the broomstick, he landed right beside the cup. The moment his feet touched the ground, all 3 cairns began to move. The stacks of rocks crumbled to the ground, only to rise up again in a humanoid shape. 3 small golems, the final objects protecting the cup. Compared to the huge granite golems for the previous version of the Trial of Earth, these were nothing. A combination of softening, blasting, and banishing charms made quick work of each golem, sending chunks of softened rock flying away. Dodging their attacks was barely any harder than the daily practice between Hermione and himself. Malira, Reducto, Depulso. Rinse and repeat. Pretty soon all 3 golems were a pile of rubble, and Harry was ready to take the cup. He walked up to the Triwizard Cup and cast a few diagnostic charms on it. Check, it was a portkey. He didn't want to touch it just yet. This was where the real task began. Bracelet, check. Galleon, check. Ollivander's thingy, check. Stylish belt, why not? The broom could have been useful too, but it wasn't particularly fast. He could probably fly faster if he transformed himself. He made sure to cast healing spells on every bruise and cut on his body, didn't want any handicaps before he started. He cast a few protective spells on his clothing, enchanting every piece of his clothing with a light Protega charm, much like the twins had done before. He added a super sensory charm on his eyes and ears, and the corpus pancrator for the rest of his body. It was one of the less used spells in the wizarding world, but people like Moody weren't above punching someone to finish a fight. Neither was Harry. Finally, he topped it all off with a disillusionment charm. Just as he finished, Fleur shot into view on her broom. Looks like she passed Ivan after all. She looked deliriously happy that the summit seemed to be empty. Well, it was now or never. He pulled out Ollivander's little wand attachment and stuck it to his wand and reached for the Triwizard Cup. He wished he could hang around to see Fleur's face as his fingers grasped the handle, but he had more important things to concentrate on. Like whether he should greet the Death Eaters with an overpowered cyclone charm, or a flame whip. Portkeys never agreed with Harry. When the spinning sensation subsided, he was on the floor, sprawled out on all fours. At least this time, it worked to his advantage. With his super sensory charm, he clearly saw 4 Death Eater masks, shiny and polished, hovering over him in the darkness. No time to doubt himself now. No room for hesitation. He settled on the flame whip. Time seemed to slow for Harry as he began the wand motions. The Death Eaters seemed bored or inattentive, only one of them registering that the Portkey had delivered its prize to them at all. Lower the wrist, twist the wand. The Death Eater's wand arm began to rise, tracing out the beginning of stunning hex while his other hand jabbed at his partner. Retract the hand, flick towards the target. The Triwizard Cup finally hit the floor, bouncing off with a loud clang. The other masks started turning towards the noise. Sweep with the arm. Release the whip. Tendrils of flame snaked through the air, towards the only Death Eater who had his wand drawn. A normal flame whip would have given him severe burns, forced him to drop his wand from the pain. Ollivander's little wand attachment glowed. The orange flame turned brighter as the whip extended. When it reached the man's arm, it was almost white. Unable to finish his first spell, his wand dropped to the floor, along with everything below the elbow. The adrenaline surge didn't let Harry comprehend what was really going on. He had 4 targets, and 1 spell to take them down. With his free hand on the ground, he whipped his wand around in a full circle as he rose to his knees. The momentum carried him around for a second spin with the whip before the gem sputtered out, and the whip returned to its normal orange color. Harry finally got onto his feet. Only when the threat of the Death Eaters was gone did he really take in his location. He was indoors. Everything around him was burning. Maybe a flame whip hadn't been the best choice. He doused the area with a jet of water, until the last of the flames sputtered out. He took in a deep breath of relief, only to smell something between burnt steak and badly made bacon. His eyes once again adjusted to the darkness. He'd been prepared to fight Death Eaters. He'd been prepared to fight for his life. He'd even prepared himself for the possibility of dying at the hands of Voldemort, again. Nothing got him ready for seeing 4 Death Eaters lying on the ground in 20 pieces. He gasped. The sudden intake of breath brought the smell of burnt flesh into his nostrils again, and he gagged. He staggered as far away as he could from the bodies and almost threw up. Good thing his stomach was already empty. Maybe a flame whip wasn't the best choice, he thought to himself. Maybe an area-wide stunner could have done the job. And maybe a group hug would have made them drop their wands and key. Your ass, Potter. A voice that sounded a lot like Moody echoed in his head. Right. He was in the middle of enemy territory, he had to remind himself. People woke up from stunners unpredictably. One person who was awake was as good as everyone he'd stunned being awake. He had no backup until he could get out of there. Every enemy down had to be down for the count, guaranteed. It still didn't help him enjoy the sight of cauterized stumps scattered about the room. He needed help, and he had to get his bearings. He activated the galleon in his pocket, hoping that the others would find him soon, wherever he was. Ubisumus, he whispered. A jumble of letters formed in front of him, taking unusually long to form a word. It settled on, Buckingham Palace. Yeah, right, and I'm the Queen herself. He cast the spell again. This time it said, Mount Everest. He tried a different spell. Point me, he whispered. His wand spun round and round on his palm. Well, at least he knew backup wouldn't be coming soon, with these wards in place. He needed to find a way out of the building. He looked back at the fallen Triwizard Cup. It could have been a two-way portkey. He walked over and grasped it firmly. Nothing happened. Clearly, escaping Voldemort's clutches would require a little more effort than that. The only way out of the room now seemed to be the door. He recast his disillusionment charm and quietly crept up to the door. He heard voices coming from the other side. Didn't you hear over the wireless? The tournament's been won. Even heard a bit of a struggle. Why the hell are those lazy assholes taking their time? They better not be having fun with the body, especially if it's that French bird that won. Harry steeled his nerves. Make sure to take them down without letting them get back up, he reminded himself. The doorknob turned, and two more men stepped through. One wasn't wearing his mask, but Harry didn't recognize him. Gwydion's balls, what happened here? The two of them rushed to the center of the room, wands out. Harry let out silent bludgeoning spells, knocking both of them off their feet. He followed up with a pair of stunners. Damn it, Potter, this isn't Snape's society practice anymore. He reminded himself. One of them was already groaning. Oh, bollocks. He had to step gingerly through the pile of body parts he'd created, and felt the urge to vomit again. Ah, no, I'm not doing that again. He settled for silencing spells, and bone-shattering spells on their arms. These couldn't be healed with a simple episkey. The sickening crunch of 3 bones splintering into hundreds was the only noise that could be heard. The pain was enough to wake the Death Eaters through the stunners, but the silencing spells did their job. When he was done with them, he had to stun them again. He summoned all the wands off the floor and turned them to sawdust. He looked back at the bodies on the floor. He picked up one of the Death Eater masks and stripped another of his cloak. Might as well hide in plain sight. Blending in with the enemy using a notice me not charm was much less draining than keeping up a disillusionment. He finally stepped out of the room, and cast a locking charm just to be safe. It might buy him a few extra seconds at best before someone else found the bodies, but those extra seconds could save him. The hallway was narrow, and there were no windows. He crept down the hallway, silently peeking in each room. No windows in any of them, either. They were filled mostly with junk, old furniture collecting dust. The last one contained bones. Human bones, most likely used in Voldemort's rituals. Harry shuddered. He didn't feel quite as bad for chopping a few Death Eaters to pieces now. What the hell are McNair and Roll doing? They were supposed to check up on the Carrows. Oi, McNair, what's taking so long? Crouch is waiting. Harry heard a voice coming from upstairs. There was only the single hallway, no corners to duck behind. He had to duck into the room with the human remains. The footsteps of 2 more Death Eaters passed by. Harry heard them trying the lock. He cracked the door open, just wide enough to sneak his wand through. 2 silent stunners and his targets fell, never seeing their assailant. A little work with Levicorpus and he piled the next 2 into the room, taking their wands and shattering their arms just like the others. 8 Death Eaters in one go. Not a bad start. Where did Harry go? This is really happening, isn't it? Sirius was almost panicking, turning to Remus, and then to Hermione. The crowd had cheered when Harry defeated the last golem protecting the Triwizard Cup. The cheers turned to murmurs as Harry had spent several minutes casting spells all over the cup and himself, only to cheer wildly when he disappeared along with the cup. They all assumed Harry knew of something they didn't, and that it was all part of the event. Hermione, Sirius, and Remus knew better. Calm down, Sirius. You were never this worried, even when you and James faced Voldemort, Remus said. This is Harry we're talking about. Not James. He's my godson. He's just a 4th year. And we had backup. Merlin's blasted ballsack. Why did we let him do this? Sirius buried his face into his hands. Come on, let's get out of here and meet the hit wizards. Harry should be signaling with his location any second now, Hermione said. She pulled out her charmed galleon and stared at the unchanging letters. Hurry up, Harry. Don't you dare try to do this alone. So, are we going to see some action or what? It was hard to believe the bee-owned American man, busy slicking back his hair, was actually a mercenary. Still, the rest of his team looked the part. Any second now, Hermione said, still staring at her coin. She was really starting to worry. It had been almost 10 minutes since Harry had disappeared. If he had to do a little fighting on arrival, he would have finished by now. Please don't be dead, Harry. Don't do this to me again. Images of Harry's corpse, reanimated as an Inferius and leading Voldemort's charge, crept into the back of her mind. No, not this time. It won't happen. Just be patient, boys, their gruff commander said. He took another puff of his cigar. Something's bound to happen sooner or later. As if on cue, sounds of screams of terror erupted from the stadium. Is this the signal, boss? The small, jittery one with the broom looked pretty excited to see some action. The others started cracking their knuckles. I don't know. Is it? The leader looked over to Sirius. Let's go back to the box. We can see what's happening from there. The 7 of them apparated back to the box seats Sirius had bought for them. Down below, it was chaos. Spellfire was flying everywhere. Moody and his security team was having a hard time containing everything, but Hermione could see more security personnel out over the racecourse were rushing back towards the stadium. A lot of the action seemed to be taking place near the judges' tables, but smoke was rising from another box as well. Several of the observational orbs had been shattered, leaving little information about Ivan and Fleur's condition. So, do we help him out? Of course, Remus answered immediately. No, Sirius countered. His old friend quirked an eyebrow at him. Sirius, what's the matter? This isn't like you. Sirius shook his head. I don't care about being the hero anymore, Remus. I tried that last time and ended up failing Lily and James. I hired these men to save Harry, and that's what they're going to do. The instant Hermione knows where Harry is, these men will be there, kicking Voldemort's rotten ass. Hermione, what do you think? Remus asked. His eyes still darted out towards the crowds occasionally. Clearly, there were going to be a few casualties whether they intervened or not. Hermione was conflicted. She knew Harry, he wouldn't have approved of standing idly by while all those innocent spectators were being attacked. But she still wanted Harry to be safe, most of all. It was selfish, she knew. Part of her was agreeing with Sirius. The other part was wondering if Harry would forgive her if she sided with him. There's a pretty simple solution to this, you know, the blonde pretty boy said. We're always in constant communication with each other. He tapped a small, flesh-colored earring he was wearing. Only then did they notice all the others were wearing the same things. I'll stay with you 3. If anything happens, I call all of us back and we go get Harry. Won't take more than a second to regroup. You just don't want to ruin your haircut, huh? Lazy ass. The attention-deficient flyer was already hopping on his broom, being restrained only by their leader. Shut up, Ace. I'll be protecting the clients. Well, Hermione and Sirius nodded at each other. Remus breathed a sigh of relief. Severus, what is the meaning of this? As the first spells flew, Dumbledore rose to cast a shield over himself and Madame Maxime, as well as the assistant headmaster from Durmstrang filling in for Karkaroff. Even Severus would cast a few spells against him to keep up appearances. It was all part of the plan, so that nobody had to get hurt. He didn't count on Severus dodging his spells and casting dark cutting charms or hexes, completely indifferent towards the bystanders caught in the crossfire. An oath, for failing the Dark Lord, was Snape's reply. He pressed on in his attack, knowing he'd force Dumbledore's hand soon. He'd spent an entire day combing through Hogwarts, asking everyone from Flitwick to the Grey Lady about the whereabouts of the Ravenclaw's diadem. As far as he knew, it didn't even exist within the castle. The Dark Lord probably knew he was truly Dumbledore's spy, and sent him on this impossible mission. Severus, please. Dumbledore knew that Voldemort didn't make light demands when forcing his followers into oaths, but if only he could stun his potions professor, that could buy some time to figure out a loophole. Snape suddenly crumpled to the ground as if struck by a falling anvil. The stadium's seats began to morph into tigers, which looked like they were transfigured with very empty stomachs. Dumbledore had been so focused on trying to save Snape that he didn't even notice the 10-foot-tall giantess get to her feet. One of the Beauxbaton students had been caught in the crossfire. She wasn't going to show Snape any mercy now. Moody, meanwhile, was struggling to get the chaos under control. Damn that Snape, he thought. Unreliable tosser. He'd been told that the first attacks would happen at least 1 hour after the end of the race. Thought they'd be portkeying in. Nobody said anything about portkeys going out. Now one of His champions could be anywhere in the world and half his team couldn't keep up at the stadium, despite having triple the security staff. His magical eye spun and drew his attention to one particularly powerful battle. Oh, it looks like Albus is stepping up. Hey, and so has the French headmistress. Big girl can throw big spells. Can't believe Albus would go that far to protect his pet Death Eater. He turned to see a large group of people casting basic spells at one of the boxes. That's the minister's box. He kicked his broom into high gear, ready to send the assailants flying. Several of them turned around to face him when he noticed their glossed-over look. Women and several students were part of the group. They'd been imperious. Bollocks. As he stunned the last civilian, his magical eye brought him to the attention of the Bulgarian and French VIP boxes. More imperious civilians. This was just far too many to handle at once. I want Team Mandrake to guard Kalov. 2 on the ground and 3 in the air. Team Didony on Delacour. Team Ginger, investigate the American mercenaries in the south box. All others, return to stadium. What are they doing? Who are these people? Cornelius Fudge was panicking. Were they from the bookies? He'd bet 1,000 galleons on Potter, and the boy had clearly won. Maybe they didn't want to pay up. Or maybe it was just the French being sore losers. Lucius, what's going on? Malfoy didn't answer. He seemed to be unusually quiet all day. In fact, even as the stadium was burning, he had an indifferent look on his face. Sir, we should apparate to evacuation point E, one of his Aurors whispered. They tried. They failed. None of them had noticed the anti-apparition wards going up. Lucius, what are you doing? This is clearly an attack against me. What should we do? Fudge screamed in confusion. That man wouldn't know which direction to wipe his ass if Lucius didn't tell him. Malfoy only turned to look at Fudge, with an oddly serene expression. I have nothing left, he proclaimed. With one quick sweep of his wand, Fudge's head was separated from his body. Malfoy turned his wand on himself before the Aurors could stop him. Mum. Neville stood up, staring blankly at the woman who had just blown up the French minister and his entire entourage with a single spell. Now she was doing battle with 5 unspeakables at once, and holding her own. He pushed his way through the crowd. There was no mistaking it. This was the same woman he'd been visiting week after week for months, the one he tried to break out of the Department of Mysteries along with Harry Potter. They said she'd been showing improvement. Standing up and casting spells on her own was certainly improvement. Going berserk and murdering others was arguably not. Mum. Alice. What are you doing? He yelled as he finally broke past the others. Ah. Neville. Mensa greeted the boy as if it were a routine visit for another Patronus therapy session. Didn't want to tell you, but your mum showed a massive improvement a few days ago. Suddenly started walking, talking, smiling, the complete set. Thought we'd bring her here today to surprise you. She turned to conjure a wall of stone, blocking another one of Alice's deadly spells, and then back to Neville as if the interruption was perfectly normal. We weren't expecting quite the surprise, though. What have you done to her? Neville screamed. Healed her, as far as we can tell. Nobody's ever come back from extended cruciatus exposure this well. This could just be one of the truly incurable effects of the cruciatus, though. We might consider this treatment for your father if we had any guarantees that the recovery wouldn't be so violent. Mensa, we could use another hand, here. Another. Unspeakable shouted. She turned and started conjuring animated ropes to restrain Alice. None of them appeared to be using lethal spells, although Alice had no qualms using unforgivables and dark magic in return. Neville was left staring at the scene. He did the only thing he could, enhanced his voice with a sonorous and tried to get her attention again. Oi, don't you recognize me? It's Neville, your son, Neville shouted. Alice turned to face Neville. For a second, he saw glowing red eyes before she apparated away. Ubisumus. Point me. Harry's wand was still telling him that he was vacationing in Hawaii and North didn't exist. That meant Hermione still hadn't been able to find him either. He had to let her know, and there was only one reliable way to do it. He ducked into another empty room and cast silencing charms on the walls. This was one spell he still couldn't perform silently. He focused his mind on a happy memory, spending an entire summer with Hermione, the time when her parents actually got along with him. Expecto Patronum. He let out the quietest shout he could manage. As the silvery mist poured from his wand, he shifted the memory over to more current events. I'm all right. Need to escape the building. Unplottable wards. Harry poured those thoughts into the Patronus as it was forming into a small, long-legged owl. Go, find Hermione, Harry whispered to his Patronus. It flew straight through the wall and disappeared. Hopefully it didn't run into any Death Eaters, but luckily, the entire building seemed to be nearly deserted. Apart from the 8 that he'd taken down already, he'd only seen 5 others. 4 were gambling and drinking, while another was asleep. Harry didn't want to try to take them on by himself, so he had slipped by with the Notice Me Not charm. The upper floors of the building had more interesting things, though. After sneaking past the gambling Death Eaters, he entered a room that contained dozens of soft-shelled eggs with roosters, instead of hens, sitting on top of them. Each of them had a few runes drawn on the eggshell, and runic circles surrounded each nest. Harry recognized a few of the basic patterns. They provided warmth while forcing change. Voldemort was trying to raise a small army of basilisks. Harry decided to nip that plan in the bud by silencing the roosters and stomping on all the eggs. It was surprisingly therapeutic, especially when a quick Scourgify got rid of the mess in an instant. The next room was full of potions. And better yet, it had signs of Severus Snape's handiwork, like his handwriting on the labels. Harry sprinkled a few potion ingredients randomly into some simmering potions, and then went about vanishing all the completed potions he could find. Except for 2 bottles, one containing Pepper Up potion, which he drank. The other had a silvery substance which he recognized as a memory. He slipped that one into his pocket for later. Really, where was the security in this place? He expected better from his mortal enemy. He continued on to a furniture-free room. Inscribed on the floor were multiple large ritual rings, and a single object at the center. Jackpot. He'd found Riddle's latest Horcrux attempt. The broken piece of armor was made of deep red leather and backed with metal plating. It had clearly been worn and used over the ages. The thing was ancient. It no longer held any functional or decorative value. Large chunks of the armor was dented or missing, while large pockmarks were left where gems clearly used to be. Thieves and warriors alike must have taken what they wanted from this armor. Given how Tom Riddle had a tendency to imbue his soul on beautiful treasures like Hufflepuff's cup, this seemed a little out of place. Harry found the answer when he inspected it more closely. Images of lions were embossed on the leather. This was Gryffindor's armor. Since he couldn't get the sword, he had to settle on the poorly preserved armor instead to complete the set. Without the tools to destroy the armor himself, Harry decided to leave it where it lay. Even if he had known how to cast Fiendfire, he still hadn't encountered any doors or windows that led outside. The anti-apparition ward appeared must have been keyed in selectively, because he saw no other way for the Death Eaters to come and go. There was only one door left, at the very end of the hall. If this didn't lead to a way out, he'd have to start getting loud and destructive. It was locked, and resisted the basic Alohomora charm, but a Peri Susama worked just fine. When he stepped inside, what he saw horrified him to no end. Draco Malfoy was lying on a table, buckbeaked. Okay, that wasn't truly what freaked him out. It was the fact that Draco's flesh seemed to be rotting away, while 7 gigantic sewing needles pierced his body. 1 was in each limb, and 3 were in his torso, pinning him to the table. Harry had seen these before, through one of his visions. Barty Crouch was experimenting with some kind of power enhancement ritual on Draco's body. One of them had been impressive enough. 7, and it looked like his body couldn't hold itself together. Harry had to remind himself that this wasn't Draco anymore. Much like Quirrell, he was completely owned by Voldemort. Harry wondered if he could finish what he started last January as he stepped closer. There it was again, the burning sensation. Draco must have already been dying, and if Harry got any closer he could kill him outright like Quirrell had died. Keeping his wand raised with a stunning hex at the tip of his fingers, he reached for Draco's neck with his right hand. He grasped on tight, and let the burning sensation flow through his arm. Draco woke up. The glowing red eyes with snake-like pupils told Harry everything he needed to know. This wasn't Draco anymore. It was Voldemort. He held on fast, snapping off the stunning hex with his other hand. It didn't work at all, but it wasn't necessary. Just like in first year, Draco's flesh was slowly turning to dust. The ashen gray color continued to spread down his body. Voldemort, or Draco, whoever was in control, didn't appear coherent enough to put up a real struggle. No words escaped his mouth, no attempts to free his arms. Just a lot of snarling and glaring that must have spawned from baser instincts. The needles started thrumming as Draco's body weakened. Ethereal threads wove through their eyelets faster and faster as if they were trying to stitch Draco back together. As they did, Harry suddenly felt what could only be described as insight. He couldn't describe it as knowledge, as it was too vague, but he suddenly understood exactly the condition the body was in. He understood that Draco had been all but eliminated. He knew that, during their battle in the forest in January, Draco's power was being limited because he still resisted Voldemort. He understood, somehow, that even Voldemort was no longer a resident of the body, either. Remnants of both remained, but it was a puppet at best. The puppet was falling apart. In its death throes, the needles, thrumming turned into buzz, then to a whine. The intangible threads glowed brighter and brighter, until, as the body died, they flashed out of existence. Harry expected a wraith of Voldemort to escape the body and fly away. Instead, he saw something dark and tattered floating through the air. It wasn't malicious, Harry knew. That would imply it had intentions. It was not evil. That would imply it had a purpose. And it wasn't his enemy. That would imply it had an identity. It simply seemed tainted, lost, and broken. Harry didn't approach it. It came to him instead. In the deepest recesses of his memory, he felt like he'd done this before. I seem to be coming here a lot these days, Harry muttered to himself. He was standing in the realm of endless white again. Even Alice Longbottom had been in better shape than the thing in front of him. When her soul was shattered, the pieces still appeared vaguely humanoid in this realm. Now, he was staring at a quivering pile of jelly. A shapeless mound of flesh. He approached cautiously. "Let's see what you've got here," he said, reaching out to touch it. "Come on, then. Attack the snake, you silly rabbit," Tom Riddle sneered. He held out both hands in front of him, forcing his power at the small animal. The snake prepared to strike. The rabbit continued to stare at it, completely ignoring its instincts to flee. Tom put a little more effort, concentrating even harder. He could shape its mind. He knew he could. The rabbit jumped straight into the snake's jaws. "Thank you, human," the snake hissed. Tom smiled as it disappeared into the grass. "Well, it figures you grew up playing with snakes," Harry commented. He noted that Riddle couldn't have been more than 8 years old in that memory. He had pretty good control of his magic at a younger age than Harry even realized magic existed. "What else is in here?" A teenage Tom Riddle paced back and forth in the Chamber of Secrets. He looked almost the same age as the one that had come out of the diary. He conjured a row of wooden sticks on the floor. Without even speaking an incantation, a stream of fire leapt from his wand, vaguely resembling a snake. It lit the first 3 sticks on fire immediately, but Riddle focused even harder. The flames stopped spreading. With a flick of his hand, he forced the fire to jump to the next stick. And the next. And the next, exactly when and where he intended. With sweat running down his brow and his wand arm tensed, he flicked once more. The fire leapt over one wooden stick, leaving it untouched while setting the next one alight. Tom laughed. He had finally mastered Fiendfire. Harry couldn't help but gawk. He knew Voldemort was powerful, but mastering Fiendfire while still in school, well, given most wizards couldn't survive practicing the spell, that told Harry how much more he needed to master his own magic. Oddly enough, though, when he saw the memory it felt much more than simply watching. He felt like he'd incorporated some of Voldemort's own experience into himself. Perhaps this was how he'd originally become a Parselmouth. "Come on, Riddle. Show me the rest of your secrets." He reached for the quivering mass once more. Power. Riddle stared at the runes he'd etched into his own body. That was it. He'd completed his first illegal power ritual. He could feel the difference already. He couldn't believe he'd wasted so much time trying the legal techniques first. If it wasn't bloody obvious, it was snake oil. Anything that could really improve someone's magical power was outlawed. Blood runes were simple, and they worked. What was the next ritual? Needed a pure, not too hard. He was sure Emily Arnhem was head over heels for him. She'd drop her knickers at a word. He was still a little doubtful about the ones that required blood to be spilled. Maybe he would draw the line there. Surely the victimless rituals would be enough for him. It wouldn't be worth it to get into that much trouble. The rest of the memories were similar. Harry got a very personal look at just how much Tom Riddle did to turn himself into Voldemort. It was amazing how handsome he remained despite all the blood rituals he performed. And it wasn't just magical power, it was magical control. Riddle always practiced his spells even more than Harry had, something that was easier to do because he wasn't trying to help his classmates improve as well. Everything he did for himself, and he did it without fear of being caught since he discovered the Chamber of Secrets. Harry's voyage into a fragment of Tom Riddle was interrupted by a Patronus one he recognized as himself as an animagus. Death Eaters attacking the crowds. Mercenaries are keeping us safe. Watch out for yourself. It was only then that Harry snapped out of his out-of-body experience and realized he really needed to be awake, because he was in the middle of enemy territory. Well, you caused us a lot of problems, Potter. Harry woke up to find himself tied to a table. Barty Crouch's scarred face was once again covered with some weird gadget as he peered down on Harry. He wasn't the only one. About 10 other Death Eaters surrounded the workbench. I say we break his arms. You know, like he did to Rolls and the others. You idiot. You're not to touch him, remember. The Dark Lord wants to use his body. You want to explain to him why he's going to wake up with broken arms. Yeah, it's just the Carrow's fault for being so damn weak. The Lord wanted a champion's body, and he got one. I, for one, don't care if the sodding louts are dead. They denied the Dark Lord and walked free for the past decade. As they continued to bicker, Harry tried to keep his fear under control. Barty was apparently the highest-ranking one here. He seemed to be calling the shots. He was entirely unconcerned with Draco and apparently Voldemort's death. One would expect that turning their leader's body to dust would cause a little more disorder in the ranks, but the man seemed to know exactly what he was doing. Almost like Harry's efforts hadn't slowed him down his plans in the slightest. Now, you just hang tight there, my lord. I'll get you moving about on your own in no time. Crouch dropped Gryffindor's armor next to Harry and started sticking regular-sized pins into it. Only then did Harry notice a few of the massive needles that used to be in Draco's body lying next to him. He knew those would be plunged into his chest soon enough. Now, I know we've talked about this before, and I know you're not very sure about this procedure, but you're in no position to argue right now, are you? Barty cackled with mad laughter. Was he talking to the armor? Harry knew he had to get out of here. He didn't have his wand. Damn. He tried turning into Bandana again, which would have let him easily slip through the ropes. Nope, some kind of charm that prevented animagus transformation here. That was the price for making his animagus form public knowledge. He couldn't think of anything else he could do. It was the simplest and stupidest weakness of his all wizards really. Without a wand, they were as helpless as muggles. Probably worse, since they had no idea how to fend for themselves without a wand. Riddle, at least, could perform a few tricks, Fumation being among them. He'd even perfected the art in his later years, allowing him to turn only half his body to smoke, keeping the other half corporeal. He'd used it effectively in the First War, becoming one of very few wizards who could fly without a broom or other device. Harry had to tap into that knowledge now. Riddle's memories made it so easy. In his lessons with Dumbledore, Harry still had yet to make the mental leap from blurring the borders of his body to outright dissociation. Flux, the first F of Fumation, was one of the hardest steps in the process. Riddle didn't have much of a problem with that, possibly because he viewed even his own body as just another tool to be used. Harry settled deeply into occlumency meditation, filtering out and focusing on Riddle's Fumation practice. He played that memory over and over again as Crouch was putting the finishing touches on the Horcrux. Crouch was linking the pins in the armor to the giant needle with the same ethereal thread as he saw last time. Harry tried to fumate out of place. Nope, still too solid. And now the Death Eaters noticed he was trying to escape. Hey, Barty, I think he just tried to apparate or something. Should we stun him? No. Need him awake for this to work best. I am a Cruciatus if he tries it again. I'll be ready in a minute anyway. A good 15-second exposure to the torture spell caused Harry to lose focus, but it wasn't completely unbearable. Voldemort was more powerful and had done a lot worse. This was a bit like being stabbed with only 20 hot knives as opposed to 100. When the spell stopped, he focused on his meditation to dull the pain. Focus on Fumation. How had Riddle approached the problem? It was his conviction. He believed he was eternal. He had his first Horcrux. He was immortal, and a mere hiccup with fumation would be an inconvenience at best. Harry didn't have quite the same thing, but if this didn't work he'd just go back in time and try it again. Screw this body, I'd rather have it dissolve to nothingness than hand it over to Tommy Riddle. Harry firmly made up his mind. Barty brought the giant needle over him and aimed over his heart. The adrenaline rush of seeing himself about to get stabbed helped Harry let go of any desire to see his body pierced in one piece, and dissolved into a countless haze of particles instead. The plume of smoke surprised all the Death Eaters as it zipped around the room, stopping at the far side where Harry's pockets had been emptied. He managed to reform himself into his own body and scooped up his wand, bracelet, in memory. Some Death Eater must had nicked the galleon. Spellfire forced him to duck down behind the bench. He put on the bracelet and traced out the pattern with his wand. A thick fog emanated from the bracelet, just as Ludo Bagman had claimed. The mist filled the room in seconds. To Harry, it merely appeared as a light haze, but the Death Eaters were having trouble seeing the tips of their own wands. Harry moved to a different part of the room as they stumbled in their stupor. He now had 99 seconds of an unfair advantage to take them down. He reached a counter where a lot of Barty's gruesome instruments lay. He immediately banished all the objects remaining on the table at the group of Death Eaters. A lot of it involved knives, needles, scalpels, screws, saws, and the ever-memorable giant needles he was going to be stabbed with. The screams of pain told Harry what he needed to know. Keeping low, he moved to another part of the room and popped his head out only a second at a time. He used strong disabling charms, heavy bludgeoning spells, aimed for the head, or bone-shattering spells at the arms. One by one, the Death Eaters fell, and not all of them by Harry's hand. Some were brash enough to try to curse him through the mist, only to hit their ally with an entrail-expelling curse. With all the Death Eaters on the ground, Harry summoned all their wands and sliced them to pieces. He blasted open the wall, allowing him to finally see outside. Escape. Before he stepped out, however, he looked at Gryffindor's armor. It was a Horcrux, and he needed to destroy it. It had survived being struck by a dozen different spells in the crossfire over the past minute, and it was still in exactly the same condition as it was before. Harry didn't want to carry it with him. The tiara and the diary had strong enough compulsion charms on it. The armor would surely try to kill him too. There was only one thing he could do right now to destroy it. Fiendfire. Riddle showed me how to do it. I can control it, Harry told himself. He didn't really believe it. The spell wasn't particularly hard to cast. A moron could have learned it. Controlling it was another matter. Harry stood at the hole he made, ready to flee the second things turned sour. He focused on the piece of armor and pointed his wand. Igni Infernum. Flames in the shape of a demonic winged serpent leapt from his wand and consumed the armor quickly. The embers themselves looked like lizards or insects leaping to freedom. Harry kept his wand focused and his hand out. Just the armor. Eat it up, and then stop. 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 Harry gritted his teeth as he continued to pour his effort into controlling the flame. The armor was long gone, but the flame continued to burn, trying to leap to another target. Harry was barely keeping it in place. One little ember happily flew from the tabletop to the next table over, immediately igniting the entire thing. Harry could almost see a snarling face in the flames. Bugger. He stepped back, dropping his arms at his side. The fiendfire immediately spread, igniting everything it touched. All of it burned. The tables, the walls, the floor. But the fire seemed especially happy when it found the bodies of the Death Eaters. The room was filled with burning flesh. The fiendfire roasted the Death Eaters down to the bone. The flames curled like a smile. There was one more body to consume. Harry turned himself into an osprey, flying as fast and as far from the fiendfire as he could. The smell of burning meat chased Harry until he reached the edge of the anti-apparition wards. There wasn't any time for any awards ceremony to end the tournament. There weren't enough students to see the foreign students off. This year, there was no end-of-year speech in the Great Hall. Dumbledore was spending the last days of June in the Hogwarts infirmary. In the aftermath of the grand task, parents were rushing to whisk their children home. Muggleborns suddenly became the majority of the student body for the few remaining days. Hermione came to the infirmary with a copy of the Daily Prophet. Harry was being treated for minor fiendfire burns. Thankfully, He hadn't been caught on fire himself, but the intense heat had still done a number on his skin, and the smoke on his lungs. Good thing you're awake. The paper sums up what happened yesterday better than I could. Harry managed a smile. Thanks, Hermione. I'm just glad you're safe. He picked up the paper and took a quick glance through the headlines. For once, he wasn't staring at his own face captured from an awkward angle. Eventful was hardly an adequate word to describe the day when the kidnapping of Harry Potter couldn't make front-page news. Cornelius Fudge assassinated. French Minister for Magic slain. Bulgarian Minister for Magic attacked, remains in critical condition. Triwizard Terror. 157 dead, 509 wounded. Alice Longbottom, rise from the depths of madness. And finally, tucked in somewhere on the fourth page, was a line about him: Potter wins Triwizard Champion Cup, nowhere to be found. Wow. And here I thought I was the one seeing some action, Harry coughed out. His lungs still hurt from smoke inhalation. He took another sip of potion. Putting the bottle back down, he grasped Hermione's hand. I'm glad you survived all of that. How's Neville doing? Hermione shook her head. Sent to St. Mungo's. Last I heard his grandmother would be taking him straight home after he recovers. Harry flipped back a page, to the Triwizard Terror article. He read through it carefully, but no names were mentioned. The article mostly spoke about fear and took generic-sounding quotes from shell-shocked spectators. Anyone we know. Hermione swallowed hard. Cedric, along with a few other Hufflepuffs in 7th year. The Rennet twins from Ravenclaw. Angelina and Alicia, too. George isn't taking it so well. It's best to leave him alone. There could be more, but I don't know who's gone home and who's gone. She pulled Harry's hand closer, hugging it to her face as she lay her head down on Harry's stomach. Cedric, huh? And I assumed he'd be okay being out of the tournament completely, Harry thought. And most of them were in Snape's society. I can teach them spells, but I don't know how to teach them instinct and courage. They lay together in silence for a while, trying to wrap their heads around the loss of life that had occurred. The worst cases were sent directly to St. Mungo's. Hogwarts only held the victims with minor injuries, like Harry. Given the kinds of pain Harry could hear from the other beds, he didn't want to think about the ones who were sent to the hospital. Should we head back soon, Hermione? Harry whispered. There wasn't any way to fix everything that had gone wrong. They couldn't bring back the dead. Even with the participating Death Eaters dead or captured, the Ministry was still in chaos. The ICW must be in an uproar, 2 heads of state dead, 1 injured, and their own supreme mugwump confined to bed rest. Neville's mother was a lost cause. Even if they banished Voldemort's spirit from her, she would be left mad, imprisoned, or keyed by a Dementor. And not to mention Bill, all the way back from last summer. No, the only thing they could do was try again. But the question remained, how could they fix all this? I think we should hang around a little longer and make a plan, Hermione answered. When Madame Pomfrey discharged Harry by the late afternoon, they quickly rushed down to the Chamber of Secrets. First and foremost, they had to view the memory he'd pilfered from Snape's workshop. Without a pensieve around, the only way was to take it directly into his mind, and then share it with Hermione afterwards. Taking out the bottle, Harry dipped his wand into the silvery liquid and pulled it up towards his temple. Dumbledore was sitting across from Trelawney at the Hog's Head pub. Apparently Dumbledore was looking for a new divination professor. The previous one had failed to predict a slippery staircase for herself. The interview was going rather poorly. The headmaster was considering dropping the subject from the Hogwarts curriculum entirely. Trelawney was clearly passionate about her subject and her family heritage, but she didn't have any actual skill in the art, apparently. Just as he was about to end the interview, Trelawney's head flew back as she entered a trance-like state. With a deep, resounding voice that her vocal cords didn't seem capable of, she spoke. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. A thump was heard outside the door. Dumbledore considered investigating, but he knew incomplete information was as dangerous as having no information at all. He stayed and continued to listen. The fall of the Lord will mark his rise. The Lord will rise as he rises, grow as he grows, until one strikes the other down on their 7th crossing. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born as the 7th month dies. When the memory ended, Harry stared at the goopy silver liquid in the bottle curiously. That couldn't be right. He handed the bottle over to Hermione. "Here, you take a look at this." He sat in silence as he watched Hermione take in the memory. She finished it just as confused as he was. Didn't it end differently? I could have sworn there was a line like, "Has a power the Dark Lord knows not," and, "Only one of you can live," or something to that effect. I'm remembering a different one. "The power shall save the boy from the Dark Lord thrice. His continued life will be the Dark Lord's demise," Harry recited. It was one of the last things I heard before, dying last time, so it's pretty vivid in my memory. Heard, not seen, like with this memory. Hermione jiggled the bottled memory around. Harry shook his head. "Then again, there's the other one we both eavesdropped on. Mark him with death, and something something death visits." Harry racked his brain for the memory. He really should have filed away this memory in his head. In fact, he really had to reorganize his whole brain after this year's events. He'd been getting lazy in his occlumency meditations lately. The Dark Lord will mark him with death, and only he can invite death to visit the one who slays him. Hermione completed it for him. "That one barely makes any sense at all," she added. "Unless you somehow have the ability to kill people only after you're already dead." "Didn't you say I was turned into an Inferius?" Harry said, half jokingly. Hermione shuddered. "Don't remind me," she squeaked out. Harry wrapped his warm arms around her to reassure her. "Seriously, though, I wonder, why all the different prophecies?" Harry mused. "You think our time traveling is creating separate dimensions, or tossing our memories into alternate dimension selves, where each one is very slightly different?" Hermione spoke absently, holding on to Harry. "Or maybe we're defying the forces of fate itself with the time travel, forcing prophecies themselves to change and adapt to our unnaturally acquired powers. Or, Dumbledore and Snape are liars," Harry theorized. "That, too." They both looked into each other's eyes, and then broke out into laughter. "You know, this means we're going to have to find the real prophecy somehow," Harry said. "Put that on our to-do list." Returning to the Muggle world was refreshingly normal. You couldn't possibly tell that there had been an international terrorist incident, walking down the streets of London. It must have been just as surreal for the other Muggle-born children coming home from Hogwarts. Through Hogsmeade, the Hogwarts Express, and Platform 9 3/4, there had been hushed whispers and fearful glances. People moved quickly through the streets and slammed doors shut behind them. Tension and apprehensiveness permeated the air. As soon as they stepped through the barrier at King's Cross, it all disappeared in an instant. Every non-magical person was bustling about the station normally. Hermione found her parents and gave them a bone-crushing hug. Harry watched from afar and noted that her parents were happy, not apprehensive, when they were waiting for their daughter. Apparently nobody had bothered to inform them of the attack that could very well have killed their daughter if it weren't for a few hired ones that day. Dan Granger caught Harry staring, and gave a slight disapproving frown before turning back to his daughter. Guess he still hadn't gotten over the rather compromising situation last summer. While she was catching up with her family, Harry glanced around the station on the off chance that the Dursleys might have shown up to pick him up. Given how he'd abandoned number 4, Privet Drive last summer without a word, he didn't expect them. No balls of blubber in sight. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. In their place, Sirius and Remus were waiting for him. With all the depressing news he'd been absorbing lately, this was a refreshingly welcome surprise. "Harry, good to see you're all recovered. You need to tell me exactly what went on that day. I mean, first Death Eaters kidnap you, then you come back in a smoking heap, and before I can ask you any questions Poppy kidnaps you and nobody's allowed into the infirmary." Sirius howled with laughter. "Really, though, Harry, we were worried sick about you. You smelled like you were almost caught by fiendfire," Remus remarked. "The Death Eaters weren't holding back, were they?" Harry chuckled. "It's been a week. You can still smell it. I'll tell you all about it, but not right now." He looked over at the Grangers, who were just about ready to leave the station. Hermione was running over to give him one more goodbye hug. "I was thinking of inviting the Granger family to dinner," Harry said. A little spending spree after winning 1,000 galleons wasn't unjustified. More importantly, he knew that the Grangers needed a chance to talk to wizards closer to their own age, as opposed to only hearing about the world through their daughter. "Harry, I'm going home now." Hermione rushed up, hugging and dotting him. She whispered into his ear, "I'll expect you on my windowsill by Saturday, okay?" I've got a better idea. I'm going to take you and your parents to a nice dinner right now, Harry said. Hermione's eyes grew wide as she let out a squeal of excitement. That's fantastic. This might actually convince my dad that you're all right. I tried to let him know I'd be seeing you pretty often over the summer. He still doesn't quite approve of the idea. Where are we headed? Harry stared back at her blankly. He had no idea. The Dursleys had never taken him out to a restaurant in his life. He was lucky to be able to stand outside of a McDonald's while they ate. For him, the Three Broomsticks was the closest thing to a fine dining establishment he'd ever visited. He turned to his godfather. "Heir, do you have any recommendations? I have no idea where to even look for a restaurant." Sirius rubbed his mustache and thought. "I've been wanting to give the Narlat another try. My parents used to love it, which meant I hated it, but as far as I remember the food was excellent. It should be enjoyable with better company. It's in Cherdee Alley. We'll show you the way," Remus said to Hermione. "Good entertainment district. If they're interested we could even enjoy a symphony or a play afterwards." When they popped out of the flow, the first word that came to Harry's mind was ritzy. The lights, the statuettes, and the liberal application of marble, shiny gold plating, and sparkling jewels. In some ways, wizards and muggles were more alike than the former would like to admit. "Are you sure we won't be a tad underdressed for this?" Emma Granger looked down at her own jeans and blouse. "We can just transfigure something. We won't be here very long, will we?" Sirius waved his wand over his own robes, causing it to darken, sprout a few buttons and a tie. It was less formal than the dress robes in Harry's trunk, but it was fitting for a simple dinner. Remus did the same. Hermione performed it on herself, shortening her robes into a little black cocktail dress neither flashy nor simple. A few feathery ruffles by her knees gave it just enough flair. Harry followed suit, following Sirius's fashion cues. "If you'll allow me." Sirius gestured to Dan, who was still trying to hide his surprise at the display of magic. Of course, even though Hermione's parents been informed that their daughter was magical, they'd never been able to witness any magic at home. They could only trust reports printed on parchment that she was actually learning magic. This was one of the few times they'd witnessed it firsthand, and the casual ease with which their own daughter was using it must have truly seemed alien to them. Hermione finished transfiguring her mother's clothes as Sirius finished with Dan. "Well then, shall we get going? These clothes aren't going to suddenly disappear at the stroke of midnight, will they?" Emma asked, still running her hands over her dress to make sure it wasn't merely an illusion. "No, I put enough power into mine that it should last until next morning, if it ever comes to that." "Wait, what's so funny?" Sirius asked, seeing everyone else giggle. "Muggle fairy tale, Sirius. Don't worry about it." As they continued down the street, Harry couldn't help but notice a marked increase in aura presence. In the 5 minutes they strolled he saw 3 of them. They also had their badges displayed prominently over their cloaks. Normally they'd be pinned to their robes. "Is there a reason why there's so many auras here? I thought this was supposed to be a nice neighborhood," Harry remarked. He never saw an aura in Diagon Alley unless there was actual trouble. "Of course they patrol here. It's where members of the Wizengamot and their friends spend their free time. Naturally this is the first place to get more patrolmen after what happened at the tournament," Remus answered, careful not to frighten off the Grangers too soon. When they entered the restaurant, the headwaiter stopped them briefly with a disapproving glance at Remus and the Grangers that didn't go unnoticed. "I'm sorry, sir, but..." Sirius seemed prepared for this. "If you're thinking about turning away Lord Black and Lord Potter with your next words, you might as well start looking for another job immediately." His eyes darted down to Harry, and widening in shock momentarily. "Party of 6. Right this way. Now I remember why I hated this place," he muttered loud enough for the Hermione to hear. "Private table, please," ordered the headwaiter. As soon as they were settled down in their seats, Sirius put up a silencing ward immediately. "Okay, Harry. Spill it. What happened after the cup?" Harry sputtered. "What? You want to start with that? I'm trying to make a good impression for Mr. and Mrs. Granger, you know." Dan and Emma looked visibly amused with Harry's uncomfortable squirming, said nothing. "Come on. It's interesting." Sirius goaded. "Oh, and the Triwizard Tournament isn't. Why can't we just talk about that first?" Sirius spoke rapidly as he turned to the Grangers. Harry gets picked to represent his country in a year-long competition against the top students in France and Eastern Europe. He wins. There. Now tell us about the good part. Harry had to remind himself to pick his jaw back up before speaking. Sirius, it really isn't appropriate dinner conversation, he said. How inappropriate? Because you know that we may have very different definitions of inappropriate, he said with a barking laugh. Remus and Hermione shifted in their seats uncomfortably. Harry leaned up, discreetly casting another privacy charm and whispered into Sirius's ear. I must have killed at least a dozen Death Eaters, and almost got stabbed in the heart myself. I don't want to ruin anyone's appetite just yet. When he sat back down, Sirius was staring him with his face frozen in an awestruck expression. Okay. Definitely not dinner material. But you're still telling me later, Sirius demanded. So, how about those tournament events, Harry? As well as could be expected. I won, Harry shrugged. Oh, but Hermione had to compete in my place for one of them. Scored nearly perfect, gave me a fantastic lead over the competition, he directed the praise towards her parents. Hermione blushed a little but couldn't hide her smile. Throughout dinner, they recounted a heavily edited version of their school year. Hermione did her best to impress her father with her boyfriend's accomplishments, likewise, Harry tried to remain humble and deflected some of the praise back to Hermione. The tales of the dragons and sandworms were especially fascinating for Emma. Dan was more interested in the duels. Remus recounted his year as their teacher, impressing upon the Grangers how quickly Hermione and Harry had improved in a year. That brought up their initiative with the student club and private potions tutoring. Sirius couldn't stop praising his godson, even attributing his successful business as Harry's invention. This led to the Grangers explaining to him exactly what dentists were and their shock at the terrible condition of Sirius's teeth. After a tragic tale of injustice and imprisonment, Sirius earned himself an appointment with the Grangers. By the end of the night, they had such good company that they barely noticed the food they had been eating. Hermione managed to impress upon her parents the importance of practicing magic, which she could only do among magical adults, that is, while visiting Harry at his godfather's home. And there would be plenty of spellcasting that summer. Harry, relatively free to practice his magic at Sirius's home, focused on learning as much practical magic as he could, while Hermione concentrated on parchment and memorization. The Marauders shared their wisdom gained from the previous war, like fumation. While both Remus and Sirius had been taught the skill in the Order of the Phoenix, they rarely practiced it in the field as much as Moody did. The good thing was that they knew the counterspells and had plenty of dittany on hand in case Harry failed to re-solidify a few body parts, so he could practice as much as he wanted. The two Marauders also taught Harry what they remembered of a few contraptions of their own: the Marauder's map, two-way mirrors, and the lock-slicing knife. Although none of them were particularly complicated magic, most of the items had been created prior to taking their owls. It was the creativity and combination of charms, runes, and arithmancy that they, Remus, mostly, were showing Harry. He valued both the practical application of theories as well as the link to his father's own childhood. On the other hand, much of Hermione's time had to be spent at home without magic. She could practice her potions, though, so Harry bought her supplies while she perfected and refined her technique for making the potions they'd need right away: regrowth potion and eyesight potion for sure. Veritaserum would have to be on hand when they captured Peter Pettigrew. She also made sure they had a ready supply of wit sharpening potions all summer. They'd be needing it. When she wasn't brewing, Hermione used her time to memorize the notes from the curse-cracking company. She studied their methods for breaking the wards, traps, and enchantments surrounding the other Horcruxes. She also received copies of Bill Weasley's notes about the wards surrounding the Riddle Mansion. A good portion of the summer would be devoted to committing all of it to memory. In short, she was on a mission to become a curse-breaker through theory alone, in the span of one summer. With Remus's help, however, Harry discovered he was on an equally difficult mission. Together, they tried to decipher how Ollivander created his little wand attachment tool. The wandmaker had not been very forthcoming during their visits to Diagon Alley. It was fairly obvious when Remus figured out the reason. The wandmaker was willing to give away the little contraption because it was merely a small step in his ultimate goal: the replication of the Elder Wand of Lore. A one-use power-boosting device was still a long ways away from a legendary wand that could boost a wizard's magical power to undefeatable levels. Ollivander probably had far more advanced designs in his head. His gift to the Triwizard Tournament was likely an old design. Still, reverse engineering decades worth of research into replicating the Elder Wand. Harry had his work cut out for him. On the days they did get to see each other, Harry and Hermione usually spent the first few hours testing their occlumency and legilimency, as well as using it as a shortcut to exchange memories of what they'd achieved over the previous week. After they finished, they spent the rest of the day relaxing and enjoying themselves. Usually they kept their dates on the Muggle side of the world, but they did drop in on the magical world to buy potions, supplies and a copy of the Daily Prophet to keep up with the news. It was 2 weeks after the assassination of Cornelius Fudge before the Ministry found a replacement. Rufus Scrimgeour, formerly the head Auror, leapfrogged over his department head Amelia Bones. Madame Bones was far too busy coordinating law enforcement teams sweeping the country to leave her post, vowing to capture Alice Longbottom before she'd give up her position. Nobody else had enough courage to face the scathing attacks waiting for them from both politicians and media across Europe. The following week, a familiar name caught their eyes on the headlines. Longbottom accuses unspeakables for Dark Lady's rampage. Neville had done it. Now that took courage, and the Daily Prophet couldn't hide it, because he'd been smart enough to owl copies of his accusation to other newspapers in Europe. Unfortunately, one line caught their eye. The young Longbottom heir has been taken in for questioning. Hedwig couldn't locate Neville anymore. It took a lot of heated arguments before the two of them settled on the simple fact that none of what was happening around them truly mattered, no matter how hard it struck them emotionally. In a month, it would all be reset. They continued with their projects. Halfway through summer, they spent some time in Diagon Alley to buy stacks of runestones. Harry had made some headway into deciphering Ollivander's device while Hermione had to test her curse-breaking skills on makeshift wards. What greeted them was chaos. A riot. As if the Aurors didn't already have enough on their hands, it seemed like a large number of drunkards from Nocturne Alley had spilled over to Diagon Alley, throwing spells and stones alike and smashing windows. The two of them retreated back to the Leaky Cauldron, where more responsible people were enjoying their ale. The talk of the tavern shocked Harry. Only a day ago, one of the Wizengamot members had assassinated Scrimgeour, then claimed the Imperious defense. Some people disagreed. Some people didn't. Either way, it seemed to be a good excuse to cause some ruckus. Magical Britain was, once again, leaderless. They didn't get to buy their runestones that day. From then on, Hedwig delivered their newspapers. They didn't dare venture into the alleys. But even so, they couldn't escape the effects. The Prophet reported that Dumbledore was having trouble keeping the ICW calm about the turmoil in Britain. The British ambassador claimed the other countries were using this as a pretense to invade Britain. The Quibbler claimed that the second stage of the Rotfang conspiracy had begun. None of their protests mattered. After another week, German Hexenmeisters were on their doorstep with full ICW support. Literally on their doorstep. They were searching through every magical home for evidence of harboring Alice Longbottom. As if things a Dark Lord would hide in a common house like that, it seemed more like a publicity campaign for international newspapers than anything. The American Warlocks would be joining them the following week. Towards the end of summer, when their next Hogwarts letters arrived with a book list, Harry and Hermione decided that it would finally be safe to venture out onto the streets again. If everybody else was out buying school supplies, surely they could as well. There wasn't anything they needed to buy as they were nearly ready to go back in time, but they decided to window shop to see what they could buy upon their return. At least the foreign warlock presence reassured the crowds a little. All the Aurors were pulling extra shifts to keep the crowds safe. Diagon Alley only sold relatively mundane, day-to-day items. The two of them bought ice cream and proceeded to flow to Unifer's Alley instead. There were fewer crowds, and equally fewer patrolmen here. Wanted posters with Alice Longbottom's face plastered the walls. It was interesting how a few well-placed strokes of an artist's hand could turn the gentle, motherly face into that of a rabid killer. The two of them entered a shop called the Hobble and Goblin. Inside the shop was a bunch of odd trinkets of goblin origin, things ranging from daggers and claw extensions to totems and skulls. Some of this stuff was ancient, it could probably date back to the last goblin rebellions. Harry spied a small spyglass with an attachment clearly made to fit a goblin head. The placard in front of it read, Stone Seer. 1742. used by the clan Sokran to identify false rubies delivered by the ministry, inciting the 6th British Goblin Rebellion. Interesting, but not useful. Further down the shelf, a pair of long, bladed claws caught his eye. Terrorizers. 1749. Used by Goblin Berserkers in the 6th British Goblin Rebellion. 4 kills. Also interesting, but made for Goblin hands, and Harry didn't think he'd make a very good Berserker anyway. Have you found anything interesting? He asked Hermione. No. The goblins seem to be really good at making very pointy things, though. If we really needed goblin steel, we could always find a way to nick the sword of Gryffindor from Dumbledore's office, she answered. The two of them left the shop and proceeded on to the next. The neighboring store sold armor named Parsons Person Protection. In a complete reversal to the goblin shop, there wasn't a hint of forged steel plate in these walls. The armors ranged wildly, from Taratuga shell body plates, to firecrab shoulder pauldrons, to lifewood shields, but the bulk of the shop's products used dragon leather from the reserves. Every corner of the store was filled with dragonhide and dragonscale armors of all varieties, from the soft and supple Welsh green leather to the hard as steel ironbelly scales. Then again, none of them could quite match the incredible quality of a 1,000-year-old basilisk hide, which carried the best of both worlds. Evidently, the shopkeeper had an eye for such things, as his gaze never left Harry and Hermione's cloaks the minute they entered the shop. Finally, there was someone staring at him for reasons other than the scar. That's Fleming's logo, the man finally breathed out. Are you the ones who supplied me with that basilisk hide? Harry and Hermione looked at each other. There obviously wasn't a huge supply of giant serpents in Britain, so they nodded. The man stuck his hand out. Philip Parson III. In all our generations this shop's been in my family, nobody's seen a haul like this one. You've done wonders for my business. Especially with that scare in June. All the international bigwigs won't settle for anything less. It's the only armor that can still fit under their dress robes. I might have to start raising prices. Harry and Hermione shook his hand. Glad to help, Harry said. Why don't you have any on display like the dragonhide ones? I'd like to see how one fits. He knew the cloaks already gave good protection, but that was only when standing still. They still fluttered and flapped behind him when he really had to move, exposing more than half his body during any real combat. A full set of form-fitting armor would be the best choice for protection. Oh, no, it's too precious to make a display model for. Every piece of basilisk is going to be saved for custom-sized cuts only, he answered. So, if we were looking into having 2 sets of basilisk armor made, what kind of prices would we be looking at, approximately? Hermione asked. 3,000 galleons, each, the shopkeeper answered. I mean, I know you're Harry Potter, Triwizard Champion and all, but there's a good reason even rich folk like the Malfoys don't ever purchase these. Just the rich and paranoid. I have good reason to be paranoid, Harry replied. Now, how much for the Acromantula silk version? That would push it to 4,000 each. And may I remind you I'm still waiting on the silk. At this point, he was only answering their questions for amusement's sake. Harry knew that he'd be limited to a budget of 500 galleons a year once they returned, and he didn't want to wait until he was 17 to get the armor. What if we supplied you with the basilisk hide, tanned and ready to go? As well as enough Acromantula silk. How quickly could you make 2 sets to fit us? Hey, if you were willing to do that, then I'd just ask for the labor costs. It would take about a month. 300 galleons in total ought to be enough. That didn't help Harry much. He needed to leave enough money to pay for potion supplies, an extra wand, maybe a barrister to help free Sirius, and hit wizards to help against the assault on Voldemort. Maybe the Cursebreakers again, as well. Having his budget sliced in half for armor made it a difficult decision. How about if we give you enough raw materials to make 3 sets of armor, you make 2 of them for us for free, and you get to keep the rest? Hermione proposed. Harry looked back and forth between her and the armorer with a grin plastered on his face. That's more than a fair deal, I'd say, Parsons answered. So, should I be expecting the 2 of you to walk in here with a pile of basilisk leather soon? Perhaps the next time we see you, Harry answered slyly as they exited the shop. Well, at least they could cross body armor off the list. Mistress Malkin's was closed, so they continued onwards to the funny shop down the street that sold enchanted Muggle products at ridiculously inflated prices. It was probably the kind of place Arthur Weasley would spend too much time in. Without any need for flying flyswatters or rubber duckies with lifelike quacking, they moved on. A sporting shop for outdoor wizards looked like it was having a rougher summer than usual. Plenty of unsold tents, self-heating pottery, and collapsible boats still crowded the shelves. Although the two of them weren't planning on going camping anytime soon, they did find a useful first aid pouch, one that was about 20 times larger on the inside and was packed with all the basic potions and salves, and even included cushioning charms to protect all the vials. That was definitely worth buying. Further down the line, passing by the jewelry and perfume shops, they came upon the odd plant shop that Harry had nearly forgotten about. One of the final mysteries he still had yet to decipher about Ollivander's device was the type of plant, if it was a plant at all, the device was made from. It had long since dried out and shriveled up, making it all the harder to identify, but Harry hoped a shopkeeper that dealt in exotic plants could help. What can I do for ya? The man popped out from behind a bush. I'm trying to identify what kind of plant is surrounding this gem, Harry explained, holding out Ollivander's device. The man grabbed Harry's wrist, but didn't touch the gem itself. He stared for a minute without making a sound. Tea, he finally said. Excuse me, might make a good tea. Haven't got a clue. What were you trying to do with make a ring of sorts? He asked, pointing to Hermione. Y'd get better luck with the jewelers across the street. No, that's not it. It's used to transmit magical power somehow. I wanted to know if you had any kind of plant that could do that, Harry sighed in frustration. He couldn't think of any other botanists to look for, and the textbooks he'd read hadn't helped. Ollivander must have traveled far and wide to make these things. Transmit magic. Ya mean, like wand wood. There's plenty of trees fair that. Ya just have to find the right one. No, well, yes, but not quite. Harry was having trouble explaining the strange little thing in his palm. If the shopkeeper had been listening to Harry, he would have been confused. It was a good thing that he wasn't. But if y'all want a real shortcut, 'cause who's got the time fair grabbing every piece o' wood in a forest anyway, you can just spill some blood on some sands, air. He pointed at a blood-red plant. Ya can't use this one, I've been feedin' it chicken blood. But this one's got about 2 more cups o' blood to go before it sprouts some seeds, and if ya feed blood to it from seedlin' to maturity, it's guaranteed compatible wood. Really? Harry and Hermione looked at the little plant in wonder. Why wouldn't anyone else do this? Why would they? Any old bloke can walk into Ollivander's these days and pick from 1,000 wands. Gotta be somethin' in that store fair somebody. And who likes bleedin' out for a whole month anyway? Ain't that why here? Did you get banned from Ollivander's too? Huh, banned. Their conversation was interrupted by a dozen cracks of apparition. Just outside the shop, 2 witches locked in battle appeared a split second before a squad of armored Aurors and several warlocks surrounded them. The witches were almost completely ignoring the Aurors. You're not the Dark Lord. I refuse it. Don't you dare take his name. A screeching voice pierced the air, which was quickly drowned out by the sound of an explosion and falling cobblestones. Hermione cast reinforcement charms on the glass in front of the store while Harry created a shield. They could see one of the Aurors go flying. Your beliefs are meaningless. I know what is mine, and I will take it back. The voice was both familiar and completely alien, but Harry couldn't match it to a face. The ground rose up, forming the top half of a massive golem. It knocked down several more Aurors, completely ignoring their spellfire, as it swung a massive fist at its true target. The storefronts were being completely demolished. The first witch fumated to avoid the golem's fist, reforming high above the street for a second. For 1 second, Harry could see her face, Bellatrix Lestrange. The messy mop of hair and the expression of bloodlust were unmistakable. Take that, you wench! She screamed as she let off 3 quick bombardment charms. Before she plummeted to the ground, she fumated away again back to the ground. The witch at the center of the explosions didn't even bother to move. Her shields protected her as well as one solitary patch of untouched pavement. You still deny me? Come, surely you recognize this. She breathed out a giant skull-shaped flame. From the skull's mouth a flaming serpent shot out at Bellatrix. Bite her arm off, leave the rest untouched, the witch added in Parseltongue. Harry recognized the spell for what it was. Fiendfire, cast with absolute precision, non-verbally. He couldn't help but be in awe at the power he was looking at. The Aurors were reduced to using their best shielding and flame-warding charms to prevent the entire alley from being burnt. Bellatrix screamed and apparated away just before the flames engulfed her. The second witch turned to gloat at the Aurors for a second before apparating away as well. Now Harry recognized her. Alice Longbottom, otherwise known as Lord Voldemort, or the Dark Lady according to the Daily Prophet. Looked like she was having a bit of infighting with the old Death Eaters. Alert Diagon Alley patrols. That was a close one. They've apparated to Dover. They may be trying to cross the channel. All available teams, converge on the cliffs. With that, several pops of apparition signified the departure of the Aurors. The one issuing orders remained, running over to a fallen Auror. Can you get yourself to St. Mungo's? The man had spilled a lot of blood on the street, but thankfully his armor had protected him enough to wave to his captain and apparate himself away. The shopkeeper came running out of the store carrying the little red plant. He pulled it out of its pot and placed it in the pool of blood the Auror had left behind. The plant seemed to sprout a few leaves within seconds of soaking up the blood. Perfect. 1 chicken's worth of blood to go. All Avenue seeds ready in a jiffy, he said as he ran back into the store. Staring at the swath of destruction left behind, Harry and Hermione were surprised there weren't any casualties. But if Voldemort was running around in the open and still had no problems ignoring the Aurors, there seemed to be no more hope left for this Briton. I think this would be a good time to leave, Hermione reminded him by tugging on his sleeve. That night, after Hermione gave her parents some unexpected hugs and Harry had gone on one final animagus jaunt through the forest with Sirius, they met in Hermione's backyard. Ready to go? Harry asked. Hermione answered with a nod, looking back at her house as she did. They sat down on the lawn in each other's arms, holding a familiar cluster of carved runestones to their chests as they did so. See you on the other side. They gave each other a key, before charging up the array. This time, we're getting it right. Harry, don't try to apparate onto a moving train, especially not before we've done the blood runes. That had to be the strangest thing for Harry to wake up to so far. He looked up at Hermione. What? Hermione was already pulling him to his feet, obviously trying to get out of the Chamber of Secrets as quickly as possible. Dear Maeve, that was such a stupid decision. Getting into my parents' good graces isn't that important. I can't believe you did that, she scolded Harry, who remained oblivious. And I can't believe I agreed to it. Dumbest decision of my life. She was still grumbling as they crawled out of the Chamber of Secrets. Given her mood, Harry decided it was best to just let her get it out of her system as they walked. When they left Myrtle's bathroom, though, Harry noticed the other students, sprinting towards the entrance of the castle with their trunks floating behind them. It looked like they were about to miss the carriages. They were headed in the opposite direction, though. Hey, do you think we could make it onto the Hogwarts Express in time? No. Runes first. Hermione's answer had an undeniable tone to it. She grabbed Harry's hand and began to direct him upstairs more forcefully. I seem to be missing something, what's going on? Of course you're missing something. The runes, Hermione answered. You said, oh, if we make it onto the Hogwarts Express in time you can. Introduce me to your parents properly and we won't get off on the wrong foot. She threw her arms up into the air in exasperation. And then I said, but what about the blood runes? You said something like, what could possibly hurt us in the first day coming back? The answer's trains, Harry. Trains. I'm sure I had a good, or at least, half-decent reason for doing that, Harry replied, noting that he'd never given much thought to apparating onto a tightly confined, moving object like a train cabin. Well, it was mostly about getting you away from the Dursleys and into a comfy bed across the hall from mine, she answered. She spun around, looking Harry in the eyes while continuing to walk backwards. I have a confession. I'm the one who suggested apparating, because I didn't really want to ride a broom. I'm sorry. Well, don't be. I don't remember it, but I'm the one who made the mistake in the end, watch out. Harry screamed as Hermione, who was still focused on him, didn't notice that a moving staircase had just shifted out of the way. To her astonishment, she fell over the edge. Harry watched as Hermione grasped at her wand, which fell out of her pocket and tumbled out of her reach midair. He tried to flick his wand into his palm, only to remember that he didn't carry it in a forearm holster anymore. He saw Hermione try to an animagus transformation in a panic, but 3 stories was a short distance to fall. She didn't manage to complete the transformation in time. Harry shifted into his animagus form and flew straight down to Hermione. The slow ooze of blood wasn't a good sign. Mobile corpus, he incanted. The sickeningly wet sound as her body left the ground wasn't good, either. Visira vita, he tried. The only good news the spell could tell him was that she likely died instantly. Harry, don't try to apparate onto a moving train, especially not before we've done the blood runes. The sound of Hermione's voice calmed him down considerably. I won't. As for you, Hermione, don't try to walk backwards in front of moving staircases, Harry answered. What? Hermione blinked in confusion. Harry, I'm not joking. Something serious happened. Yeah, you told me all about how I killed myself apparating onto a train. While you were doing that, you fell down a flight of moving stairs. There was an awkward silence as they stared at each other. Did we both just drink a Dolor Detrimus potion or something? I think we should just try to do things as normally as possible, Harry said. Like we did a half-dozen times already. They managed to get to the 7th floor without incident this time, because of their caution, or in spite of it. Never before had Hogwarts itself seemed so scary. The rune carving gave them some time to reaffirm their battle plan for the summer. So, we're not going to try any weird tactics to introduce you to my parents, Hermione said. Are you going to stay here, or with the Dursleys? Harry almost snorted in disgust. If I'm not going to live with you, I'd rather stay here in Hogwarts the entire time. I could actually end up skinning the whole basilisk faster if I'm here day and night. I won't even bother trying to catch up to the Hogwarts Express. Once we're done here, I'll head down to the Chamber of Secrets and turn it into a flat. That's a good idea, Hermione said. But won't the Dursleys have anything to say about it? What if they tell Dumbledore? Shouldn't you at least meet them? They hate magic enough and they'll be glad to be rid of me. They'll be happy that I didn't show up on platform 9 3/4. They won't speak a word to Dumbledore. They try to have as little to do with the magical world as possible. Hermione was somewhat surprised. She knew how much Harry disliked the Dursleys, and how much they loathed him, but she assumed he'd let them know beforehand when he took flight the last 2 times. She didn't get the sense that Harry was exaggerating at all. If the Dursleys really neglected him that much, she made a note of it in her head, but didn't press further. I can do most of the potion brewing. The trace won't detect potion work at my home. Do you mind handling the things on the Hogwarts side? Of course. We'd still have to meet up, though. You can make me the tanning potion, and you'll need my tears for the eyesight potion. How about weekends? Harry suggested. Hermione put down her tools and gently rested her hands on Harry's bare shoulders. She leaned in and said, You know, I'm hoping to see you more often than that. I could always use a good flight every night. I'll bring a fish, Harry joked. And tell them not to take notice of any ospreys that descend upon their home at, 9:30 tonight. When they finished the runes, they immediately sought out Ravenclaw's diadem and destroyed it with a basilisk fang. That took all of 15 minutes, still leaving Hermione plenty of time to help Harry clean and reorganize the Chamber of Secrets to be comfortable enough for a teenager to live in for the summer. In addition, they raided the junk room for various items, like chairs and tables to furnish Harry's new living space, and pocketable mirrors to be charmed like Sirius's. Hermione tried to find a pair of omnioculars for a project, but there weren't any in the room. Harry promised to buy a pair when they met up in Diagon Alley. The first week went by at a frenetic pace. Every other night, Harry would sneak out of Hogwarts, fly to the outer edge of the wards, apparate to the outskirts of Southampton, and then fly the rest of the way to Hermione's house. Thankfully, no letters from the Ministry resulted from this method, confirming their suspicions that the trace only worked near Muggle homes. Occasionally Hermione would do the opposite, coming to Hogwarts so they could train in the Forbidden Forest or in the Room of Requirement. On other days, they'd go shopping for supplies. They bought the same spare wands as last time: Rowan and Dragon Heartstring for Harry, Hazel and Unicorn Hair for Hermione. Adding in holsters, first aid kits, books on wand lore and runes, new clothes, and large quantities of expensive potion ingredients, the two of them ended up using half their summer budget within 2 weeks. There would barely be any money to hire hit wizards to help assault Riddle Manor. They'd have to wait until August, when Harry would be allowed to make another large withdrawal from his trust vault, or start selling basilisk parts. By mid-July, Hermione had finished both the eyesight and regrowth potions. Harry had stripped the basilisk of most of its skin, and was simply awaiting the leather tanning potion to do its work. Nearly everything was ready except for the body armor, and they just needed to harvest some Acromantula silk for it. "Did I tell you exactly how scary Acromantula were?" Harry asked, hugging his girlfriend as they stared into the forbidden forest. Reliving his old terrors was one of the worst. "No. But from the way Ron almost went comatose every time I asked, I may have the general idea. You just said it was scary and never doing it again. But here we are. I'm sure I was more descriptive than that. You were 12 at the time, Harry. And you weren't exactly the most verbose 12-year-old, either." "Well, let me amend the two, really scary, then." Harry glanced at Hermione, who was about to burst into a fit of laughter. "Really scary and freaky. It's the way they talk, and stare at you with 8 eyes." Together, they trudged into the darker regions of the forest. As they began, the birds were twittering and the sun shone through the trees. The further they progressed, the quieter it got. No other animals dared to linger in these regions. The first traces of white cobweb on the ground put them on their guard. Even high above, the sunlight was being blocked by old web instead of the foliage. Unfortunately, the cobweb was too dirty and of poor quality to be used for their armor. They passed by desiccated animal carcasses. Hermione unhelpfully mentioned that spiders tend to digest their prey by injecting digestive juices before slurping up the insides. Since she wasn't actually talking to him, Harry wasn't sure if this was an attempt at humor, or a nervous tic that made her spew random information about what was scaring her. Harry's super sensory charm helped him see movement in the branches above. It was amazing how quietly a half-ton arachnid could move. Harry held out both his wands, one pointing up at the Acromantula he could see, and the other out ahead of him. He put his back up against Hermione's. "They're here," Harry said. "Are you confident about fumigating out of here?" She drew her wand as well, nodding. More and more beady eyes began to show up around them. One of them pounced. Harry quickly blasted it away with an overpowered spider repellent charm. Apparently household charms did work on Acromantulas if you cast it hard enough. A few other brave or hungry spiders decided to attack as well, but Hermione decided to cast several tap dancing jinxes in quick succession to slow all of them down, giving Harry more time to banish them. With 4 times the number of legs, she had to overpower that simple jinx as well, but they seemed to be holding their own. Since the spiders had hard exoskeletons and a vastly different internal anatomy, there was no point in trying to kill them with cutting or piercing curses. They continued to banish their way forward. As they fought, Harry maintained course towards Aragog's lair, or as close as he could remember. Most of the Acromantula in the forest were Aragog's spawn, and they still listened to their parent. He needed to strike a deal. Strangely enough, despite the old Acromantula's warning, the others weren't attacking as vigorously as Harry expected. Most of the spiders seemed to step out of the way rather than fight as they continued to advance. They finally arrived at a massive dome of spider silk, made of enough layers of cobweb to completely block out the sun and rain. A massive tree had fallen against it, and it showed no signs of strain. "You make footsteps like common prey, cast spells like wizards, and yet you reek of the ancient enemy. What are you?" From the depths of the web tunnel came Aragog, crawling. He was old and blind, his 8 eyes turned glassy long ago. His legs didn't move with the nimbleness that the young spiders carried, and his body very nearly dragged along the ground as he walked. But he was still massive, at least twice as large as any of the Acromantula they'd fought coming in. Harry had years' worth of magical training and education by now, and yet he still felt the same fear when he saw Aragog's pincers move as it imitated human speech. Behind him, Hermione suddenly gained a great deal of empathy for the 12-year-old Harry Potter and Ron Weasley. "A friend of Hagrid's," Harry answered. "You don't look very well, Aragog." "You," screeched Aragog. "I remember. I promised my young fresh meat, and you escaped. Perhaps you are giving them another chance." On his words, the entire crowd of Acromantulas stepped closer. Harry conjured an impressively large bluebell flame as a warning. A few of the nearer spiders shrieked at the sudden burst of bright light, but none of them were harmed. "I'm a little stronger than when we last met, Aragog. I'll have everything in sight burnt to a crisp before any of you are capable of striking." Upon looking at Aragog's glassy eyes again, he added, "Well, everything in my sight, at least. My life is already nearing its end, child. Your threats do you no good. My swarm is great, and though a few may die, we will s.k. your juices dry. Several hundred of your spawn for only 100 pounds of flesh." "Now that's just silly," Harry said, brightening up the flames, intensity so that even Aragog could feel the heat. "Let's not throw away lives needlessly, shall we? You Acromantulas are smart. We can make a deal." At least, that was what Harry desperately hoped would be true. Deal? What kind of deal does a serpent-smelling human propose? Aragog chattered and clicked his pincers. "I smell like this because I have slain the serpent." "The serpent, Aragog. The one that Hagrid had to protect you from 50 years ago. I am offering you its meat." The chattering and clicking of Aragog spread to the surrounding Acromantulas, ripping at their ears like thousands of fingernails on chalkboards. The unnerving sound coming from every direction caused the two lone teens to shudder and wince. It was the furthest thing possible from human laughter, and yet it must have been the spider equivalent. "You give us the meat of our mortal enemy. And what do you ask for in return?" "Silk. I want freshly spun silk." "How much meat will you bring?" The two of them looked at each other and tried to figure it out. With featherweight charms and levitation charms working together, they could probably haul a half-ton of basilisk meat to the forest. "As much as we can bring, more than double your own weight in meat. It's in your favor to let us walk through unimpeded. All we ask for is 20 pounds of webbing. You could have it done by the time we return." "Agreed. Return with the meat by sundown, and we will have your webbing ready," Aragog said, slinking back into his tunnel. Hours later, they returned as agreed, hauling in a large section of the basilisk's body. When Harry took hold of the bundle of silk, his hands stuck to it. The natural adhesives were so strong he literally couldn't lift a finger to help Hermione, who was trying to fend off an entire colony of attacking Acromantula. "I told you my spawn would enjoy the taste of your flesh," chattered Aragog, before he bit down on Harry's body. "Scratch Acromantula silk off the list, then," Hermione said, when both of them awoke in the Chamber of Secrets. "You know, I'd like to give it one more try," Harry suggested. "I mean, he did make the silk as requested. We just need a better exit strategy." 3 weeks later, they were walking into the deepest, darkest part of the Forbidden Forest again. This time, they had brooms and practiced apparating to the Shrieking Shack in a pinch. "We want your silk," Harry stated to Aragog. "Uncoated. No adhesive. And can bring another load of meat tomorrow, in exchange for more silk," Hermione added. "In fact, we could provide you with plenty of basilisk meat if we each keep our ends of the bargain." "Very well. We shall see when we taste it," Aragog answered. This time, when they returned, the spiders didn't try pouncing on them. They remained back to back, wands at the ready, as Aragog and his brood tore chunks of meat off the basilisk's body. The giant spiders didn't try to eat them, thankfully. "Very satisfying," Aragog told them as the chunk of the basilisk's body was reduced to a dry mass of bone. "Take the silk. Have more tomorrow." Harry didn't touch the silk at all and levitated it instead. The two of them flew off on Harry's firebolt, and only checked the silk for adhesives. Within the safety of the Shrieking Shack, Hedwig swooped down onto Hermione's shoulder as she stepped out of the armorer's shop, right after the delivery of the silk. She proudly hooted and presented a letter to the witch she was standing on. Harry walked out of the shop behind them, and gleefully reached up to pet his feathery friend. Hedwig hooted once at Harry, then turned away, ignoring his hands. Over the past few weeks Hermione had made much more use of Hedwig for her correspondence with various cursebreakers and hit wizards. Harry, on the other hand, couldn't care for his owl when she arrived at Hogwarts, since he was spending so much time in the Chamber of Secrets. "Oh, come on, don't be like that, Hedwig," Harry pleaded. "I had a lot of work to do." "Hermione kept you plenty busy, didn't she?" Hedwig hooted gleefully and gave Hermione's ear a friendly nip, and then continued to ignore Harry. "Okay, how about an owl treat when we get back?" Hedwig continued to make herself at home, as if Hermione's bushy hair was her new nest. "Okay, a rat then. A fresh, juicy rat," Harry bargained. "I'll pop over to Diagon Alley and I'll buy you a live rat from the Owl Emporium." Hedwig turned her head around, suddenly interested in her master once again. "Ah, about that, Harry. We may need to talk about finances, Hermione said, staring at the parchment Hedwig had delivered. It seems, we can only afford to hire cursebreakers or hit wizards. Not both. Wait, what? Does that include selling the basilisk venom? I know the apothecary in Diagon Alley's offering 100 galleons a vial. And the one in Nocturne Alley's offering 110. I checked, Hermione answered. Either way, we won't have 800 galleons. We could hire some teams for 500 if we're really pushing it, but I don't think it's a good idea to, hire less experienced groups. Let's go with the cursebreakers, then. But they only need to take down the wards. We can handle Pettigrew, Crouch, and Babymort our own, once the armor's done. I don't want Bill to get too involved. Hermione nodded, pulling a notebook out of her small pouch, making notes. And then there's the scheduling issue. Scheduling. We've still got plenty of time left. With this whole armor thing, it set us back a few weeks compared to our original plans. We'll have to make our attack around the time of the World Cup. Could be a good thing. If Crouch or Pettigrew were the ones starting the riot, it just means Voldemort's got fewer defenders at home. Or it could mean he's strong enough to defend himself. Let's not stir anything up, then. If we don't spook Voldy, he'll probably just keep biding his time in the manor, Harry said. He stayed in that weak baby body for a whole year. I doubt he's very independent. When Harry's birthday vision passed by almost identically to last year, they confirmed their decision to attack the manor later. The main goal would be to capture Pettigrew alive, Crouch as well, and kill Voldemort. At least, temporarily. That would give them plenty of time to hunt down the better protected Horcruxes, grant Sirius a trial, and maybe even have a normal school year. If it took Voldemort 13 years to regain a body the first time, it could very well be another 13 for him to do it again. For the remaining weeks, they continued to hone their skills, and their tools, in the fight against Voldemort. Harry was still having trouble conveying all the intricacies of fumation to Hermione. Third-hand memories may not have been the best method to teach. Meanwhile, Hermione continued her experiment with the omnioculars while Harry tried to recreate Ollivander's wand-boosting device without success. Most importantly, they reviewed their memories of the Riddle Manor, trying to recreate an accurate map and route of attack. The two of them replicated Bill's notes on the wards from memory, writing them out and creating mock-ups to practice against. They sent Hedwig to Croyer's Curse Crackers the moment they received word that their armor was ready. When they arrived at the shop, the armorer presented them with two finely crafted sets of full-body armor. It didn't look like any other piece of armor in the shop, which were thick, bulky pieces meant to be worn over wizard robes. The ones they received bore a resemblance to motorcycle gear. Each came as a two-piece, form-fitting leather suit. Both the pants and the top had been carved out of a contiguous piece of leather each, minimizing the amount of stitching while still being cut to a tailored fit. Most of the leather had been hardened much like the other leather armor in the shop, but at the joints they remained supple, so their movement was minimally restricted. A soft hood provided spell protection for their heads, but minimal physical protection. Both of them put on their armor immediately. The Acromantula silk was definitely worth the effort. It was soft, smooth, strong, yet stretchy, making the whole thing fit as comfortably as an undergarment. They didn't even want to consider how much their skin would have chafed against the leather if they hadn't got it. While a little bulky to hide under Muggle clothing, they could be passed off as an actual motorcycle suit, so long as nobody noticed they were still teenagers. A loose set of wizarding robes fit over easily, though, keeping their protective gear hidden from view. They chose to remain in wizarding garb for that extra element of surprise. I'm glad they fit you so well. It's been good doing business with you, the armorer said as they came out of the fitting room. Now, the silk on the inside has the full set of cleaning, fitting, comfort, cooling and heating charms applied to them. The leather, naturally, is too magic resistant to charm, so you'll have to clean it the old-fashioned way with some potions and elbow grease. He continued to talk about maintenance and care, trying to sell them accessories and other products, but the two teens simply thanked him and left the shop. They only had an hour or so to get ready for the attack. They apparated to the Shrieking Shack, and the first thing Harry felt was pain. It was like he'd stepped on or apparated on top of a bunch of rusty nails. He screamed, and looked down. His foot was bleeding. No, correct that. His ankle was bleeding, and his foot was on the other side of the room. He'd splinched himself. Okay. Don't panic. I just need Hermione to help me get to St. Mungo's. Harry recalled that he was, in fact, still 14 years old and now living without any guardians, muggle or magical. Scratch that. We've got Dittany in the Chamber of Secrets. Just have to get there before I bleed out. Hermione's scream came from the next room, making him forget all about his own pain. He hopped over to see her kneeling on the ground, with both her hands splinched as well. He drew his wand and cast numbing and stasis charms on her wrists. We need to get to St. Mungo's. We've got the essence of Dittany in. No, wheezed out Hermione. Too much. Need professionals. The numbing charms were helping her regain a hold of her senses, but she'd already lost quite a bit of blood. And there was the fact that her hands were missing. I'm not going to apparate again. Why did we both splinch ourselves? I think, she gasped, still recovering from shock, that it's because the armor's magically resistant. We should have practiced first. Right, of course. That was stupid. Okay, let's head over to St. Mungo's. Then, Harry hopped back to the room he started in, gathered up his foot in Hermione's hands. He cast stasis charms on all of the body parts, and together they hobbled out of the shack to the 3 broomsticks. Needless to say, the boy who lived wearing expensive armor gathered a lot of attention. You know what the worst part is? I didn't even mind the splinching all that much. Or the ministry interrogations. Or Dumbledore. Or losing access the Chamber of Secrets. It's the fact that we have to deal with Aragog and his damn colony again. Harry let out an exasperated sigh as he got up and stretched out. Here he was in the Chamber of Secrets yet again. You didn't find getting kidnapped from St. Mungo's all that bad, huh? Hermione replied. Nothing I haven't experienced before, Harry shrugged. Blood, bones, and Babymort mixed in a cauldron. A whole 10 months ahead of schedule. You know, is that whole armor thing even worth it? You weren't even wearing it at the time. I managed to take on 8 Death Eaters solo, Hermione huffed. Well, almost. It was a rhetorical question. Harry exclaimed. You're a beast when you're angry, by the way. Thanks. She gave him a deep key. Glad to be back in safe haven together. Harry returned the favor, enjoying the moment of respite. Come on, let's carve those blood runes again. And no apparating on trains. Oh, you're one to talk. Miss fell down a flight of stairs. One good thing to come out of all this was that practice made things faster. In their 3rd time experiencing the 2nd week of August of this summer, they'd managed to collect their armor. It left them a week to practice before their scheduled attack on the Riddle Manor. Much of it was simply relearning the basics moving, dodging, and turning with the armor on. They spent a full day relearning how to apparate, going short distances with essence of Dittany on hand. It was obvious that the body parts covered by the armor didn't quite move as easily as the parts that weren't, but it still took a while to get used to how much more strength it took to jump or dodge. They hadn't even considered that the basilisk's magic resistance would work against them before this. It was probably sheer luck that they didn't splinch their own heads off the first time. Damn armorer didn't even think to warn them. Likewise, animagus transformation and fumation were equally difficult to perform, but they managed to spend their last day working on those skills. Incidentally, they discovered that when the armor was incorporated into their animagi forms, their feathers took on a deep green tint. They continued until sunset, when Hermione had to return home, bringing a magical, green-feathered osprey to show to her parents. The next morning, Harry and Hermione finally faced down the Riddle Manor. Hermione's omniocular experiment had finally come to fruition, shrinking the components and linking them with a protean charm. In short, it had all the benefits of a regular pair of omnioculars, but could be worn over one eye, and allowed each of them to see what the other was recording. Copying the same charms from Sirius's mirrors allowed sound, as well. They decided to just call them, Omnis, for short. Hermione was observing from a hill near the family graveyard, while Harry circled carefully over on his broom, trying to spy in through windows while hidden with his invisibility cloak. The combination of complex wards and simple curtains foiled their efforts at some pre-assault reconnaissance. Looks quiet from up here, Harry whispered into his Omni. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything down here, either, Hermione replied. Croyer and his team are in position. Are you ready? Go for it. Within 15 seconds, he felt a ripple of magic wash past him and saw a dome of energy sizzle out over the mansion. 5 ward stones erupted with energy, burning themselves out in the process. Bombarda. Harry blasted apart one of the upper floor windows and flew straight in. He twirled around and saw 3 Death Eaters. Thankfully, they were caught completely off guard by his entrance, and he was still mostly covered by his invisibility cloak. Each one of them got a bone-shattering hex. The 2 lucky ones only lost the use of their legs. One of them caught it in the spine. As they fell, Harry stunned every one of them. No time to be nice about it. Harry summoned all their wands and ground them to sawdust, and severed their hands with Sectum Sempra. They wouldn't heal themselves from that too easily. A human revealing charm combined with the super sensory charm told Harry there were more Death Eaters spread throughout the building. 2 more upstairs. I'll take care of them first and make some more noise. There's 5 more on the main floor. They're heading towards the basement. Not sure which one's Voldemort. Be careful, Stilts, he relayed the information to Hermione. The 2 that were upstairs were more proactive than the others. Seeing 3 unconscious bodies on the ground made them leap into action. The shorter one threw a shield charm up while the taller one cast over the other's shoulder, sweeping the area with wide effect slicing hexes. The hex tore through Harry's invisibility cloak and his robes, but the armor underneath stopped it all. Harry cursed in his head. He didn't want to lose his father's heirloom like this, but it was already too late. The moment he was revealed, both Death Eaters cast piercing hexes at him, which bore through his shield charms. Thankfully, the armor continued to faithfully absorb the magical spells, letting Harry counterattack by blasting apart the floor. He followed up by banishing all the wood splinters towards them like a hail of toothpicks. He looked down at the hole he'd created. The 2 Death Eaters were already getting up, and wasted no time peppering Harry with more piercing charms. The spells shot through the floor, turning the floorboards into Swiss cheese as Harry tried to dodge. When he ran out of hallway, he jumped into a room. The spellwork followed him. He was making far too much noise not to be noticed. He blasted through a wall to keep running, ending up back where he came. The floor was going to collapse any minute now, given the damage it had taken. Maybe it just needed a little nudge. Stilts, where are you? Harry shouted, still dodging more piercing hexes. West entrance. Sneaking in. Should I be louder? No. Stay there. Harry cast the strongest heavyweight charm he could muster at the floor. The floors began to creak. He cast the spell again on the same spot as he jumped, finishing with a hard double-legged stomp. With a slow groan, half of the entire upper floor gave way, falling down and crushing those below. As the dust settled, Harry found himself facing 4 Death Eaters. Granted, Harry already had his shield charm up, not to mention his armor. Well, who do we have here? Horror. Unspeakable. When the Dark Lord's through with you, you're gonna, URK. He collapsed, along with the others, as Hermione stunned all of them from behind. Were you trying to take on all of them by yourself, Bandit? She asked cheekily. I've got to do some of the work too, you know. Hey, you know me. I'm just playing it by ear. Harry summoned all of their wands and pulverized them, then sliced their hands at the wrist like he did for the previous 3. With every snap of bone, Hermione winced. Har Bandit, is that really necessary? It's just tough. I tried stunning and breaking their bones last time, Harry answered. It didn't work. Took down a dozen of them and half of them came back. You really need to get used to, well, more permanent forms of incapacitation. I'm trying to be as nice as possible. Sectum Sempra. Killing was unpleasant. Harry didn't want to do it again, at least, not if he could avoid it. Besides, they definitely needed Pettigrew alive. Harry stopped in sudden realization. Harry pulled off each of the Death Eaters' masks. He levitated the piles of wood out of the way to reveal the 2 Death Eaters, crushed to death. He pulled off their masks. Avery, Goyle, Crabbe, and Malfoy. Well, it would be interesting to see how Draco would act this coming year. Harry continued on with the first 3 he'd incapacitated upstairs. He didn't recognize any of them. This was bad. The last 2 remaining were crushed to death. Hermione helped him levitate the wood out of the way. The shorter one casting the shield had been Pettigrew. Oh, don't you piss around with me, stupid pillock. Harry shouted, kicking at Pettigrew's body. It was completely unresponsive. You're supposed to testify to Sirius's innocence. AHHRG. Stop it. Calm down. Getting his body might be enough. Look, we still need to get Voldemort, right? Hominem Revelio. The detection spell showed them one more human downstairs. Was Voldemort alone, in that mutilated infant body? Or was he simply not human enough to show up at all? Once Harry regained his focus, the two of them carefully approached the staircase. This was where Bill died. Long, narrow, and entirely susceptible to a stray-killing curse. "We're attacking from on top," Hermione said. Harry agreed. They figured out which room was directly above the hiding place, and readied their spells. Harry wished he'd figured out Ollivander's enhancement device before this. This would have been the perfect time to use it. Before the dust settled, Harry cast a strong summoning charm for any wand. One flew up to his hand, but it wasn't you and Phoenix Feather. A green curse followed it, forcing Harry to dodge out of the way. The two of them hammered the area with flame spears, bludgeoners, and more bombardment spells, being careful to keep changing positions. At the 15-second mark, the retaliatory spell stopped. They kept going for another 30 seconds to be sure. This time, they let the smoke settle, keeping a strong Protega up as they waited. It looked like there was one dead Death Eater, along with shattered pieces of a yew and Phoenix wand. There was a young basilisk dead, unable to resist all the spellfire with its young and tender hide. And most importantly, there appeared to be half of Voldemort intact. The rest looked like it got caught with one of the Bombarda spells. It twitched. Both their wands pointed at the grotesque creature, but it was unnecessary. It very rapidly shriveled and blackened, as if it were being mummified in the span of seconds. A familiar, black, smoke-like spirit escaped from it. "Yo! Potter RRRR!" was all it managed to scream out as it flew away. "Yeah, have fun, Voldemort. Try again in another 13 years. Harry shouted after it. I hope not. Now, isn't there supposed to be a Horcrux somewhere in this building? I don't know. I think Barty Crouch was the one taking care of it. Is that him?" Harry pointed at the body on the ground. They pulled the mask back to reveal a greasy mop of hair and a large hooked nose. Oh, nuts. Neither the Daily Prophet nor the Department of Magical Law Enforcement knew what to do when a large pile of bodies, some alive and some dead, were dropped into the Ministry of Magic. All of them had Death Eater robes and masks on. All of them were relatively important figures tied to the previous war. Several of them were previously acquitted under the Imperious defense. One of them was supposed to have died over a decade ago. One of them had Dumbledore's personal support. Several of them were major shareholders or benefactors of the Daily Prophet. Some thought it was a roundup of Death Eaters who got away scot-free. Others thought it might have been the action of a new group of anti-pureblood extremists, using the Death Eater masks to make a political statement. Cornelius Fudge's personal opinion was that it was the work of Sirius Black, cleaning up loose ends for his Dark Lord from the previous war. But most of the masses were easily distracted by both the Quidditch World Cup and the Triwizard Tournament. Both the Ministry and the Prophet decided it was best to keep things quiet and direct attention away from the matter. But what about the other Horcruxes? Hermione whispered to Harry as they rode in the back of the third deck of the night bus, protected by silencing charms and an eavesdropping ward. The vehicle was empty other than them and the driver, Stan, but it didn't hurt to be a little paranoid regarding Voldemort when he wasn't quite dead. We still have weekends. Heck, we could have the Horcruxes all destroyed before September ends. We can take it easier now, Hermione. Harry had to admit that watching Voldemort mostly die again was pretty cathartic, even if the monstrous wizard wasn't totally eliminated from the world. He finally felt he could relax a little and enjoy his life, with a little recreational Horcrux hunting on the side. It might take Voldemort another 13 years to gain a body again or longer, since most of the freed Death Eaters were now dead. Harry finally had time to enjoy life. Or Hogwarts. Or stress-free games of Quidditch. Or his girlfriend. You're right. Cramming in those Newt studies between helping you with the tournament and keeping track of the Cursebreakers, it had me stressed out. Now we can properly apply ourselves to our classes. Hermione gave Harry a key, and before he could react, she already had her head propped on his shoulder and held a textbook open in her lap. Or that, thought Harry. He reached around with his left arm and pulled Hermione in a little closer. I guess this isn't bad either. For nearly the entirety of the last loop, they'd been working so hard trying to survive, it felt more like they were comrades than a couple. It didn't get much more peaceful than reading a textbook on Harry had to scan the text a little, theoretical lost Germanic runes while leaning against each other. Until the night bus suddenly pulled to a stop, that is. Borough, Ottery Street, Catchpole. Stan bellowed from the driver's seat, loud enough to be heard throughout the bus. As soon as the two of them stepped off, the bus disappeared with a crack of magic, speeding off to roads unknown. Even with the long approach to the house, Harry could tell that it was busy inside. Well, between the Quidditch World Cup and getting ready for school, they would have been surprised if it wasn't. Harry felt like it was heading home again, and his heart swelled. He wrapped his arm around Hermione's waist as they walked towards the oddly shaped home of the Weasleys. Hermione did likewise. They were ready to be surrounded by a swath of red hair. Except that when one of the windows opened up, own hair came streaming through. "Oh, hello, Hermione. Hello, Harry. The nobodies told me you would be coming, but the people in the house wouldn't believe me. Could you leave your rackspurts at the door? We seem to be having a particularly nasty infestation at the moment." It was unmistakably Luna, but what was she doing here? Ginny popped her head out as well apparently, that was her room the owned girl was occupying. She looked down at Harry for a second and stared. Harry waved at her amusingly. She gave a weak wave back and ducked into her room again, pulling Luna with her. "Huh, I thought she'd be over it by now," Harry said. "The last time we spent the summer with the Weasleys, she was fine." I think she might be reacting to this," Hermione said, unwrapping her arm from Harry's waist. "It might get a little awkward if I have to share a room with Ginny for the next few days." "Oh," Harry said. "Oh," he repeated, when he realized how strong her crush was the entire time. Her shyness must have been the only thing keeping her at bay before. Ginny was fine when she thought she had a chance. Had she been trying to chat him up all those times before? He'd never really noticed. Well, it was too late to break it to her gently. But there was someone else who might take it badly as well. "How are we going to tell Ron?" "You mean if the whole family hasn't already heard about it before we reach the front door?" Hermione asked wryly. Sure enough, the front door burst open well before they reached the house. Long locks of owned hair greeted them, which was quickly replaced by red as Ginny pulled her friend Luna out of the way. "Sorry, hi Harry. And Hermione," she said as she tried to comb her hair down with her fingers to make herself presentable as possible, despite rushing down several flights of stairs to get to the door so quickly. How are you? I mean, come on in." She stammered out. "Hi, Ginny." "Hey, Luna," Harry waved at both of them casually. Ginny managed to stop being shy for a second in order to express her surprise. "You know Luna? Well, she goes to Hogwarts, but she's not in Gryffindor. I didn't think the two of you had met before." Harry was about to wave it off and tell Ginny about how they'd met, just before he caught himself. It hadn't happened yet, and technically they still hadn't met in this timeline, but here she was, being as friendly, and weird, as she usually was around them. He glanced suspiciously at Luna, who was counting the curls in Hermione's hair. Hermione was watching Luna inquisitively. Luna turned to Harry. Harry turned to Hermione. Hermione looked at Ginny and shrugged. "We ran into each other before," she said. "Tell me about your vacation." Luna requested cheerfully. "Did you see any strange creatures?" No. The most I saw was a snake," Harry answered. Unless the Voldemort homunculus counted as a strange creature. He didn't want to talk about that. "I saw an osprey," Hermione answered, giving Harry an amused glance. "Oh, pooey. I was hoping you could tell me about the Flynoceros," Luna sighed, before Ginny started pulling her away. "Don't mind Luna, she just likes strange animals," she said nervously. It was a little odd how embarrassed she looked. Then again, if she was trying to make a good impression on the great Harry Potter, and the great Harry Potter was a more standard celebrity like Gilderoy Lockhart, she would have been right to do so. Luna was an oddity, but Harry liked her that way. "Oh, we know," Hermione answered with a smile. "Where's everyone else?" "Oh, they're playing Quidditch behind the house. I forgot to tell you." As it turned out, the Weasleys also had another guest, Lee Jordan. Apparently he and Luna were Harry and Hermione's substitutes for the World Cup trip. Ron was, understandably, upset that they'd both turned down his invitations. At least the World Cup itself had kept him in high spirits. The arrival of Harry and Hermione, together, left him staring. The gears in his head were working hard to crank out an explanation for turning down the greatest wizarding sporting event of a lifetime. "Have you two been, Snow?" Ron was interrupted by a quaffle smacking him in the head. "Oi, Ronnie boy, pay attention," one of the twins said. "You're still Dad's keeper, Ronnykins," shouted the other. "Hi Harry." "Hey, Hermione." Having nothing more to say, they turned back to the game against their father, Ron, and, amazingly, Bill. The oldest Weasley son was back in Britain, looking lively as ever. It reminded Harry exactly why he would be willing to relive these years over and over to get it right. As he was staring up in awe, Bill and Ron both flew down, ending the game prematurely. "Harry Potter, Ron's told me all about you. And you must be Hermione. William Weasley. Call me Bill." He shook each of their hands. "What brings you back home, Bill?" "Last we heard you were working in Egypt," Hermione asked, with his answer in her head already. "Well, my company got an odd request for a job here in Britain, oddly enough. Good money, even though they didn't need the whole team. We finished up in Egypt, and my boss let me take the time off since I haven't been home for years." Bill stretched his arms out and took in a deep breath, followed by a loud whoop. "It's good to be back." Hermione looked at Harry with a knowing smile. Harry smiled back and chuckled quietly. "Nice to meet you, Bill. Maybe you could show me a few tricks to curse breaking." Ron's imagination had been working overtime while Bill was talking, but when his two friends looked at each other, his brain ground to a halt. It didn't stop his mouth, though. "You two've been snogging each other, haven't you?" he blurted out. "That's why you didn't go to the World Cup with us." Hermione rolled her eyes. "Sure, they managed to sneak in a few cuddling sessions and maybe a date or two over the summer, but they'd been spending nearly every hour preparing for a showdown against Voldemort. Making out had been the least of their priorities for the past several months." "No, Ron, we were actually." She was cut off very quickly by Harry, who stopped her lips with his own. He held her tightly behind the neck, running his fingers through her hair, and held her there until she got over the surprise, and responded in kind. "Well, there goes my excuse. What were you thinking?" she whispered as they pulled apart. "Well, I figured shock value would actually freeze Ron's brain for a while. And this is the easiest cover story we've got. I've been too busy snogging you to have been anywhere near Riddle Manor," Harry whispered back. Hermione cleared her throat. "Ahem. As I was saying, we were actually, just getting to know each other better." "Looks like it," George said. "Say, Harry, if we stuck a paintbrush to your tongue, how well do you think you could draw the inside of Hermione's mouth?" "How about you, Hermione?" Fred grinned. Marble bust of Harry, life-size, blindfolded. "Are you up to the challenge?" "Aw, lay off, you two," Bill laughed. "Just don't let Mum catch you two sneaking out of the bedrooms at midnight," he added with a wink. Ron, at least, was left gaping and speechless. Harry groaned. Maybe it would have been easier to admit he killed Voldemort again. The burrow was oddly quiet until September 1st. With Lee staying over, Harry was afraid that the pranks would cause the house to collapse. Oddly enough, the pranking pair's brother-in-arms seemed to actually tone things down, possibly because of his fear for Molly Weasley. There were no shortage of pranks, but they were all of the minor variety. Ginny was still shy about Harry, trying to show her best face despite her dejected mood. At least there weren't any elbows in butter dishes this time. She spent most of her time trying to keep Luna's oddity in check, and every time Harry reassured her that he was fine with it, she seemed even more embarrassed. Ron was understandably upset at the news that Harry and Hermione were a couple, even if he did a good job holding it in. Part of it was the fact that he'd been one of the last in the household to know about it. Luna acted as if she'd known for months. He already knew Harry could get any woman he wanted, but the only girls that paid him any mind were his mother and Hermione. He half suspected his mother liked having Harry in the house more than himself, and now he knew for certain Hermione preferred the famous boy who lived as well. Then again, Harry had to wonder when Ron actually figured out that there were girls worth fancying. The one thing that seemed to be able to keep the peace around the burrow was Bill. Ron and Ginny both obviously looked up to him. In fact, he could have been diverting some of Ginny's hero worship away from Harry. And why not? He was rugged, adventurous, successful, and magically powerful. Nearly everything that the legends of the boy who lived was supposed to be. He was also the ideal role model for Ron. Harry remembered what Ron saw in the mirror of her eyes, and Bill may as well have been what stepped out of that mirror. Perhaps his own jovial attitude helped Ron keep a level head over Harry and Hermione. Several times, it looked like he wanted to say something to the couple, but held back. The burrow wasn't a place for privacy, after all. They had to wait until they were finally aboard the Hogwarts Express to get their own cabin, sure that the twins were busy pranking the Slytherin students instead of them, before they could find out what was really on Ron's mind. "How long have you fancied her, Harry?" Ron finally asked. Harry looked at Hermione, then back at Ron. "I don't rightly know," he answered. "But I feel like every moment I thought of her as just a friend has been a waste." Maybe it was second year. When she got petrified. The memory made Harry rub his hand against Hermione's soft, unstone-like skin just to be sure. "There were other times that Hermione was just there for me, and you weren't around." Harry was thinking of the Goblet of Fire, but obviously he couldn't mention that to Ron. "How about you, Hermione?" Ron asked. "I don't really know either," Hermione answered after a bit of thought. "I first learned about Harry through the books. And, well, I have to admit I had a little crush on him. But that wasn't him, it was the boy who lived. After that, there was the troll. I was a part of that too," Ron muttered. "Yes, but I was really mad at you at the time, and that just brought you back up to likable. And in any case, I wasn't in love with Harry then. It just opened up a possibility, you know. Like all those fairy tales I read. Handsome prince comes to rescue the damsel in distress. Except being a damsel wasn't fun, the prince was a little scrawny." Harry made a face at that. "And I was only 12. I think, for me, it was after we helped Sirius escape. It was odd, really. The danger had already passed, Sirius was free, but I still felt like Harry was protecting me when we were riding Buckbeak. It was just reassuring to hold on to him." She let her arm slide behind Harry to grasp him a little tighter. "Is that what it's supposed to feel like?" Ron asked. "I can't imagine thinking about that while snogging someone." Hermione let out an exasperated sigh. "It's not about the snogging, Ron. That just means you haven't fallen in love with anyone yet." Yeah, fine. "Just as long as you don't do it around me," Ron said, crossing his arms and leaning onto the window. He gazed at the passing countryside silently for a while. "Say, Harry, if you had to choose between me or Hermione." Harry closed his eyes. He was worried about this question. Naturally. He'd choose Hermione in a heartbeat, if this was the same Ron that ditched him during the Triwizard Tournament. But he wanted to give this Ron a fair chance, and forget about the jerk from timelines past. "Don't make me choose, Ron, and it won't ever be an issue." "Yeah, but don't make me choose," Harry repeated firmly. "We're friends. We should stick together." The welcoming feast brought many surprises to the table, even after having experienced it multiple times. First, the shepherd's pie was made with ham instead of lamb. An odd, but tasty choice. Secondly, there was clearly far more going on this year than just the Triwizard Tournament. "Now that you've all filled your stomachs enough that they won't be louder than I am, I should begin the announcements," Dumbledore announced to a sea of uninterested students. "And I shall finish before you're all so full that the food starts coming out of your ears. First, I'd like to announce 2 new staff members." He gestured to his right, and the most average man in the world stood up beside him. "First, as you may have expected, we have found a new professor for defense against the dark arts. Professor Edward Hewer has been recommended to us by the Ministry of Magic." There was the tiniest hint of disappointment in Dumbledore's voice when he was saying recommended. Harry wondered what he really meant. When the new professor stood up, generic was description Harry could come up with the man. It was difficult to go into much more detail than that. His slim build and clean-shaven face could have belonged to someone as young as 20 or as old as 50. His tanned skin could have meant he was a Briton who spent a lot of time in the sun, or an Indian who stayed indoors. There were no particular facial features worth noting, either. He seemed almost impossibly average. The more Harry stared at him, the less he seemed to know about him. In fact, the more he concentrated on the man, the more the feeling of incredible boredom crept up in the back of his mind. He was, in a sense, the polar opposite of Professor Lockhart. Where that man had thrown himself into the spotlight, it seemed like he repelled attention. He could have walked through the Quidditch pitch during the middle of the World Cup and nobody would notice. When he spoke, almost nobody listened. You may call me Professor Hewer. I have been sent from the Ministry of Magic to ensure the security of Hogwarts Castle. In the meantime, I will also teach you defense of the dark arts. There really wasn't any point in lengthening his speech, as all the students were busy wolfing down their food. Even half the staff members seemed to be in a daze. Dumbledore was the only one who began to clap after Professor Hewer sat down. The rest of the hall began to clap on the headmaster's cue, not even realizing what they were clapping for. Hewer ignored the delayed applause. Harry, Hermione whispered, using the muffling charm for a bit of privacy, do you feel that? Feel what? Harry asked. Just, something in the back of my mind. It's like a muggle-repelling charm, except I'm not a muggle. I did. Harry suddenly perked up. Like I should have ignored something. Exactly. I can't remember what I was supposed to be ignoring, though. They both turned their attention back to the headmaster, who was introducing another new professor. You may not remember him, but a few of your parents might. Professor Horace Slughorn has graciously agreed to return to Hogwarts as our potions professor while Professor Snape takes an indefinite leave of absence. Way to break the news, Dumbledore, Harry thought. Dumbledore continued. He will be taking on all of Professor Snape's former duties, not only teaching potions classes but also the duties as head of Slytherin House. Professor Slughorn, if you will. Harry couldn't help but gape. This man was going to be the head of Slytherin. He was the exact opposite of Snape already. Snape was easily one of the youngest professors of Hogwarts. Slughorn was rivaling McGonagall in age. Snape had a permanent scowl hidden by a mop of greasy hair. Slughorn was cheerfully smiling as the light reflected off his bald head. Lastly, while Snape never gave up a chance to sneer at Harry, Slughorn's grin grew wider when his eyes found Harry at the Gryffindor table. I'd like to start off by saying how wonderful it is being at Hogwarts again. I've enjoyed my retirement, but just as soon as my days started to get a little repetitive, Professor Dumbledore comes by and tells me I should teach again. With so many bright, talented young faces here, how could I say no? Now, mind you, I'm a big fan of parties, so if you do well enough in your classes, you just might get invited to the Slug Club. There was a shocked silence after his short speech before anyone remembered to clap. Then the clapping grew louder and louder. This was when Harry learned that the Weasley twins could sing. Not very well, mind you, but at least they tried. When the concept of living Snape free finally sank in, and making sure they weren't dreaming, they immediately conjured streamers, confetti, and a banner with the image of Professor Snape wearing Neville's grandmother's outfit, and followed up by belting out a horrible rendition of Ding Dong the Wizard's Dead. They only managed to get a few lines in before the professors dispelled the banner and silenced the twins, but the damage had been done. 3/4 of the school were whooping and cheering along with the twins, who were being carted off to detention already. I thank Misters Fred and George Weasley for supplying us with tonight's entertainment. Now I can save the pixies for next year, Dumbledore joked. Now, for those of you who have read the Daily Prophet last month, you may have heard the rumors. The rumors are true. The Triwizard Tournament will be revived this year, and Hogwarts will be the hosting school. The entire hall exploded with more chatter while Dumbledore finished explaining the rules, events, and prizes. Ron turned to Harry and Hermione, excitement beaming from his eyes. Guys, this is amazing. Snape is gone and Slughorn seems to be a decent bloke. Percy's finally left Hogwarts, and the Triwizard's happening right at our school. 1,000 galleon prize. This is going to be the best year ever. And due to the usage of the Quidditch Stadium for multiple events within the tournament, all Quidditch has been cancelled this year, Dumbledore finished. Ron's smile instantly disappeared. No. Wait, where are you going, Harry? Ron asked. It was only the first week of school, and there was almost no homework to do. He was hoping to catch up on some chess, or exploding snaps, or even just trading chocolate frog cards with his best friend. Professor Slughorn called for a meeting. He gave me an invitation to the Slug Club, and wouldn't take no for an answer, Harry replied. Ultimately, it had been impossible not to get the attention of Professor Slughorn. If Harry and Hermione wanted to actually learn something new this year at Hogwarts, they had to prove they could handle new courses. And naturally, breezing through every mock owl exam other than divination or care of magical creatures caught the attention of many professors, all of whom insisted they join Professor Slughorn's Slug Club. Professor Sinistra had apparently been a member herself, years ago. She practically made her newt lessons conditional on attending at least one with Slughorn. Right, then, Ron said, his voice laced with disappointment. I suppose if you got invited, Hermione's going too. Yes, I am. Sorry, Ron. It runs pretty late, so don't wait up for us, Hermione said as she descended the stairs from the girls' dorms. Well, I guess we'll have some time after divination tomorrow to bum around. About that, Harry started, but Hermione pulled him away. I think you should break that to him slowly, maybe while he's eating so he'll be a little distracted, she suggested. Harry nodded in agreement. I'll tell you about it tomorrow morning, Ron. Deep down in the bowels of Hogwarts, Slughorn had managed to decorate one of the dungeons quite nicely. It was bright, cheerful, and inviting. It felt more like an earthly Hufflepuff chamber than a dank Slytherin dungeon. Thankfully, not too many Slytherins were even present. In his year, he only recognized Blaise Zabini. Neither Draco nor any of his Goonies had made the cut, thankfully. There were an assortment of Quidditch players, including both Cedric and Cho Chang. There was an easy common element to everyone there: they were destined for success. Not guaranteed success, of course, but certainly on course for it. Everyone present was near the top of their year in grades, came from influential families, or was good enough at Quidditch to have a shot at the professional leagues. It was the perfect event for social climbers, even though only the few Slytherins present would have given it much thought at that point in their lives. Harry Potter, who showed signs of all three, seemed to be the main attraction for the night. He was guaranteed to be a success whether he liked it or not, so everyone's job was to cozy up to him. He was forced to meet and greet everyone, reaffirming his distaste for fame. At the same time, everyone else who had figured out the purpose of the meetings felt completely overshadowed by Harry. Seeing the enthusiasm die down made Slughorn dig a little deeper for motivation. He pulled out several pictures of old Slug Club portraits. Anyone recognize her? Yes, Gwenog Jones, captain of the Harpies. We still keep in touch from time to time, Slughorn explained. I get free tickets to their games on occasion. Oh, and here's Florence Perry, former Ministry head of Magical Transportation. Of course, I helped Gwenog get in touch with her, pulled a few strings, and now Gwenog's got herself a special license to fly high-speed brooms. It's a win-win for everybody if we all help each other out. While everyone agreed with the premise logically, it was still difficult to feel motivated. Or move past the awkward first impressions. Slughorn continued. Now that we're hosting the Triwizard Tournament this year, you all have an opportunity that few other slug clubs in the past had. International students. Not only that, but you will be meeting the best and the brightest from each of the schools. I have no doubt that one of you could easily be this year's champion. Don't get caught up in cheering for your own champion, though make sure you talk to the other students. Who knows, you might be meeting the future French Minister for Magic. Now, let's all practice a few greetings in French and Bulgarian. Suffice to say, neither Harry nor Hermione were keen on going to the next Slug Club meeting. It was scheduled for the first Hogsmeade weekend of the year, so they used that as an excuse. After all, what new couple could resist a visit to Madame Puddifoot's? In reality, they were going to sneak away from the crowds to go Horcrux hunting. But nobody needed to know about that. Harry, you've got permission to go to Hogsmeade this year, right? And you said you were skipping out on the Slug Club thing, Ron asked excitedly. He'd taken the news that Harry would drop divination pretty well, and like his friends, he decided to drop the class himself. Since he definitely didn't want arithmancy or ancient runes, he switched over to Muggle studies at Hermione's insistence. Harry wasn't sure how he would handle being told that he would no longer share any classes by the next week. Yeah, but I wanted to spend the day with Hermione. Sorry, Ron. Together. But you've got broom closets for that any day of the week. Hermione let out another one of her exasperated sighs reserved for Ron. Broom closets are not a foundation for a healthy relationship, she stated flatly. Come on, Harry. We're best mates, right? We can find something at Zonko's and Honeydukes for an hour before the two of you do, whatever. Sorry, Ron, we've already got the whole day planned out. Maybe next time, Harry answered. They didn't actually need the entire day, but for their plan to work, they had to get to Hogsmeade early for several reasons. They didn't want anyone to see them sneak off, nor hear the distinct crack of apparition. They also wore their basilisk armor underneath their robes, somebody with a keen eye would notice. Lastly, it was rather dangerous to be walking around in a crowded area with a basilisk fang loaded up with venom, no matter how well wrapped it was. So while most of the others were still taking a lazy stroll down to the small town, Harry and Hermione rushed down there like lovebirds eager to share a tea and cupcakes together. They then proceeded to disillusion themselves and apparate to the most unromantic place in Britain. The memory that Harry had acquired from Voldemort already told him it was a messy, mossy, shack covered in overgrown foliage, hidden behind prickly briars and crooked branches. That memory, however, was still decades out of date. The last time Voldemort ever visited his grandfather's home was around Grindelwald's reign of terror to hide the Horcrux here. Now, it was certainly messy and overgrown, but rotting leaves and branches hid the shack from sight while mold and mildew hid the path leading up to it. From the Cursebreaker's notes they'd memorized, there were plenty of traps to be found. Trees would restrain intruders, vines would choke them to death, while the inferi bodies of Morphin and Marvolo Gaunt would consume the evidence. A cursed pathway directed visitors to their doom, and the interior of the shack was filled with a poisonous miasma. This was even before they could find the Horcrux itself. What the notes didn't detail was how difficult it was to find the triggering runes and the binding stones for the curses. The shack was quite close to the Riddle Manor, but the two of them apparated far away to approach from the opposite side through the forest to avoid being seen. Over the past few weeks the location had been scoured by Aurors. Even now there was still the risk of somebody else looking into the deaths of multiple prominent purebloods. A half-hour hike through the thick brush brought them to the first of many traps protecting the shack. Found an anchor stone, Hermione piped up. I think it might be based on a triquetra pattern. Can you find the other two while I work on decomposing this one? It only took 5 minutes to disable that trap. The next one nearly caught them off guard, and it was mostly a stroke of luck that caught it. Hermione thought she had completely deactivated a simple trap, but Harry caught the sound of a very quiet hissing and recognized it as Parseltongue. Within seconds, a dozen artificial snakes formed from the wooden vines and surrounded them. Harry ordered all of them to disperse without incident. Trap after trap, they proceeded carefully and disarmed. Other than the Parseltongue trap, there really wasn't anything particularly special about them. It seemed like almost all the traps, as carefully crafted as they were, could have been done by a single very smart 7th-year Hogwarts student, in essence, someone at Hermione's level. Nothing that required blood sacrifices, rare gemstones from Australia, or 17 simultaneous enchantments to perform all just basic curses, runes, and smart application of arithmancy. The sheer number of protections was the only thing slowing their progress. It took them until noon to actually get past the doorway. Bubblehead charms took care of the toxic air and 2 powerful blasting charms destroyed the reanimated remains of Morphin and Marvolo Gaunt. The inside of the home wasn't much better than the outside even without the poison and inferi. It was infested with all sorts of insects, reeked of decomposition. The two of them tore apart the floorboards to find a small, locked box layered with plenty more protections. Even through the container, Harry could feel the influence of the Horcrux. The protections on the box were relatively simple. Flesh-eating charms activated by touch. Compulsion charms triggered by cracking open the lock. A standard set of unbreakable and everlasting charms to prevent the box itself from succumbing to the elements. The box itself took no more than 10 minutes to neutralize. Hermione stood back as Harry opened the box. As far as Harry was concerned, inside the box lay the most beautiful ring he'd ever seen. Take me. What could a ring do for him, though? It was just decoration. He had more than enough money. Take her. Hermione. By Merlin's beard, he loved her. He wanted to propose to her one day. Now. Why not now? A bloody perfect ring sat in front of him, she was standing 2 steps away, and they were alone. This was the perfect time to propose. Take me, wear me, hold me, make me yours, make her yours, make the world yours. Harry felt himself being pulled across the room and dropped the box in surprise. Hermione grabbed him by the head and focused her eyes on his. Harry, can you feel it? Can you focus? Get it out of your head. Did I just do what I think I did? Harry asked, shaking his head. The force of Hermione's spell as well as the distance from the box gave him a newfound clarity. He concentrated on his occlumency to purge his mind of foreign invaders. From here, another careful look at the ring revealed that it was possibly the most plain ring in existence. The gemstone on top of it wasn't even a gem, it was just some sort of rock. That thing was more powerful than the diadem. I wasn't just hearing suggestions, I was hallucinating. I can even feel it tug at my mind from this distance, Hermione confirmed. This is going to be a problem. It's protected from basic magic. That's why I had to summon you instead of banishing it. Thanks. Let's get this finished quick before my brain turns to mush, Harry said. Stop me if I do anything stupid again. He put on thick dragonhide gloves and pulled out the basilisk fang from his pouch. He could feel the ring try to get into his mind again. Wear me, hold me. No, you stupid ring, Harry said, gritting his teeth. He held the ring down to the ground with 2 fingers and carefully tried to place the fang tip somewhere he could stab. Such a tiny object didn't provide a lot of stabbing area, and it was taking him longer than he thought he would. Don't you love me, Harry? Why don't you prove it? Hermione appeared in front of him, holding out her ring finger expectantly. Harry, you're hesitating, the real Hermione shouted from behind him. Harry looked back, cleared his mind again, and repositioned the fang. Finally, he managed to put the fang in a notch beneath the ring's stone and put his weight on it. The venom chewed through the ring's protections while the bony fang crushed the silver band, breaking the stone from the ring. It let out an inhuman screech and black, ethereal smoke seeped out. Well, that's taken care of, Harry said, wiping his brow. Let's get out of here. Agreed. I think I've had enough of Horcruxes, at least, until next Hogsmeade weekend, Hermione said. Let's just get some food and relax in the room of requirement. It had been a tiring day, and the suggestion sounded wonderful. He did, however, have an urge to stay in Hogsmeade for a little longer and browse the local jeweler's shop. I don't believe this. You're saying you knew Voldemort was returning. Moody was so surprised that his fake eye was fixed on Dumbledore instead of roving for eavesdroppers. Yes, Severus was my source. He witnessed Voldemort's presence personally, Dumbledore said. I sent him there on some suspicions regarding the Dark Mark. He wasn't eager to go, but in the end, he agreed. Merlin knows that man was never had the temperament for being a teacher. Hell, I could probably do a better job than he did. Moody stopped to ponder his own remark, and scoffed at the thought. So that's why you kept that greasy little snake around. Tell me he at least did a decent job of spying. One of the best I had, Dumbledore sighed. Severus was attempting to redeem himself for some youthful mistakes. I don't know if he earned the redemption he needed that day. Well, according to our intrepid slayer of Dark Lords, the man earned himself a dozen flame spears and several blasting hexes. There was barely enough of him left over to identify, Moody added. And there was only one place in the mansion he could have been standing to have been struck down like that. It was rare to have Dumbledore nearly silent and hanging on your every word. Moody continued. There was a safe room. The attackers knew it was a safe room, and knew that the Voldemort was inside. Snape must have been inside as well, Moody said. Seems to me he must have carried the homunculus body to safety while everyone else was fighting. Why didn't he escape instead? That is a question I cannot answer, Dumbledore said, sighing heavily. Perhaps he thought the attack would be unsuccessful, and did it to earn some trust. With most of Voldemort's followers dead from the assault, he would be guaranteed a place among the inner circle of followers. That would place Voldemort's secrets and plans entirely within my grasp. I could predict his every movement with that much information. Yeah, but it's easier to predict the dead. They don't move at all, Moody retorted. Should have just tossed that abomination into the line of fire like a burning bludger. Face it, Albus. You're making excuses. When they need to know. Unfortunately, Severus never had many close friends among the staff, either. If they took it upon themselves to investigate further, it would sully his memory to be found among murdered Death Eaters. It's better to keep this as quiet as possible for now, wouldn't you agree? Tell me what other discoveries you made. Entry must have been from the top floor. Not apparition or portkey. Must have been either a broom or fumation, my bet's on the former. The majority of spellfire seemed to be directed upwards, Moody said, recalling details that only his magical eye could have seen. The spells that had been shot upwards left a distinctly different path through the floorboards as the ones that had hammered the safe room. They were clearly cast by two different groups of people. The attackers were either underpowered or undermanned. What they lacked in pure strength they must have made up for with training. Good tactics, and surprise. Underpowered. By how much, can you tell? Hard to say. It's a judgment call, in any case. Two things led me to that conclusion: they aimed to maim, not to kill. Injured opponents are a good distraction. Screams are demoralizing. Like I said, good tactics. Moody grinned ferally. He imagined himself in the fight. He probably would have made the same choices if he were working alone. The second thing is that they made sure to cripple the opponents who were already down. Made sure they couldn't fight even if they woke up or found a wand laying about. Good idea if you don't have enough manpower to watch prisoners. How many in total? Dumbledore asked. They hauled in over a dozen Death Eaters alive, and quite a few more dead. I'd wager a force of 3 or 4 could have done it, depending on other factors. Moody began to dig through his pouches. Other factors. Like this, Moody said, pulling something out of his pouch. Aurors missed it in their investigation. Doubt they'd know what it was even if they found it. At best it would end up stuck in some back room in the Department of Mysteries. I was thinking you could shed some light on it. He held up his hand, which appeared to be empty at first glance. Only through the subtle movement of his fingers did Dumbledore see a nearly invisible piece of cloth. It's obviously part of an invisibility cloak, but unlike anything I've seen before. Even as a fragment it's got better concealment than a brand new cloak. The headmaster carefully plucked the fabric from Moody's hand and set it on his desk. He'd recognized it instantly. After all, it came from a cloak he'd studied for a decade before returning it to its rightful owner. Contrary to the students' impressions, Slughorn didn't only hold Slug Club meetings for students. He knew his own limitations on his ability to help his club members succeed if their talents lay outside his own realm of expertise. Most of the staff members were present, at least, those that Slughorn considered worth their salt and teaching ability. Notably absent were Hagrid. Slughorn had heard many complaints about the half-giant from his own students. Trelawney, as she said herself, you either had the inner eye or you didn't. And Burbage. Slughorn had learned enough about the Muggle world from various Slug Club members to know the Muggle Studies professor would be of no help to anyone. This tea really is quite good, Horace, Vector said, sipping lightly as she leaned back in her chair. Haven't tasted anything like it. Courtesy of one of the former Slug Club members, Slughorn answered. Exchange student from India, about 20 years ago. A little before your time here, Septima. His family owns a mystic tea plantation, and he sends me the results of his breeding experiments each year. This one is supposed to stimulate the mind, camaraderie, and the leaves improve accuracy in divination readings for lost pets. Never did put much weight on the last one. I wouldn't either. And the Bannock? McGonagall asked. That's just from the Hogwarts house elves, Slughorn told her. You're joking. I've been at this school longer than you have, Horace. They've never made them like this for me. It may or may not have involved a little bribery involving butterbeer, Slughorn said with a grin. McGonagall threw him a disapproving smirk, but grabbed another piece anyway. Suffice to say, we have enough good food here to last the whole evening. So what do you want us to do to get you into Potter and Granger's good graces? Professor Babbling asked. She never did have an easy time keeping her lips from showing the world what was on her mind. Now, we're not playing favorites, Slughorn reassured everyone. You know I have the Slug Club for exceptional students. I need all your help to figure out how to make them thrive. Ordinary lessons would only hold such students back. Charity's right. Crude, but right. Harry and Hermione may as well be the next Merlin and Morgana. No offense, Phileas, but not even any of your eagles hold a candle to those two, Professor Sprout said to her Ravenclaw counterpart. You've only got a year with them, and by all rights they'll achieve great things whether or not you're a part of their lives. Now the question is how this happened at all, Flitwick said as he stared at his tea, stirring it hypnotically. Did something strange happen to them over the summer, or have they simply been holding back all along? Minerva, could you shed some light for us? Both of them are lions, after all. I'm afraid I'm in the dark as much as anyone else. Both of them claim to have been tutored over the summer by a very secretive instructor, who wishes to be anonymous, who have been giving them extra lessons since after their first year. How can a tutor make any money by remaining anonymous? He'd never find more students. Slughorn wondered aloud. That's their story, and they're sticking to it. I'm more worried if their instructor has any penchant for the dark arts. Even the best tutors in the world couldn't expect these levels of improvement legitimately, McGonagall sighed. All this secrecy, it's unnerving. I'm doubting I ever got a straight answer out of them. 3 years ago, with the troll. You mean when Miss Granger decided to go troll hunting? Flitwick recalled, for Slughorn's benefit. Yes, and as valiantly saved by Mr. Potter and the youngest Mr. Weasley, babbling finished for him. That incident. I'm more certain than ever that the story is a lie. What the truth is, I couldn't even guess it, McGonagall told them. 2 years ago, with the basilisk a girl kidnapped. She was a Gryffindor by the way, and the thought of alerting me didn't even cross Potter's mind. He can't be that dim-witted, despite what Severus said about him. I'm sure we never received the real story behind that one, either. And after that incident with Lockhart, I doubt we ever will. His unique Hogwarts experience has not given Mr. Potter much appreciation for the staff. Severus wasn't much help, either. Well, that certainly has to change, doesn't it? Slughorn proclaimed. The two of them can't go through life alone, and a little networking could help them even more. We just have to find out what their interests actually are. For example, the twin pranksters. They may be delinquents, but they're hardly procrastinators. Their potions work is simply marvelous. In fact, I've been giving them a little advice through the Slug Club, connecting them to some old former members, and I'm certain they could have a legitimate business that could rival Zonko's before they leave Hogwarts. It's the same with Harry and Hermione. You've just got to find out what their passion is. I'm sorry, did you just say that you've been helping the two great pranksters of Hogwarts? McGonagall sputtered out with an incredulous look. I'm the one who has to deal with them every time they're caught. It's no wonder that the walls haven't been the same color for more than 2 days straight. This is exactly why I called this meeting. We shouldn't be looking to punish these children, we should just be redirecting their efforts towards more productive uses. I'm sure the twins will tone down their act by Halloween, when they'll be much more busy trying to create products for their upcoming business. And how does this relate to Harry and Hermione? Well, other than being exceptional students, what do they want? Slughorn asked. Most of the professors turned to McGonagall. Other than being exceptional at Quidditch, I think Harry's simply searching for his place in the world. And I'm not even sure if he truly loves Quidditch. I admit I took advantage of him in placing him on the team in his first year, and he's too reserved to admit that he'd want to quit the team if that was what he truly felt. Don't worry, Minerva, Vector reassured her. At the very least, Harry's very keen on flying. He designed and built a broom like I've never seen in a week, told me it wasn't even his best work, then ran me through the arithmancy of his fourth design. Flying is very much a passion of his. Good. Flying is a good place to start. I'll have to invite Madam Hooch to our next meeting. What else? Well, when he needed to prove he could keep up in Newt-level ancient runes, he showed me a different project altogether. He's taking advantage of the Rin-Khalid effect of magical energy storage to recreate the Elder Wand, I think, babbling added. The Elder Wand's just a legend, scoffed Flitwick. Back in the day, I couldn't go to a single dueling tournament without half the participants searching for, or using, what they claimed was the Elder Wand. It doesn't exist, which could be why Potter's trying to build his own. His theory is sound, to say the least, which is why I accepted him into my class. Right now he's trying to solve the problem of etching runes onto a diamond without destroying its Kalitic properties, babbling replied. Diamond etching. Good luck finding something that can scratch diamond reliably, Flitwick remarked. Yes, that is one of the more difficult issues. Not to mention the size. You'd need one that's marble-sized to truly take advantage of the effect. Snitch-sized is the eventual goal. That's the other difficult issue. Tea was spat from various mouths around the table. Horace, are you certain you want to be a close confidant to Mr. Potter? You could end up bankrupting yourself in the process. I'll cross that bridge when I get to it. I might know some people. Suffice to say, if he's interested in dueling and flying, he's the adventurous sort. We'll work from there, Slughorn said, making mental notes for himself. Perhaps curse breaking would be up Potter's alley. How about Miss Granger then? Hermione. Well, no mystery there, she loves to learn. I may have misjudged her propensity for it, but the drive is there, without a doubt, McGonagall answered. Second only to her loyalty to Harry. I remember last year when she risked her friendship by taking a anonymously gifted broom from Harry and showing it to me. They got into a row over that, but they resolved it by the time I gave the broom back. It seemed to me that their friend Ron was more upset about it than Harry was. She's very much a natural leader. She likes to try to teach the other students in her class when she learns a charm, Flitwick said. As much as the recipients dislike her efforts, he added. No, that's not exactly right. She isn't one to take charge as often, at least, not compared to Potter. She's much more suited as a director or manager. I can't imagine her in politics, or leading a student revolt, Sprout answered. What's there to revolt against in Hogwarts, now that Severus is gone? House elves. Madame Pance's unfair library hours. Professor Vector laughed. She and Potter work well together. If you think Potter's inventions are amazing, wait until I show you what she's created. Well, they certainly make a good couple. You might just be a third wheel if you try to get close to either of them, Sprout warned Slughorn. Wait, they're a couple already. Professor Sinistra blurted out, slightly surprised. When everyone else nodded and stared, she explained, I just lost 12 sickles to the Weasley twins. 8 here, Professor Flitwick answered. 5, Sprout said. Bloody hell, I lost an entire galleon to those two, McGonagall muttered. Am I the only one who didn't place a bet? Professor Vector asked. Well, I obviously wasn't here when all the betting began. And the twins never told me about their betting rings, either. Is this how they were funding their products? Slughorn replied. Moving on, I think I have an idea to put them on the right track. Since the Triwizard Tournament's coming up, you can't possibly be thinking of entering their names in, McGonagall said, slapping her hand on the table. They may be as advanced as 7th years, but they really are only 14 and 15 right now. No, that's not it at all. You see, Professor Dumbledore's plan for greeting Beauxbatons and Durmstrang involved little more than standing around on the grass and clapping. I propose we let our top students give a little, welcoming performance. It'll be the perfect chance for them to show off their skills, and raise some school pride for the Hogwarts champion. After the endless practice and rehearsal sessions for the greeting ceremonies, Harry was glad to be back in a nice, quiet classroom again. Unfortunately, the boredom was driving him as crazy as the chaos had before. Dada had never been this dull, and Harry found himself dreading the boredom more than he'd ever feared the danger. Quirrell may or may not have been faking his fear of vampires. Either way, as a first-year student new to the magical world, Harry the lessons riveting. Lockhart had been wholly incompetent, but his incompetence was what kept Harry awake during the class. Remus was quite a competent teacher. Harry was sad to see him go. And Moody had been, Barty. All right, class. Can anyone tell me the greatest tool you have in the defense against the dark arts? Hewer had a droning quality to his voice much like Professor Binns. Most of the class was asleep, but like the ghostly professor, he made no attempt to keep them attentive. Anyone. Malcolm. Sandra Malcolm was one of the few still paying attention. Reluctantly, she answered, your wand. No. Anyone else? Anyone. York. What is the greatest tool you have in the defense against the dark arts? York. A shield charm, she mumbled out, mostly to get him to stop repeating her name. No. How about another? Somebody. Oh dear Merlin, is he going to go through this entire class like this? Harry thought as he dropped his head into his desk. Anything would have been more productive than letting his brain rot in this classroom. Heck, give him Lockhart again. Even that man's flamboyant blunders forced Harry to think on the spot. He looked over at Hermione. His ever-attentive girlfriend was having trouble keeping her eyes open. She rarely let that happen despite the most monotonous lectures in history of magic. She took useful notes in class. Despite despising divination, Hermione diligently took notes there, too, until she dropped the class, of course. This was the first time he'd seen her actually bored to sleep by education. She turned to face him, and mouthed out something silently. Harry didn't realize what she was saying. His brain felt like it was partially shut down. Potter. Hewer's voice finally reached him like a distant alarm clock that he couldn't turn off. What is the greatest tool? We're still on that question. Harry thought. I wonder how many others have tried answering. A plan, he answered. Hopefully it was vague enough for the professor to accept it. I guess that's close enough. Your brain is your best defense, class. He paused. Nobody in the room moved. The few that were awake were hoping he'd finally continue with the lesson, and the rest were asleep. The awkward silence continued as everyone continued to stare, sleep, or pretend to sleep. I recommend taking notes. Seriously. You've spent the last hour in order to tell us one thing, Harry thought irritably. He didn't bother pulling out a quill. For example, let's pretend you were picked for the Triwizard Tournament. You are now facing a dragon, a common Welsh green. Harry already knew what he'd do against a dragon. Run. Unless, of course, he had several weeks' preparation. He'd get something more reliable than an enhanced crossbow, and pack a few extra brooms to boot. He could see himself swooping over the dragon's back again, arcing around its neck, dodging its flames, all to get at that stupid egg around its neck. Good work, Potter. I can see you're already visualizing dragon combat. Although, I'd never recommend using a broom against a dragon. Alright, everybody. Let's all begin visualizing. Imagine the dragon in front of you. See how it will play out in your mind. Think of the possible situations. That way you can end the fight before it even begins. With the power of your minds, you can accomplish anything, even defeating a dragon. He wanted us to take notes on cliché catchphrases. Great. Harry mentally gave a snort of disgust. Outwardly, he just sank his head further into his arms on his desk. Maybe I'll just use this time to visualize how I'm going to destroy that last Horcrux. Still can't believe he roped us into this, Harry muttered as he mounted his broom. I'm surprised nobody else fought for the role. Everyone else is far more excited about the whole tournament than the two of us, Hermione replied as she strapped a smoke blower to Harry's broom. That's because everyone wants the fun and fame but nobody wants to do the hard parts, Harry sighed. You'd think Slughorn would at least have taken on your job. No, he wants to sit back and enjoy the whole thing from the comfort of the staff seats, so I've been left to direct everything. Harry, Omni check. Check, it's working fine, Harry casually responded. And I have to say, these ones are much more comfortable to wear than your first version. Thank you, Harry. I figure if James Bond could squeeze everything into a wristwatch, I could fit things into a smaller earpiece with magic. Cedric, Omni check. Hearing you loud and clear, Hermione, came the response. Roger, Omni check. Wait, how does this thing work? Are you hearing me right now? Yes, I hear you just fine. Don't talk too much. Daphne, Omni check. It's working. Alright everybody, get to your places. Hermione ordered. Durmstrang's due to arrive first in about 10 minutes. Right on time, the Durmstrang ship broke through the surface of the Black Lake. From his vantage point high above, Harry could see a torrent of water spill from the upper decks and drain into the lake, while several unlucky students were manning their posts on the deck. The ship may have had magic to let them breathe underwater, but it certainly did nothing for the cold or the wetness. Nevertheless, they worked quickly to unfurl the sails immediately, proudly displaying the double-headed eagle of the Durmstrang Institute. Within minutes, they had steered and docked the massive ship. Charms team, keep that dock warm and dry. Flight team, it's your time to shine. Hermione gave the order through the magical microphones. Harry's job came into play immediately, as he led the flight team on a low approach, trailing colored smoke behind their brooms. They raced from the entrance of the castle all the way to the entrance of the ship, where they all broke off in separate directions. The Charms team triggered the smoke's special effect, creating a whirlwind of color that transfigured the trail of smoke into a long, red carpet. The transfiguration effect zipped down the trail laid by the flyers like a spark down a fuse, ending at the Durmstrang ship just in time for their headmaster to step out of the ship's hatch. Rider team, your turn. Remember, Durmstrang values power. Stand tall and proud, and put a little extra oomph into your spells than you normally should. Harry heard Hermione shout orders through the omnis. To some, it appeared that 4 pairs of students were floating through the air unaided. To others, they were riding fearsome winged horses. By the looks of the Durmstrang students, it appeared that most of them knew what was going on. The Thestral-mounted students landed beside the red carpet, holding their wands aloft, each pair shooting out a continuous stream of their house mascots. Blue eagles, red lions, green snakes, and yellow badgers flew, leapt, slithered and scurried through the air, forming a canopy of light for the Durmstrang students to walk under. The 8 students were chosen for their endurance, but it would still be difficult to sustain the spell for the entire Durmstrang party to pass through. Harry, you're up again. Is everyone else ready? While the rest of the flight team only needed to lay down colored smoke, which would be turned into a floating Hogwarts coat of arms by the Charms team, he had the additional work of skywriting. The message was simple, merely, Hogwarts welcomes Durmstrang, but nobody could pull off the maneuvers necessary with a regular broom, not even Harry's firebolt. The proposal had nearly died then, but it was soon discovered that Harry's duster Mk.IV was up to task, but nobody other than Harry was willing to ride that contraption. Let's do it, responded Harry. The 4 of them took to the skies above the castle and laid down the special smoke again. He eyed a few notable students on the carpet. Krum was obviously right beside Karkaroff, surrounded by an entourage of sorts. Ivan seemed to be leading the rest of the regular students, with a clear gap between them and Krum's group. Harry didn't really notice this special treatment for Krum before, but then again, he hadn't really been paying attention the first several times. He quashed the distracting thoughts, as he needed his concentration for writing the message. The W's and M's were particularly difficult, along with the G's, A's, and R's. E was an annoying letter to write as well. Come to think of it, every bit of it was annoying to write, especially the extra flourish he had to give for the H. Every line was a change in direction, and every time he had to strain his duster to its limits. He had to do it all quickly, or else they wouldn't even see the message before walking all the way to the castle, which meant zipping between letters at whiplash-inducing speeds. When he finally finished, he was sweating despite the cold northern Scottish winds, and his hands felt raw from gripping the duster so tightly. When he looked back to see if he finished fast enough, he noticed that the Durmstrang students hadn't moved at all. They'd all stopped in their tracks and were staring at Harry. Including Krum. Escort team. Move further down the carpet. Get those Durmstrang students walking again. The Rider team's getting tired and Beauxbaton's due in less than 15 minutes. Hermione was scrambling to keep things on schedule. Surely enough, by the time the last Durmstrang students were ushered through the main doors, a distant speck could be seen on the horizon. Harry was too busy changing out the smoke canister again to watch, but once you've seen a dozen giant flying horses pull a house-sized carriage, you've seen 'em all. This time, they flew along the longest stretch of flat grass in front of Hogwarts before beginning a gradual ascent towards the approaching carriage. Behind them, the Charms team was turning their smoke into a wide runway, complete with blinking lights. They maintained a steady flight towards the carriage but broke off early, careful not to spook the Abraxans, one of the most aggressive and territorial winged horses in the world. As they looped back, they were glad to see that the Beauxbaton's driver had accepted their invitation and was following the path they had laid down through the air. For the people on the ground, it looked as if the horses were galloping along a flying road that led to Hogwarts. Rider team, get that whiskey ready. We need those Abraxans calm and out of the way. Charms team, start charging those runes. The carriage stopped exactly where they had planned, helpfully guided by the blinking lights, where the second part of the welcoming act began. Hagrid was the one who actually fed the Abraxans their drink, as none of the students in the Rider team could safely approach the beasts. They were mostly there as extra wands to transport a dozen barrels of whiskey. As soon as they were out of the way, the Charms team's work sprang to life. Knowing that Beauxbaton's was more about elegance, subtlety, and smart use of magic, an archway of sparks from mounted wizards wasn't appropriate. Instead, a runic array greatly accelerated the growth of some pre-planted rose seeds to the point where the plants sprang to life and formed a series of arches from the entrance of carriage up to Hogwarts. Of course, due to the unnatural growth speeds, the plants would die out within an hour, but by then all the students would be inside the Great Hall. As the first students stepped out, they witnessed the plants create a garden path specifically for them. Dozens more were piling up at the windows of the carriage to get a better look. Everything was running smoothly until they saw Madame Maxime step out behind her students. The archway formed by the climbing roses reached up a generous 11 feet high, which they checked with Hagrid for headroom. Unfortunately, Madame Maxime had dressed up for the occasion, with up being the operative word. She must have been wearing 8-inch heels, and a hat with peacock feathers sticking straight up. Charms team, don't stop. Gambert, Anderson, Professor Babbling, help me out, Harry heard Hermione say. He noticed the four of them dart out, etching runes into sandstone as they ran. It took her little more than 10 seconds to reach a part of the rune array quick for running across a field, but a long time to be a headmistress standing around with nowhere to go. Anderson, I need Inurus, not Ansus. Professor Babbling, can you stack a seagull on top of the Sowilo? Gambert, don't stop etching those lagons. We need as many as you can make. One for every arch. Don't insert them there, it'll only make the arches thicker instead of taller. Hermione's hands flew into action so quickly, even the professor could only comprehend her orders. Within seconds, it looked like the rose pathway was about to falter, but no more than a few petals fell from the flowers before it stabilized again. A few seconds later and the entire construct began to rise, growing an additional foot taller. With enough clearance to keep her hat on, Madame Maxime strode forward after her students. While Hermione kept her eyes down to maintain the stability of the runic array, the headmistress was pointing out the masterful display of runework to her silver-haired student. Everyone could see she was impressed by her quick thinking and talent. As they passed her by, Madame Maxime thanked her for her efforts. Hermione could only manage a nod in reply as she was still furiously keeping the modified runic array from collapsing. As soon as the Beauxbatons students passed through the castle's main doors, Hermione collapsed on her back and lay on the grass. Moments later, the artificial path collapsed, and a pile of brown leaves and wilted petals covered the ground. She was too exhausted to hear the cheering and was barely aware of being scooped into the arms of a black-haired boy. Dumbledore. Several of my students are insisting they meet the great Harry Potter. Where is he? Karkaroff demanded, letting his eyes roll as he drawled out the great. The wizened old wizard looked up from his breakfast. I dare say my students should be allowed their privacy, he said. I'm not sure if he will be in the mood to see you. Nonsense. He's a Quidditch fan, is he not? Would he turn down the chance to meet Victor Crumb in person? Now where is he? I don't know, Dumbledore said nonchalantly. Now that he thought about it, he realized he really didn't know, and he'd been meaning to look into Harry's invisibility cloak. None of the portraits had seen Harry since early this morning. He presumed the boy was getting an early start on the Hogsmeade weekend, but none of the portraits within the town had seen him, either. Even if the boy's cloak was still functional, none of the secret passageways, wards had been tripped, save for the Weasley twins making their way to Honeydukes. And the castle's standard wards hadn't informed him of Harry's movements, either. The only assurance he had came from his little whirring instruments tied to Harry's health. Perhaps he could use an extra pair of eyes to search. The boy may have left the castle already. It is a Hogsmeade weekend, after all. If I were so young, and still had all my teeth, I'd be enjoying a nice, fresh, cockroach cluster from Honeydukes right now. You mean you don't even keep track of your students? Such delinquent and irresponsible behavior would never occur in Durmstrang. Karkaroff left in a huff. Dumbledore was about to return to his poached eggs when he was interrupted once again. This time, it was Professor Babbling. Headmaster, have you seen Miss Granger today? Minerva told me she'd already left Gryffindor Tower, but I didn't see her come down to the Great Hall for breakfast. Has Miss Granger caught your attention somehow? I haven't seen her either. Caught my attention. Her brain works faster than a snitch hopped up on hummingbird hooch. I still want her to explain exactly what she did yesterday with that arch. I mean, the runes she chose made sense, but manual stabilization of a running rune array. That's talent I never thought I'd get to see in my lifetime. Perhaps, Dumbledore wondered if he could set two eyes on the same prize. Hermione wasn't nearly as important as Harry, but these days it seemed like the two of them came packaged together. Find one, and he'd find the other. Well, she tends to spend time with Mr. Potter, doesn't she? The two of them are like two peas in a pod. Two teacups on a tray. Two classmates in a closet. Now there's an idea, Babbling said as she departed. His fork had barely pierced the yolk when another shout interrupted him. Oh, Dumbledore. The attention of a 10-foot-tall woman could hardly be denied. Where is that girl who fixed Z pathway just for me? It was marvelous work, wouldn't you agree? I would like to thank her personally, and introduce her to a few of Z Beauxbatons students who study runes also. We could not find her at Z Feast last night. That's very gracious of you, Olymp. I've been told she's already left her dormitories, so I wouldn't know where she is. Professor Babbling wants to speak with her on the same subject, perhaps you should seek her help. Madame Maxime rushed off to catch up to Babbling, who had just disappeared around the corner. Dumbledore, you've got to tell me where Harry and Hermione are. There are dozens and dozens of foreign students and teachers looking for him. I've called for an emergency slug club meeting, but I'm missing the key ingredients. Potter and Granger. This could be the single greatest opportunity for international student interaction this whole year. Slughorn was looking more flustered than when he first went into hiding during the war with Voldemort. Just let me have my breakfast already, Dumbledore thought. With so many searching for Harry, you'd best make sure the entire slug club can stand out from the crowds. Perhaps if you all wore matching socks. Come now, Albus. Be serious for a moment. I am perfectly serious, Horace. Socks are an excellent conversation starter. Make sure you bring extra pairs for Harry and Hermione when you find them. Slughorn laughed, knowing from experience when he wasn't going to get anything more out of Dumbledore. As he walked away, a nervous-looking Ron Weasley was left standing in front of him. Yes, Mr. Weasley. My divination skills are not quite as astounding as Professor Trelawney's, but my inner ear tells me you're searching for Harry and Hermione. Or was that an inner eye? Yes, sir, Ron sputtered out. I would think that you or your housemates would know their whereabouts better than I, Dumbledore responded. What makes you come to me? I dunno. If Harry's got himself in a pinch then you always seem to know where he is. I can't say that I don't always know where he is. Although it would certainly help a lot if I did. I suppose not. It isn't June yet. Ron hurriedly separated himself from the staff table. Finally, it was time to enjoy some food. Dumbledore looked down at his plate at what used to be an egg. It had been replaced by a very familiar phoenix. Fawkes was busy pecking away at the remains of the hash browns, having polished off the egg sometime earlier. You know, Fawkes, some would consider that a form of cannibalism, chided Dumbledore. Fawkes squawked nonchalantly and flew off with a piece of bacon. From a tunnel accessible only by Parseltongue, Harry and Hermione emerged deep in the Forbidden Forest. Are you sure about this, Hermione? You were dead tired after yesterday. Maybe we should hold off until the next Hogsmeade weekend. I'm fine. We can't afford any more delays, anyway. Let's get that Horcrux. Nobody would expect a British beach to be as enticing as those in Hawaii or the Pure Islands, especially in mid-October. When Harry and Hermione arrived, it seemed to be especially miserable. Wind and rain pelted them immediately while waves of cold, salty water tried to soak their feet. Dryness spells had to be cast in order for Harry to even confirm they were in the right place. The only times Voldemort had visited this place had been in the summer, once as a child on a trip with his orphanage, the other was a year after working for Borgin and Burkes. Decades had passed since then, but despite the weather, Harry could still recognize a few key features he pulled from Voldemort's memory. A few rocks had shifted, some trees had died, others had grown, some of the beach itself had eroded away, but there remained a familiar path, the one that led to the cave where Tom Riddle had lured two of his fellow orphans to experiment with his magic. This is it, Harry said, pointing. It should be up those rocks and around the cliff. Probably safer if we fly. The two of them unpacked their brooms and slowly glided around the cliff face. They scanned the rocky wall for any sign of a cave, but couldn't see anything. The rocky path got narrower and narrower, and yet the cliff remained solid. There was no way a group of 10-year-olds could have traversed this far. We've passed it. It should have been only a few steps away from the sharp corner over there, Harry said. Probably charmed to be hidden from wizards. Let's double check, Hermione said, pulling her wand out. She repeatedly cast detection spells as they moved back along the path. Aha, there it is, she said. Anything dangerous? Asked Harry. No, just compulsions and illusions, Hermione said. With a final flick of her wand, the entire cliff face shimmered and revealed a narrow entrance to a cave. There. Got it. The two of them flew inside, only to find that their brooms stopped working. Thankfully, they were close to the ground already, and both of them landed on their feet. Anti-flight wards? Harry asked. An anti-apparition, too. I think the source is centered deeper in the cave, though. They continued walking by the light of a Lumos spell until they came to a dead end. At least, it would have appeared to be a dead end. The two of them recognized runes in the wall, cleverly disguised as ordinary cracks. Jibo, Noddies, AMN Manas. This feels familiar for some reason, Hermione said. Yeah, it does, Harry said. Path, wounded living, triggered flow. He tried to translate as much as he could in his head, but the fact that the runes were hidden made it much more difficult. He racked his brain for deeper memories pulled from Voldemort, but he'd been so focused on finding the location he didn't get information about the traps and passkeys within. Oh wait, this is silly. It's almost like the blood runes we've got. That's why I thought it was familiar, Hermione said. Harry took a closer look. Things were arranged differently, but there were definite clusters regarding the flow of blood to trigger stored magic. The main difference here was that it was activated by the presence of live blood. Blood sacrifice for entry, then. How? Cliché, Voldemort. Wait, it's still a bit of a puzzle, Hermione said. The array's incomplete. I think you need the blood in the right place, give me a minute. She conjured up some parchment and began scribbling. Harry watched her work, careful not to interrupt her. There. Draw a line connecting Jarito and Noddy's Might work better as a curve, actually. Harry cast a light cutting charm on his thumb, and made a long, curved swipe between the two runes. As he healed the small wound, the rocks began to shift and rearrange themselves to form an archway. Right in one. You're brilliant, Hermione. Thanks. Let's not get cocky now. We have no idea what's inside. Past the arch was a cavern that housed what could only be described as a small lake. Harry had to overpower his Lumos and still just barely made out the far end of the cavern. Save for the small patch of rock they were standing on and an equally tiny island in the middle, murky water reached from wall to wall. The island had a podium in the center, clearly where they needed to go. Hermione shot a Lumos Excan into the water, but the bright flare of light was snuffed out after traveling only a few centimeters. It was impossible to tell how deep the water was, or if anything was hidden below. She cast several more detection charms over the water. Well, the water's definitely enchanted for opaqueness. It's hiding something. Also, the rune anchors for the anti-flight and anti-apparition wards must be somewhere at the bottom. Yeah, I'm not going down there. They looked over at a small rowboat floating innocently beside them. And that just has, trap, written all over it. Do you think the anti-flight ward works only against brooms, or living things too? I don't know, but I'd rather have a method that lets us have our wands and armor working properly in case something happens, Hermione said. Good thinking. They both looked at the rowboat again. Harry cast a weak banishing charm on it, sending it slowly drifting towards the island. After floating for several meters, it spontaneously sank. Knew it, he cried triumphantly. That's not exactly something to cheer about, Harry. Hermione gave him a chiding look. Harry just shrugged in response. Try levitating me. It might evade the anti-flight ward. Wingardium Leviosa, Hermione chanted with perfect pronunciation. She could have done it silently, but she wanted the spell to be both perfect and powerful. Harry didn't rise an inch. So much for that idea. There's always fumation, Harry said. He tried to concentrate on phasing his body into smoke, but felt completely off balance. It was very much like his first fumation lesson all over again, having very little control over what parts of his body were dissociating. I can't do it. There's some kind of ward against that, too. If I tried, I'd end up splinching myself. So, Voldemort's covered boats, fumation, levitation, and flight, mostly. There's one more thing I want to try before our animagus forms. I'm still not a very good swimmer, Harry commented as he stared at the water. I wasn't even going to suggest that, Hermione said. Freezing charms. We could make a bridge out of ice. Hermione suggested. That's a lot of ice we have to make. I think it'd be better just to risk flying over, Harry said, but began to help her freeze the water anyway. The ice sank. Ice doesn't normally do that, Hermione commented. Harry conjured a lightweight rubber ball like the ones he used to play with at primary school. Or that Dudley took from him, at any rate. That one sank too. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that the water here just isn't as buoyant as normal water, Harry said. Looks like I'll just fly over there now as Bandit. If something jumps out of the lake to try to eat me, well, have a good, lethal charm ready to cast. We still don't know if that'll work yet. Hermione cried out as he shrunk down to his feathery form. Here, just fly up to me first. With a few powerful flaps, he perched on Hermione's outstretched arm. With a satisfied chirp and a nip on her ear for good luck, he took off and flew smoothly to the island. Well, that was completely uneventful, Harry shouted across the lake. We should have tried that first. Ready to come over. I'm coming, she replied. As she made her way over, he took a look around the small island. It was completely featureless other than the single podium in the center. Built into the podium was a basin, filled with a liquid of some sort, with a locket sitting at the bottom. That's odd, Harry thought. Doesn't Slytherin's locket have more emeralds on it? It didn't feel like a Horcrux, either. His mind was perfectly clear, no illogical desires to wear it or take over the world. At the side of the basin was an oyster shell. More runes were etched all over it. He cast several detection spells over the water, which turned out to be a potion of some kind. A few of the ingredients pointed to some kind of hallucinogen, non-lethal poisons that caused pain, and a few assorted herbs and fungi. Not wanting to touch the potion, Harry conjured a stick and tried to fish out the locket. The stick hit the surface of the potion as if it were rock solid, despite the soft rippling. He spied additional runes along the edge of the basin, some of which matched up with the ones etched on the oyster shell. He scooped up some of the potion and poured it over the side several times, but the basin never emptied. The rocks he poured the potion on didn't even seem to get wet, it seemed to return itself directly to the basin. He heard Hermione land softly and transform beside him. What have you got? She asked. Seems like this potion here is impenetrable other than by the oyster shell, Harry said. And I think it can't be emptied other than by drinking. We'll save that as a last resort, he said. Let me see. Hermione checked over the runes herself, confirming Harry's interpretation of the array. Skipping over to the potion part, though, she paused for a second. Okay, Voldemort either revolutionized the entire brewing industry while still in his teens, or… What do you mean? Harry asked. Hermione fished out a bezoar. Or this isn't really a potion, just water mixed with a few ingredients. You can't just add water to a pile of herbs and call it a potion. So Voldemort has to come here and brew a new batch of potion himself to keep this topped up, or he figured out a way to automatically brew potions without the very important component, the witch or wizard brewing it. Or this is just water and some leaves. The real issue is the power coming from the runes, which only allow it to be drunk, Harry said, staring at the locket at the bottom. Beazar or no, that water's probably as healthy as piss. Harry. Language. Hermione scolded. Well, it's not like we could just conjure a camel or something. We can't. Harry asked, raising his wand and putting on a silly grin. Harry, Hermione said with a stern look. They both knew that living transfigurations and conjurations were by far the most difficult of the art, and an animal large enough to drink all that water would be quite draining. Fine. Wait, there's got to be a simpler answer, Harry said. He put on his dragonhide gloves and grabbed the oyster shell again. This time, he dug as deep as he could into the potion, but the shell wasn't large enough to reach the locket before the gloves hit the seemingly rock-hard water. Darn, he said. He nearly dropped it when the shell grew 3 times larger in his hands. Try it again, said Hermione. He smiled, this time scraping the bottom of the basin and scooping up the locket with it. As he poured out the potion, it returned to the basin as it was designed to, but the locket clattered on the ground. That seemed so simple, he said. It's always after you solved it when the puzzles seem so obvious. Wasting no time, he unwrapped the basilisk fang he'd brought with him and shoved it through the locket. The venom made quick work of the little trinket, as if there were no protections for it to burn through at all. When the fang poked through the opposite side, Harry yanked it off the fang. There was no smoke, no otherworldly scream, no little bit of soul dissociating from this plane of existence. Was this really the Horcrux? Hermione asked, staring through the hole in the locket. Didn't feel like one, Harry said. Especially since this was supposed to be his very last one. I was hoping for something more exciting. You know, beam of light to the heavens, a good version of Tom's ghost giving us a job well done, Death himself showing up and telling us he's had an itch for the past 50 years. Don't tell me you're actually expecting any of that, Hermione chuckled. No, Harry quickly replied, laughing with her. But I overhear a lot of when the Ravenclaws play wizards and wyverns in the Great Hall during holidays. Something fantastic always happens when they finally eliminate the big bad boss or find the last ancient treasure. Would have been helpful to know right away if we're actually finished or not. He dangled the locket in front of him and peered through the hole that the fang had created. Wait, there's something inside of it. Harry opened up a locket, which contained a tiny piece of parchment, folded up. Due to the fang, most of it was burned through. Carefully, they opened up the locket and unfolded the parchment, which was already crumbling to pieces. I can't make heads or tails of this, Harry said. I just dissolved 90% of the message in venom. I think it's pretty clear that this isn't the real Horcrux. I mean, aside from the lack of a soul departing, I don't think Voldemort would leave a note for himself. He doesn't seem to be the sentimental type. But who's Mr. R.A.? Friend? Foe? He could already be dead. This could have been swapped any time in the past 40 years. Nobody's checked up on it since. The real locket could be anywhere. Or maybe destroyed, Harry suggested hopefully. Or in the hands of another Death Eater and making its way to Voldemort as we speak. Don't be so pessimistic. I prefer realist, thank you. That note could be for us. Maybe something like, to the attackers of the Dark Lord, I know you have not alerted the Aurors. Therefore you are attempting this in secret. I have removed the Horcrux you intend to destroy. Something something something, meet you and kill you all once we ensure that he is immortal once more. It's not like there are many other people who extracted Voldemort's memories and have avian animagus forms coming by every day. Whoever did this probably had permission and instructions. Did any Death Eaters escape our raid that day? I thought we caught all of them. Killed some, Harry reluctantly admitted. Maybe that wasn't all of them. One or two could have been out of the house. Could be something as random as grocery shopping. We can worry about that later, Harry said. Let's get out of here. It was only after he morphed into an osprey, with its keen eyesight and instinct for fishing, that he noticed the barest of ripples underneath the surface of the water. He flew up to get a better look. When he saw it, it was a human hand at the edge of the island. He let out a screech to warn Hermione. The little burrowing owl wasn't a powerful flyer, and Hermione herself didn't spend nearly as much time as Harry did in the air. She couldn't take off with as much speed or height as Harry did. An unusually long arm shot out of the water and made a snatch at stilts. She managed to evade it, but tumbled in the attempt. Another hand shot up trying to reach her again. Again, she had to swerve, this time losing even more height and nearly skimming the water. A surge of water rose up beside her and a skeletal form leapt out of the water, practically enveloping the tiny bird. Harry could only watch in horror as Hermione turned back into a witch, wand in hand as she sank below the surface, tackled by an undead monster. Harry did the only thing he could think of. He returned to human form and cast a bubble head charm as he was falling down. He needed another powerful Lumos to see underwater. Inferi. The lake was full of Inferi. They were swarming towards him, but there was another cluster already gathered around Hermione. He could feel the shockwaves as she cast bone-shattering curses and blasting hexes at her attackers. He transfigured his shoes into flippers as Hermione had done, and swam before he was overwhelmed himself. He chained together multiple bone-breaking charms, tried partially transfiguring some Inferi into lead, and tying others up. He settled on a modified dueling combo involving a sticking charm, Bone Breaker, and Banishing Charm let him rapidly immobilize and repel Inferi. Incredibly thankful for his experience in the Trial of Water, Harry began blasting away at Inferi who were starting to overwhelm Hermione until he could reach her. There was no time for a happy reunion, though, as they both started fighting off Inferi, back to back. Harry knew he needed something to take them all down before they tired. The sheer numbers of these things would take them all day to destroy one by one. Inferi were weak to fire, but they were underwater. Nice thinking, Voldemort. He had to grudgingly acknowledge his nemesis. But there were always alternatives. He'd absorbed a few of Voldemort's memories. He had Fiendfire which would easily burn underwater, but not something he'd use with his girlfriend in the middle of the fray. The situation was growing desperate. It seemed like he had to risk being bitten to death or burned to death with uncontrollable fire. There had to be something he could use. Banishing charms and bone-shattering spells could only take out one at a time, and the horde seemed limitless. Voldemort wouldn't have created a trap so deadly that he would have killed himself over it, would he? How did he deal with Inferi that were out of control? Harry dug deep into the memories he'd pulled from Voldemort's mind. Fragments. Scraps. He'd been lucky enough to find the location of the Horcrux in the mess of memories. Inferi Fiendfire. More Inferi, more Fiendfire. Voldemort was proficient enough at the deadly spell that he simply used the deadliest fire spell in existence on every whim. Damn. Fire. Fire was the key. There were other types of fire. Bluebell fire. Useless. Dragonfire. Useless underwater. He could remember now. Or, more accurately, Tom Riddle had remembered. A restricted textbook detailing a unique type of fire spell. Riddle's memory jogged Harry's own. He'd skimmed over the same textbook at some point for the Triwizard Tournament, but decided it hadn't been useful. He'd only found it after the trial of water. Well, it was certainly worthwhile to try it now. There was nothing left to lose. Pyrkagio Philosoph. Harry cried out. Supposedly an easy spell, limited only by raw magical power and control. Greek fire, philosopher's fire, liquid fire. It had many names. But its defining characteristic was its ability to burn anywhere. It didn't have the ferocious temperatures or the semi-sentient nature of fiendfire, but it certainly was versatile. If he cast it correctly, that is. Only a sputter of flame, which did burn as it floated away, came out of his wand. He must have got the pronunciation wrong. Malleosis. Apoximize. Depulso. Harry chained together several basic spells to keep the Inferi from advancing. He didn't have to kill every individual one now. Once he got that Greek fire spell right, all of them would burn. He quickly let off a dozen spells to keep another wave of Inferi from advancing, and tried again. Pyrkagio Philosoph. He yelled, altering the accent and emphasis slightly. This time, a short stream of flame came out, igniting to Inferi. They continued to mindlessly advance despite the flames, so Harry had to banish them further away, but the important thing was that they did burn. He only had a few more chances perfect the charm before they were completely overrun. He heard a muffled shout from behind him with a familiar sound. A quick glance told him Hermione was trying the same spell he was. It didn't surprise him that she knew the spell too, probably from one of the textbooks in the restricted section at Hogwarts, perhaps even the same textbooks Tom Riddle learned it from. It looked like she was having just as much luck as he was. Still, some fire was better than none, and fire had the nice property of setting other things on fire. The first two Inferi he'd lit up had ignited a few others as they sank. Harry cast the spell again as best he could, setting several more on fire. He tapped Hermione on the shoulder and pointed to the island. They had cleared enough space to swim to safety now. Hermione nodded in understanding, and they kicked as quickly as they could back to land, spewing as much fire as they could behind them as they could. Dozens more Inferi burned in their trail. Harry climbed out first, wand at the ready. He noticed Hermione wasn't climbing out nearly as fast. "Hermione, are you all right?" Harry asked, bending down. He instinctively cast a levitation charm to help her, only to find it didn't work. Of course. He grabbed her arm with his free hand. "OWWW. Wait, I think that arm might be broken." Hermione winced in pain. The light armor had done its job for the most part, stopping scratches and bites, but several of them had been shaking and slamming her in the struggle. Harry held her under the armpits and quickly dragged her partway up, stopping to blast another few Inferi that were starting to emerge. Hermione cast Greek fire on the surface of the water, forming a burning barrier around the edge of the island as she pushed herself back up. "We haven't got any Skelegro. You'll have to make do with an Episky. Can you get the armor off yourself?" Harry blasted away with regular incendiary charms at the Inferi that were starting to make their way out of the water, adding more flames to the firewall around the lake. "No, not here. No time for proper treatment," Hermione said. "Do you have any pepper up left? I think most of my potions were smashed to bits as I was fighting." "Here." Harry handed her a bottle while extending the burning perimeter some more. He could see the bottom of the lake emit a dull glow. It looked like the fires were still burning. There must have been a lot of bodies down at the bottom. Once he completed the circle of flame around the entire patch of land, he took a look at Hermione's shoulder. Harry looked over it more carefully. It was swollen all around, and Hermione winced in pain no matter where he touched it. It looked like it would be better with a visit to the infirmary, nothing too bad to worry about. A more thorough scan of her body revealed a small gash at the back of the ankle near the Achilles tendon, a small gap between the armor and her shoes which was bleeding. "You've been cut here. You could be infected. What was that? Hermione asked wearily while finishing off the bottle of Pepper Up. Her face was flushed, and her eyelids were droopy. Not the condition you'd expect right after downing that potion. Hermione, how are you feeling? Harry had to delay his diagnostic charm to take down another two burning in fury. The air now had an acrid scent of burning flesh and smoke, but he ignored it as best he could. He didn't want to think about how badly it could be affecting Hermione. Really tired, got another Pepper Up. The first one didn't seem to do the job, she said, lolling her head. Harry finally managed to get the diagnostic charm on the cut, and it revealed what he feared: she had a cursed infection. He couldn't tell what it was, so he splashed on an all-purpose medical potion on the wound and handed his remaining Pepper Up to Hermione. He cast an enervate spell for good measure. Hermione, listen to me. You have to focus. Change into your animagus form, and I'll carry you out of here. I have to get you to Madame Pomfrey. What? All right, Harry. Be gentle with me, she said, slowly shrinking into a burrowing owl. I'm sorry, Stilts, he whispered to her. This might hurt a bit. Looking around, he could see more and more Inferi step through the flames, unable to feel pain from the burning. Most of them collapsed to ash before coming within arm's length, but some of the faster ones came dangerously close to taking a bite. He cleared the area with the strongest flame whip he could, whirling it around and overhead. It only bought him a few extra seconds, but it was enough to transform into Bandit and carefully pick up Stilts into his claws. Normally anything in those sharp talons would soon be dead, but he was hoping for just the opposite now. He held her as gently as possible, but the last thing he wanted was to drop her into the water. He took off before the next wave of Inferi could reach him, leaving the island of burning flesh behind, and landed in the safety of the archway entrance. Turning back into a human, he picked up Hermione's tiny form in his hands. His talons had pierced her skin in a few spots, but hadn't dug deep, thankfully. She was completely unconscious now, but he could feel her tiny heart beating quickly. He cast a pisky a few times, hoping it would be as effective on owls as it would be on humans, and then tucked her safely inside his shirt. Without a second glance at the cave, Harry apparated back to Hogsmeade. The distinctive crack of apparition was a familiar sound within the wizarding world, one that most would tune out automatically without second thought. This year in Hogsmeade, there was so much extra traffic due to the Triwizard Tournament that nobody noticed a case of underage apparition. Harry knew it would have been better to apparate into the back alleys, but he was so tired that he had to aim for the public apparition point instead. He needed to get medical attention for Hermione, secrecy be damned. The last thing she needed was a splinching. He received another spike of adrenaline when he heard the words, Harry Potter. We, Avenue searched Z's place so much, I think now know Z's village better than my own town. Are you certain your students are not allowed to leave Z grounds? The French giantess asked the Hogwarts runes professor. Both of them were facing the opposite way, paying no mind to Harry's arrival. He didn't bother announcing himself before taking off at full speed on his broom. That kind of broom was that? Crumb asked, trying to wave the dust away from his face. I have never heard of a broom with so much kick. Perhaps EET is Z Nimbus Company's response to Z Firebolt. Do they test brooms, Air? Fleur asked. No, they don't, came a deep, elderly voice from behind them. And to answer your question, Maxime, the students are not allowed to leave without a parent or guardian's permission. If you don't mind, I'm rather curious where he's been as well. Dumbledore walked past all of them towards the castle, tracking the tiny speck in the distance as it flew through an open window straight into the infirmary. The others looked at each other, and immediately began following the Hogwarts headmaster. The sight of the three respective headmasters striding purposefully together along with their star pupils made others jump out of their way but also drew a crowd. Their path was unimpeded until they reached the Hogwarts infirmary, where the school nurse stood with a hand on each door, ready to slam both of them shut. You can't all be injured. What's the disaster? Pomfrey asked Dumbledore. Ah, Poppy. I was only wishing to speak to Harry Potter, he responded. I fear he may have broken a few school rules. Pomfrey could barely contain a snort of disbelief. She'd already seen Potter numerous times in her infirmary over the years for various types of rule breaking, and the headmaster had never been particularly interested before. Be that as it may, headmaster, my patients are allowed some right to privacy. And that does not fit the definition of privacy by any stretch of the imagination, she said, peering past the headmaster at the crowd that had gathered. Aside from the original group, there were now curious students, journalists, and even a few townsfolk from Hogsmeade, all wondering what the big fuss was about. Dumbledore turned to address them. "Ah, as fabulous as Madame Pomfrey's services are, I'm sure you can all find better tasting brews at the Three Broomsticks or the Hog's Head. Now, unless you have pressing issues with one of the patients, I will have to ask you to remain outside while I—" He was interrupted by the sound of oaken doors slamming shut. "Poppy." There was no response to his knocking. In all the hubbub, nobody noticed a small green beetle skittering across the ceiling and into the infirmary just before the doors slammed shut. Rita Skeeter was immediately greeted with a tabloid-worthy sight, that of Harry Potter heaving into a pail as if he'd just downed an entire bottle of fire whiskey. And since speculative journalism was one of her specialities, that scenario was as profitable as whatever the truth could be. She could have left and published a story with that alone, but she decided to stick around. The truth was useful on occasion. "Calm down, Mr. Potter. Miss Granger is in stable condition now." "Thank goodness," Harry said. "But it's not just her, RRRRKK." He heaved into the pail once more, although nothing came up. "My goodness, Potter. Don't tell me you've been hiding inferi wounds on your own body." Inferi. Now this could be juicy. Or horrific. Now, what would people want to hear more? The boy who lived saves us from an unknown inferi attack, or the boy who lived, dabbling in the dark arts and nearly killing his girlfriend in the process? Skeeter thought. "No, it's not that, it's the smell. Burnt flesh. It reminds me of an unpleasant experience I once had," Harry said. "I would think confronting inferi would be unpleasant enough. Cutting them down wasn't too difficult. They were already dead," Harry croaked out. He shuddered a little. "Please, Madame Pomfrey. Don't tell Dumbledore about this. You know I have a duty to report any rule breaking I come across, and I'm quite certain you didn't run into inferi in Hogsmeade," she answered. "But all he needs to know is that you left the grounds. The more personal details aren't important." "Isn't being an animagus breaking a rule too?" Harry asked weakly. "Not one of Hogwarts' rules," Pomfrey replied. "When it comes to the ministry, if they don't ask, I won't tell. Simple as that. You do know that the transformation is what saved her life. Thank goodness the infection couldn't spread within an owl's body. She'll make a full recovery by the day after tomorrow. Illegal animagus too. This is gold. I'm definitely going with the dark arts angle now. After all, there's no news like bad news." The irony of the situation was entirely lost on Skeeter. "There is a matter I must discuss with you, however. You've managed to hide those blood runes on your back quite well, but it would never escape a thorough medical checkup." "What are they for, Harry? Why do both of you have them?" The look on Harry's face told Rita all she needed to start writing. It was a shame she didn't have a bug-sized camera on her. "Guilty, guilty, guilty. It's written all over him. Blood runes, illegal animagus, what's he going to do next? Threatened to kill that nurse." His voice came out lower than usual, practically monotone from his efforts to calm himself. "Madame Pomfrey, please drop the issue. Mr. Potter, these could have serious repercussions in the long term. I'm detecting a constant drain on your magical energy, for one." "Yes, that's how they were designed," Harry continued, facing Hermione instead of Pomfrey as he spoke. "Mr. Potter, Harry, I'm worried these could kill you in the long run. Blood runes have good reason to be categorized as dark magic. Madame Pomfrey, I'd already be dead if it weren't for these. Now please drop the issue." The wand that silently slid into Harry's left hand, out of Pomfrey's sight, didn't escape Rita's notice. Pomfrey could easily sense the imminent threat and backed down. "You're not the same boy I treated last year, are you?" No, I'm not," Harry admitted easily. "Was it the Dementors? I can't say they didn't play a part. He's being too evasive to give any real answers. Well, everyone knows Dementors were stationed at Hogwarts, so, let's say, Dementor create Dark Lord Potter." "No, wait, that's a little too outlandish. I need someone to blame for all of this. Fudge. He'd put the Dementors there. Dementor decision darkens Britain's brightest boy. Nothing like a good dose of public outrage. Journalist of the Year award goes to me." Rita, having heard enough, decided to look for the nearest beetle-sized opening in the room and scurry outside. She looked for the nearest place to start writing before she forgot any of the details, that is, until she was suddenly trapped in an unbreakable glass jar. Well, what have we got here? Rita couldn't recognize the voice, muffled by the glass. She did her best to play dumb. Walk around, wave an antenna, walk some more in a random direction. Skeeter. You're not fooling anyone. An illegal animagus. This could end your career, unless we make a deal. Now look at me. He held the jar up to his face. Rita caught a glance, but turned around quickly. It was that new staff member. What was his name? She couldn't recall. He didn't seem important at the time. It didn't matter. Just keep pretending to be a dumb little beetle. Skeeter, your other option is to be dipped in formaldehyde and pinned to my insect collection. Now look at me when I talk to you. Rita turned around slowly and stared at her captor. Some man she'd probably seen before, passed by in the halls or streets or somewhere, utterly forgettable. He felt like one of a dozen people she'd met at a party and subsequently mixed up all their names and facial features. Was he another journalist? A new staff member at Hogwarts? One of the staff from the other schools? A Hogsmeade resident? The girl's father, perhaps? She didn't have a clue. I'll let you go this time, Skeeter. You can write on anything about the Triwizard Tournament as you see fit, but nothing on Harry Potter or Hermione Granger. Understand? Anything related to them, however remote, you hand over to me. He brought the jar close as he grinned ferally, his teeth taking up Rita's entire field of view. She had a feeling that this man really wouldn't mind chewing on bugs to make a point. He vanished the jar around her, finally letting her return to human form. Who are you? She asked warily. What are you doing here? Those questions I only answer to those who need to know. And all you need to know is that if you don't give me everything you have on Potter and Granger, your life will become a living hell. Now show me what you've got, he said, putting out his palm as if he were expecting her to pass some notes along. Skeeter stood her ground, unsure if it was fear, bravery, or stupidity holding her there. Hey, if you didn't notice, I was a beetle this whole time. I haven't written anything down yet. That's not what I asked for, he said, raising his hand to cup her jaw. Once he stared straight into her eyes, she no longer had control of her memories. The end. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.